I'm sorry about that, y'all. Let's see if it keeps it... Okay. I don't know what was happening, and I'm sorry I didn't notice earlier. But what we were looking at was showing everybody the audio. I mean, the fact that this is a virtual machine thing. That are basically mini universes that these guys are creating. That they have factors like where there's an entity that knows that it's a simulated world kind of thing. And let's see if I can remember what voices I use for everybody. Because I have an excellent memory. Okay, let me keep checking to see if it's working. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay, everyone! No, wait, it's lower and breathier. The literature club is starting. Let's all have a seat and take attendance, okay? I missed debate club. Who knew it would be so difficult starting a new club? I feel worse with every day that passes without anyone coming in. I'm really starting to lose confidence. Monica is the only member of the literature club. Right. In the days that have passed, all of our efforts to recruit new members have been fruitless. Am I going about this wrong? Monica glances at one of her flyers. The headline is, "Do you like literature?" Maybe nobody is into literature enough to pick it over their other club interests. I can't just rely on people liking literature. I need to sell them a vision. A vision. What kind of vision? Monica rests her head on her desk, deep in thought. But before she realizes it, the recent nights of staying up too late start to catch up with her. It's so quiet, and the noise of the air conditioning is soothing. Hi, Banana. Sorry about the audio problems. I know you came in. I'm sorry that you're tired. Hello? Suddenly a voice causes Monica to snap awake. I hope the music itself is not too hard. Like, yes, it is. Okay, that answers that. I'm looking at the... Okay. Alright, suddenly a voice causes Monica to snap awake. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I never did this! Is this the... Her voice up. Is this the napping club? No, this is... Monica pauses, suddenly embarrassed to admit that this is in fact a literature club. This is the literature club. Yay! I thought I got it wrong for a second. I mean, for a sec. I'm super sorry. I am super sorry. It was like so unprofessional of me to do that. Don't apologize. I do that all the time. Oh? Did I miss the club meeting? Where is everyone? I mean, everybody. Well, about that. This is everybody. Really? Just you? But we're getting more members. I'm working really hard on it. Hold on a sec. If it's just you, that means I get to be vice president. Wait. Vice president? What are your qualifications? She's here. Well, I'm better at napping than you. Maybe I should be president. Now you're just making fun of me. Okay. Stop. Let's see. I'm nervous for this story that's coming up. And also forgetting the names. What is your name? Sayori? Okay, Sayori. I've been trying really, really hard on this club. I know you caught me at a weird time, but it's really disheartening not to be taken seriously, you know? I care so much about this. I just want to find other people who do too. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. I do care, I promise. I have a hard time being serious. That's all. I didn't mean for it to hurt you. And I was joking about the vice president thing, too. I would make a terrible vice president. I mean, I'm sure that Monica tries to say something reassuring, but it's difficult when she still doesn't know much about Sayori. I'm sorry that this isn't, like, a real club yet. Monica's voice was lower and more breathy. Am I right on that, remembering that correctly? Sorry, I'm trying to recall. Yay for memory problems? Would you still be interested in joining after I found a few more members at least? Well, no. I want to join now. Really? Yeah, sounds like lots of fun. Besides, I can tell how hard you've been working. You're doing something amazing, and you should be proud of it, you know? So let me help you turn something stressful into something fun. If nothing else, I'm good at that, so... Honestly, how could I possibly say no to that? I mean, you can, but I mean, you're desperate. It's really sweet of you, Sayori. Oh, I'm Monica, by the way. Just Monica. Monica! That's such a cool name! Oh, now you're just trying to cheer me up. But you're smiling. Well, I didn't say it didn't work. Monica glances at the flyer on her desk and realizes her name's already written on it. So, what do we do first? Well, it's getting pretty late, isn't it? We can go home and try to come up with some new ideas to recruit club members. I can do that. Cool. And I need to put some more thought into my vision for the club. You know, like a mission. My mission is to make everyone happy. Yeah, something like that. I need to think about it. Hey, do you like hugs? I guess so. Sayori suddenly pulls Monica into a friendly hug and lets go. Then some people can really use a hug sometimes. Besides, Sayori whispers loudly, hug energy is what keeps me at my best. Hug energy? Monica laughs. Although Sayori is very different from her, Monica feels her spirits lifted. Pixie Dream Girl! Maybe it's just because she finally found another club member. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow then. It'll be fun. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna think really hard about how to get more people. Yeah, me too. By the way, you know the Pixie Dream Girl thing? The person who made up that term that seems to be thrown around everywhere has recanted on calling that name for it because people have started applying the pixie dream manic pixie dream girl trope to things that don't really need it, and it's very condensing it down. A day passes and the time comes for the literature club, Monica and Sayori, to reconvene. As president, Monica ensures that she's the first to arrive in the club room. No playing piano here. But she finds herself waiting longer than expected for Sayori. It's been 10 minutes already. Maybe Sayori changed her mind about joining. No, that can't be. She was so excited yesterday. But I'm getting kind of worried. Suddenly, Sayori comes bounding through the door. In her hand, she's holding a sheet of paper. Sorry, I'm here. That's okay. Welcome back. And Sayori spins over to Monica and deposits the sheet onto Monica's desk. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is adorable. Take my hand. Take my hand. Take my hand, take me forward, take me to your dreamland. Caution me to watch my step so I can't look back at my footprints. Climb the stairs ahead of me while I look up to you. The more I look forward, the more I look up, the more I can lend to you. If you can trust me to follow your pace, I'll trust you to set it. If you can trust me to lend you a smile, I'll trust you to return it. Take my hand, take me forward, take me to your dreamland. Hey, this is really good. You wrote this, Sayori? Of course. Wait, no. That's the wrong side of the paper. Huh? I wasn't ready to share that yet. I'm so embarrassed. Monica flips over the paper. Written on the other side is a list of ideas for recruiting new club members. Oh, so this is what you meant to show me. But I'm curious now. Do you write poetry often? I do, but I'm sure I'm nowhere near as good at it as you are. Really? I'm actually terrible at writing poetry. I've never written anything that I was happy with. Like, I always read it again after a week after I write it, and I'm like, wow, this is stupid. Feels. I mean, like, I have come across old folders that have some of the horrible, well, not just like desktop folders that I've found that's really old stuff, but I mean in the house folders, and my poetry in middle school sucked so bad. I don't know. It's like the dramatic version of me doesn't agree with the person I want myself to be. Or something like that. Oh, you should have more confidence in yourself. You're the president of the literature. I'm gonna say it that way. You're a president of the literature club. I guess you're not wrong there. I need to, like, set a good example or whatever. You know, I can envision the club doing something like that. Doing what? You know, like sharing poems we write and stuff like that. Oh yeah. That didn't sound very happy, but oh yeah, I would love that. It's such a good way to learn about other people, you know? It's like we have so many emotions that we can't express to other people usually, but you can when it's in a poem, right? I mean, unless it's you're around other edgy bitches that decide to see how much they can out-edge each other. Yeah, I think that's helping me form a more cohesive vision for the club. I'm so glad you showed me. Well, even though it was by accident. Me too. I felt embarrassed at first, but now it feels kind of good that someone else read that. I'll try and show you more of them in the future. I'd love that. Oh jeez, I'm getting distracted. Do you want to go over this recruitment brainstorm together? My brainstormed so hard. It was like a brain hurricane. My brain is a natural disaster. Sorry, that's terrible. Anyway, let's take a look at the list. Make cupcakes. I was hungry. But it's a good idea, isn't it? Let me think about this. I mean, when would we have the chance to give people cupcakes? You know, like when they come into the club. What if we said, what if we said we had free cupcakes on the flyers? I'm, like, kind of worried that would bring in the wrong kinds of people, you know? Wrong kinds? People who would just come for the cupcakes and then leave. Oh, nobody would do that. That would be so mean. But you know, I want to find people who are really into literature, even if they don't know it yet. Let's see, the next thing on the list is hunt for people reading books. I don't think I get it. Like, going around the school and finding people who are reading books, you know? Like, in the morning or during lunch. We tell them to check out the literature club. Well, the problem with that is, like, wouldn't most people reading books just want to be doing it for an assignment or something? Blasphemy! How would we know if they're just reading for fun? Look at the book that they're reading? Well, we could ask them. But then we'd be bothering people who are trying to do schoolwork. I didn't think about that part. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. You're coming up with a lot more things than I can. Oh, your next idea is to hand out flyers rather than just putting them up on the wall. I'll definitely like to start doing that. You know, more litter. I'm useful. I never said you weren't. I just need to think. What would we tell people when handing them out? If you're gonna throw them on the floor, I mean, don't throw them on the floor. Throw them in the trash can if you don't want to read this flyer. Hey, Kentucky Fried Jelly. How are you doing? I don't want to be just like, join the literature club. Let's figure out how we can better engage people. What if you told them about the club activities and stuff? What club activities? Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be my job to come up with that, right? Nah, club president. A vision for the club. Okay, Sayori, pretend you're a normal person for a second. I mean, good job, Monica. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. You know, like a random passerby who's getting a flyer. How would you react to the idea of a literature club? Probably like, literature is stupid. I'm joining the anime club. What the heck? Sorry. I was just thinking of a friend of mine. Okay. What if I said we were like doing group reading and discussing it together? I would probably nap through that. If that's you, Sayori. Yeah, but that doesn't really sound fun to most people anyway. We need to really catch their interest, you know? Ugh, this sucks. Why is this so hard? Monica? Don't be sad. What do you like about literature, Sayori? Me? Well, kind of what I said about the poem earlier. I think it gives you a chance to express yourself. Like, express yourself in ways you can't normally do when you're just doing your normal day and talking to your friends. I mean, we all have so many thoughts and feelings that we just don't get to share, you know? It's like intimate. Yeah. How do we get that across to people? We could be like, express your true self. Be intimate with us. No, Sayori. Okay, that's kind of Monica. I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. What is it? I forgot all about my things in my classroom. I must have gotten too excited and rushed here. Silly me. Yeah, I do too. I absolutely do. Rushed? But were you? Never mind. Did you want to get your stuff then? I'll forget it if I don't do it now. Well, I'll wait for you then. Okay, it'll only take a second. Sayori dashes out of the room, leaving Monica momentarily alone. Monica sighs and starts jotting down her thoughts on a sheet of paper. Express yourself. Be who you want to be. Make new friends. But keep the old. Discover a new you. Discover your heart. No. Write your heart out. No. Write into your heart. Write the way into your heart. Join the literature club. Write the way into your heart. Cheesy. Wow, that's lame. Yeah, join the army. You can kill other people in the army. No, it's in the Navy. Wow, that's lame. Monica! You startled me. Sorry, but it's something important. On the way to my classroom, there was a girl reading a book. Reading a book. Let's hurry and recruit her. Wait, are you sure she's not doing homework? I could tell she was really into it. Well, I guess we could take a look, like a pack of, you know, lions. Well, pride of lions. Monica grabs one of her flyers and stands up from her desk. Then the two depart the classroom with Sayori leading the way. This way! You don't have to run. Don't have to scare the poor child. Sayori leads Monica over to a particular classroom, then lowers her voice to a whisper. We are stalking our prey. See? In here! Monica peers through the window. Sure enough, there's a girl sitting alone, intently reading a book. I feel like a creep doing this. Shh! Watch her prey. You should go inside and talk to her. Me? You're the president, and I would probably scare her away. Yeah, but bind that energy up a bit. Okay, fine. I'll do it. Monica takes a deep breath, then timidly enters the classroom. That was so fast! My gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Why? What happened? Well, I entered the classroom and she didn't even look up from her book. So I kinda just left the flyer on her desk and then walked out. That's kinda cute. I'm sure she'll see it and want to join the club. Hope so. Shall we head back now? The two head back to the club room, Sayori feeling rather accomplished, and Monica still feeling a bit embarrassed by the encounter. You would think Monica wouldn't have this problem because she's a part of the debate club, and you have to be very, confrontational. Or at least argue your ideas well. Or willing to argue your ideas. Look, you don't have to argue them well, even though you're supposed to learn how to in a debate club. Upon returning, Monica and Sayori resume their strategy meeting. They discuss various different kinds of recruitment tactics, from professional to silly. After going through Sayori's list, and with Monica coming up with the ideas of her own, the two ended up in a better spot than from where they began. Well, I would say today was pretty okay. Patience. Tongue twisters. Well, manga is literature, so. Tongue twisters. Seashells by the seashore. Okay, come on. Well, I would say today was pretty productive, wasn't it? Yeah, I think we're starting to make progress. I can't wait to get some new members. Hey, what's this? Sayori peers at the sheet of paper Monica was jolting on earlier. Oh, don't mind that. I was just thinking to myself. Join the literature club. Right the way into your heart. That's so cute! I thought it was a little overdramatic, but... So Sayori pauses and thinks for a moment. You know, I don't think you give yourself enough credit. What? What do you mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like I can tell from talking to you today. It seems like you're always afraid of doing something wrong. Yeah, but... Would you call yourself a perfectionist? Yeah. Yeah, I definitely am. I mean, I've always had an idea in my head of how I want things to go, and it's like I can't accept anything less than that. But I think in the end, it helps me try my hardest at everything. So I don't think it's a bad thing. Like with this club, we have such an opportunity to make it into exactly how we envision it. But it feels like we only have one shot, one opportunity, one shot at it. So I'm just really afraid of it deviating from that. The vision, but you don't have a vision completely yet. So what's the vision? It's... Monica pauses to think and then shakes her head to herself. She sighs. I don't know. Just want everyone to... Monica trails off. Smiling, Sayori taps her finger against the sheet of paper. Right the way into your heart. I think what you're trying to do is to make the club that you need the most out of everyone. Well, you're the one that knows yourself best, of course. But I'm here to help you. I don't know what kind of walking tour Sayori's voice is going through, and just general statement of jokes on that one. Of how it's sort of amazing how kind you are. We're really gonna make this the best club ever. Sayori nods and the two of them remain silent for a moment, lost in thought. Hey, I made Sayori's voice closer to my VV voice, didn't I? And then I tried to make Natsuki more nasally. Nah. The only sound is a steady whisper of the air conditioner. 1 second. Sorry about that. Let's hope the audio works again. Yeah. And the only movement in the afternoon sun is the afternoon sunlight trickling its way in and out of the moving clouds. So Ori breaks the moment with a big yawn. Time to go home? You tell me. You're the president. In that case, today's meeting is officially over. I look forward to tomorrow. Me too. Sayori beams and grabs her things. You can go on ahead. I need a few minutes still. Oh, I can wait. It's alright. I just want some alone time. In that case... Sayori waves enthusiastically at Monica. Good luck! Monica smiles and waves in return as Sayori spins her way out of the club room. All alone, she sighs to herself and takes a moment to zone out. She wasn't prepared for the self-reflection encouraged by Sayori, but she decides it was something she probably needed right about now. The club that I need the most. I don't get it. I just wanted to start a club with more passion. Something that I could use to help lead people to happiness. Literature is the key to that. Because it's the window to the real person inside of us. Underneath the person who's forced to always smile and blend in. The person who's forced to be perfect. Monica suddenly notices a folder on the floor by her desk. Did Sayori leave this behind? I hope it doesn't have her homework in it. Worried, Monica opens the folder to check. Poems. It's a folder of poems. Oh look, it's the poem that Sayori performed when she was called up to the thing. Become the flower. A feeling of joy is a flower plucked from the ground. The color, the scent, it's so pretty in my hair. Every day I pluck from some flowers as though they grew just for me. A lifetime of peace and nourishment yanked away in an instant. All for me. All for joy. I need more. I need more joy. I need more happy. Pluck, pluck, pluck. Every day. Pluck, pluck, pluck. So pretty in my hair. Pluck, pluck, pluck. You're going to die. And you too. Beneath my feet, a flower stands alone. It beckons to me. I twist the stem, freeing it from its clinging roots. Caress the final joyous moment between my fingers. But to what ends? And I look in every direction. I look in every direction. And the field I stand in, the prosperous field, is a barren wasteland. The fruits of my labor, the carnage of my joy. And that is why... fuck. Did not mean to... God damn it. But no, you know what I'm gonna... It won't let me say. Fuck. Sayori? Oh, it does let me go back there. I didn't mean to read that. There. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's some mail stuff, but it should be under pictures. Yep. Nope. Nope, no, no, no. Take my hand. Yep, here. The carnage of my joy, and that's why I've decided I must become the flower. I mean, the beautiful thing about the side stories, and I will praise them till the, like, ends of the universe, is, first of all, it shows a realistic portrayal of mental illness, of social anxiety, and social, I guess, social maladaptive traits that both teenagers and many adults go through. And it's just really, really good. It isn't horror like the original game, but it's absolutely gorgeous. Another day passes in a flash. Although Monica should have come up with a plan for today's club's task, she hasn't been able to shake her guilt and anxiety after reading Sayori's poem. 1 second. Again. If I remember what's coming up next, I'm taking a drink of tea because my throat is gonna be having a bit of a workout. Hey, Cheese! We're doing the side stories that came with Plus. So basically, an understanding is, these are, experimental worlds created by a company, and for one of them, of course, they allowed one entity, which was Monica, to realize that she was in a simulation, but this is what the simulation would be if it played out that they didn't realize that they were, Monica didn't realize that it was a simulation. I'm so stupid. How could I let myself be the center of attention? Sayori is going through all these kinds of feelings, and I'm letting her comfort me instead of the other way around. What kind of club president does that? I mean, most club presidents. However, as a friend, that is a totally different subject. You've literally known her for 3 days. And you're lucky, probably, that you got even that much out of her. Because depressed people don't like to show it. So much for the stupid vision. Sayori enters the club with her usual smile. But upon seeing the downcast Monica, her smile quickly fades into an expression of concern. Monica? Is everything okay? I'm really sorry. She's awesome, by the way, in the side stories. I'm such a terrible friend. Huh? What are you talking about? You're an amazing friend. Monica shakes her head. I made this all about myself. Even you said so yesterday. You told me that I'm trying to make the club that I need the most, right? But my problems are so trivial compared to yours. Sayori responds quietly. What are you talking about? But as she says that, her face darkens. Through the silence, Sayori mutters her realization. Left my folder here. Monica stares blankly ahead, unable to come up with a response. I wasn't ready to share those. Now you're worrying about me. I don't want that. But why? We're friends, right? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Friends look out for each other, but friends also can realize when they're in over their heads and need to send somebody to a therapist. Or should figure out. I want to be here for you as much as you're here for me. Another long moment passes in silence. The air is incredibly heavy. This is different. It wasn't just about you yesterday. It was about the club. Besides, things were so happy yesterday. You don't need to do all... Nah, you... Why am I having a hard time reading today? You don't need to do all of this Seashells by the seashore. Many mumbling mice making merry music in the moonlight. Mighty nice. Mommy made me mash my M&Ms. Mommy made me mash my M&Ms. Mommy made me mash my M&Ms. Oh yeah. Definitely. You don't need to do this all of a sudden. I don't want it. I like happy. Oh. Okay, karaoke works about warming up. Okay, what song you thinking? Sorry. Kentucky, that's one of the redeems. What song you thinking? Your reality doki. I really shouldn't have been surprised on that one, actually. Yeah, that's one of the redeems. I have a list of the songs on the channel below. If you see any songs you like. Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you. The ink flows down into a dark puddle. Just move your hand right the way into his heart. In this world of infinite choices, what will it take just to find that special day? What will it take just to find that special day? Bum, bum, bum. Have I found everybody a fun assignment to do today? When you're here, everything that we do is fun for them anyway. I can't even write my own feelings. What good are words when a smile says it all? And if this world won't write me an ending, what will it take for me to have it all? Does my pen only write bitter words for those who are dear to me? Is it love if I take you? Is it love if I set you free? The ink flows down into a dark puddle. How can I write love into reality? If I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat, what do you call love in your reality? And in your reality, if I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be. I haven't had karaoke in a while other than yesterday, which was singing happy birthday to someone, so yay! But yeah, I'm kind of good at mimicking other people singing, at least for females. I'm not... You have no clue how many times I've been copyright claimed for Evanescence, Bring Me to Life. Right, Cheese? Yeah. All right. Back. I like happy. So, if you do this, and you're just being selfish. Monica massages her head, struggling through the frustration of such a paragraph. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I've been... how's the mic, by the way? Because I've been fiddling with it to try and do better with singing and for talking, because there was a crisp, I mean, a kind of crinkling sound on one of the ones that Genshin Impact streams I did recently, which made me sad, because it was a really good stream. It wasn't just Twitch, it was YouTube. So it was both Twitch and YouTube that decided to. Okay, thank you on the mic thing. Oh, did you hear that announcement? It's about announcement about Twitch that they're not penalizing any creator who does cross-platform streaming. The new CEO of Twitch is a very interesting guy. Anyways. It's understandable that Sayori isn't ready to share certain things. But as unfair it is for Monica to pry, it's also painful for Monica to force herself to ignore the needs of her friend. It's been 3 days. Yes. Sorry I looked. Disrespected your privacy. No, I don't blame you for looking. You would have at least needed to check if it was mine. Yeah. Monica takes a deep breath. Okay. I understand that you don't want me to worry. And I think I'll be able to put this aside so we can move on. But can you promise me something? Promise you what? Monica pauses to collect her thoughts. I know, I was surprised too. It was at TwitchCon in Las Vegas that it was announced. Like today. He was on the stage talking about it. But then again, the last CEO, like, I don't think I ever saw a picture of him, if that says anything about how involved he was with the company. Monica pauses to collect her thoughts. This is the Literature Club, a place where people can express themselves in ways that life normally doesn't allow them to. That's the vision. In fact, it's our vision. Write the way into your heart or whatever. So I just want you to promise me that you'll remember that too. Well, the other thing, the thing that he mentioned in the broadcast was he was talking about how a lot of the time, he was talking to top creators, is they had already started allowing creators to live stream to was it Instagram or TikTok, and that apparently brought the creators said that actually brought more people onto Twitch from streaming there, so that they could have more interaction ability in the sense of the add-ons and extensions. So it doesn't have to be right now, but I want to be here for you when you need it. I want us to be ourselves like that. Sayori smiles gently. I'll promise if you promise. Unable to help it, Monica returns Sayori's smile. I promise. Me too. As the conversation closes, the mood in the room is lifted. With that behind them, it's time to proceed with club activities. So, want to teach me about poetry? Huh? But what about recruitment? It's fine. We have plenty of time for that. Right now, I feel like I want to do this. I mean, I do have to fulfill my end of the promise, you know? There's no way I could say no to that. Just don't expect... I do a lot of writing, but it's not like I'm a scholar or anything. That's fine. I think I just need, like, some motivation. Never know where to start when it comes to writing poems. Starting isn't so hard. You just kind of need to write down your feelings and see where it takes you. Yeah, but that wouldn't come out as any good. It's not supposed to. You're going to have to fight your perfectionist mind on this one. You can start by writing your feelings and seeing what kinds of things it makes you think of. And then you can turn your feelings into a little story. You can get your feelings down first and then make it sound pretty later. It's not like building a railroad where you go from one end to the other. It's more like a collage where you find all the things you want to put in it and then you arrange them in a pretty way. You do that with books as well, because that's what I've been doing with my writing. At least, that's how I do it. It's not like it's the only way. It's a really good way not to get stuck right at the beginning. I understand. Yeah, I always get so caught up in how it sounds that I forget what's actually important. Monica pulls out a pen and paper to start writing on. Stop being a perfectionist. The very good start, 10 out of 10. You idiot. I love you, Monica. I'm just kidding. Monica scribbles out the "you idiot" after she writes it down. I do that too with my writing. You idiot is actually a nicer insult. No, keep it. Why? Are you calling me an idiot? Of course not. The point is that you're not supposed to police your feelings, right? Be as dramatic as you want. But I was just... Well, yeah. This is a good suggestion for brainstorming when you're writing things. Just literally kind of zone out and write whatever comes to mind. And yes, perfectionism does lead to badness. You know what's even worse is what I have, which is I'm a fucking procrastinator with being a perfectionist. Now tell me how well my school life went. Underneath the scribble, Monica rewrites "you idiot." She stares at the paper. Her words stare back at her, menacingly. It doesn't say menacing up there, I just felt like... Kind of funny how I wrote down what I'm mad at myself for. And I did the exact thing anyway. This is really gonna take some getting used to. I believe in you. Thanks. I do too. Me, I mean. But of course, but also you, of course. Monica continues the exercise, jotting down her thoughts. It's surprisingly quite a struggle to write without overthinking it. It took me years, and I still fuck that over. But after a while, with Sayori's guidance and encouragement, Monica's sheet of paper begins to look fairly lively, peppered with all her random thoughts. Phew. Monica looks up and down at her sheet. Gosh, I feel so tense looking at this. I hate it. It's also kind of liberating. I can tell how hard you're trying. It makes me happy. I think you'll be good at writing poems. Don't give me too much credit. I'd have to try really, really hard at it. Or you can just practice. But I think it's something I'll enjoy doing. With you. Sayori beams. I'll stop here, but we still have time. Let's try and work on a new flyer for the club. I won't be so picky about the language. Yay! Let's do it! Monica and Sayori proceed with their work. With each passing day, the two of them become more and more confident in the club. Not simply from their recruitment planning, but from their vision as well. As their bond strengthens, so does the essence of the literature club. Finally, they begin to feel it's only a matter of time before they find new members. Okay. Clearing throat. I'm sure what's coming up next. Another day passes. As usual, Monica is the first one in the club room. With her is a printout of the revised Literature Club flyer, complete with all the new ideas Monica and Sayori came up with. Only this was the flyer we gave that one reading girl the other day. So much more attractive than the old one. But the new catchphrase is featured clearly in the center of the flyer. Write the way into your heart. Surely common sense would say that one writes from the heart, not into the heart. I mean, if you're being very sadistic, you could. But the message being delivered is that one could use writing to discover themselves. Hopefully, Monica and Sayori had thought that it would be enough to garner some curiosity from the students. Why do I feel so tense looking at this? Monica looks back to the previous meeting when she performed the writing exercise. Was I always this bad at expressing myself? How am I supposed to be president if I can't even demonstrate what the club is supposed to be about? It's a learning experience. I mean, you're not an adult. You don't start off, especially since it's club, being able to do everything. Even adults. That applies to adults too. The literature club is truly beginning to take form, but with that, the weight on Monica's shoulders only becomes heavier. The debate club was always about rigid structure, formulating airtight, tight points and counterpoints and delivering them with conviction. It was about the person on the outside. How? Because debates come from kind of, if you, the idea is for, just no. That's why Monica was so good at it. It existed entirely within her realm of comfort. Suffocating. I need to break through this mental wall. I need to learn to express myself. For real. Monica pulls out a sheet of paper and grabs her pen. She presses the tip of the pen firmly against the paper. But her hand doesn't move. Instead, a tiny blot of ink collects around the tip of her pen. Monica lifts her pen and stares at the little blotch. For some reason, she feels compelled to run her finger across it. And as she does, the black ink smears across the paper, ruining Monica's canvas. I don't know, my art teacher would consider that not ruining it. Out of spite for herself, Monica presses her pen down again, letting the ink collect. She creates a second smear on the paper. Come on, Monica. Move your hand. Monica writes. This is what I get for seeking perfection. A stain. I mean, to be fair, ink artwork is pretty, especially if you, Monica slides the paper away from her and puts her head down on the desk. The air conditioner seems louder today. I'm here! Hi! Monica hears Ori approach her desk, then stop for a second, probably reading the piece of paper. She then sits down at the adjacent desk. Bad day? Wrong voice. Bad day? Me too. Yeah, I know, right? Best poem. Absolutely best poem here. You too? The new flyers look good. God, I keep on recognizing the fact that I'm using a different voice for her. Baby. You've been working so hard on the club, but also something else, I think. I can't do it. I'm sorry. It's so hard to be vulnerable. Sayori takes the sheet of paper from Monica's desk. She writes something down, then stares at it for a while. Can I trust you? Of course. You can trust me with anything. Since this isn't the creepy version of this realm. Sayori gazes at Monica with sadness in her eyes. Understanding the signal, Monica takes the paper from Sayori's desk and reads it. Sometimes I want to die. Sayori. This is really, really hard for me. Yeah, I know, nobody can be trusted. Well, it was Monica's fiddling with all the attributes. Her voice shakes. So, I can do it? And you can too, because you're like a million times better than me. That's completely not true. Sayori takes a deep breath, trying to steady herself. That's something about me that I've never told anyone before. Even now, my head is like screaming at me to stop. Wait, you don't have to force yourself. I mean, just because it's the promise yesterday. Yeah. The thing said it was weeks ago that they formed together this thing, but now it's saying just yesterday they made the promise. What's the time frame on this? But then again, this is a virtual world.
I want to. It just feels right. I mean, maybe it's part of the reason I came to this club in the first place. This is the literature club. I trust you more than I'm scared.
At these words, Monica stands up. Sayori must have taken days to work up the courage for this. Were Monica's own futile but genuine efforts to actually push Sayori needed? Sayori's deliberate breaths can be heard over the air conditioner. As she prepares to continue herself to continue, Monica waits in gentle silence.
I have this problem. I get really upset when people worry too much about me. Can't control it. It's like, why waste your energy worrying about me when you can just be happy instead? So, I never tell anyone about these kinds of thoughts I have. It's so much easier just to smile and help everyone else be happy. But that's
terrible. That's what Monica wants to say, but she stops herself in fear of saying the wrong thing.
It's just that if everyone knew about it, they wouldn't treat me the same anymore. It's like whenever I'm not smiling, everyone would worry about me and ask what's wrong.
Come on. I know it doesn't.
I know that because he used to be like that.
Sayori pauses, seeming to recall something in the past.
I just want everyone to be happy.
The problem... why this hits so profoundly deep with me about these character stories is there are absolutely so many fucking aspects of each of these characters that are me. Well, not just self-destructive, it's maladaptive as well.
The most important thing to me. And letting people look inside my head doesn't bring happiness to anyone.
Oh, definitely. Sayori pauses again. Her solemn expression makes her look almost like an entirely different person. How did you find the courage to tell me this? You're not worried I'll be one of those people too?
I'm worried. Part of me really hates myself for doing this. Part of me, I think, just feels like it would be different this time. Whenever we talk about what the club is supposed to mean, I kept feeling like it was right for me to do. Especially after you've been trying so hard to express yourself too. Made me feel like I could say it in confidence. And our friendship doesn't have to change. So silly. The club is only 2 people. Sayori means this much to me.
Monica feels a tightening sensation in her heart. A feeling of connection as Sayori's emotions radiate between them.
Me too.
I was so lost until you showed up. You're so brave, Sayori. You're so strong and brave. Don't even compare. Monica steps forward. But if nothing else, can I at least offer you some hug energy? If you like. Wordlessly and without a smile, Sayori rests her forehead on Monica's shoulder. Through their contact, Monica can almost feel the torrent of thoughts swimming in Sayori's head. And in this moment, enchanted by the air of the club, Monica realizes that all the days that have passed, this is the one where she really, really hopes that nobody new walks through the door. Yeah. Oh yeah. Speak softly.
You're like the sweetest girl I've ever met. You can say anything. I'll never judge you. Promise. Sayori's breath begins to quiver. She takes several breaths, trying as hard as she can to start speaking, to say things she never once dared to say aloud. Finally, she speaks in a choked voice. I'm so worthless. I'm worthless, and everybody would be better off without me. She suppresses a sob as tears fall down her cheek. I'm just an inconvenience to everyone. I'm not good at anything. It just feels like everyone has to put up with me. I hate it. Hate it! The more Sayori speaks, the more she fails to control her voice, falling victim to the overwhelming sadness clutching at her throat and chest. I don't want to have these thoughts. I want them to go away. I'm making you put up with me, and I just want to die. As soon as Sayori... Okay, stupid computer. Stop. As soon as Sayori loses her composure, Monica becomes determined to keep her own. She only wants to be what Sayori needs right now, so she won't let any sadness show. Her voice comes through as soft and gentle. This isn't putting up with you. It's just being your friend. Monica offers a few words of comfort, but she knows, Sayori said it herself, that the thoughts Sayori experiences are the ones that don't belong. And Monica can't magically make them go away. The most she can do is to help Sayori battle them like any good friend would. You have so much value. To me, and to your other friends, too. Love wouldn't have been the same without you. Really, really mean that. You coming here was the best thing that could ever have happened. Even if we never got any other members, I would still be happy. That's what you brought here. You brought us a vision, and you also brought happiness. That's your favorite thing to do, right? Sayori doesn't respond, but Monica feels her gently nod. No more words are needed between them. The two share their embrace for a while longer, Monica letting Sayori take as much time as she needs. Once her breathing steadies and her sniffles fully cease, Sayori lifts her head and wipes her eyes. I guess I needed that. I'm mad because I can't seem to keep the same voice for them today for some strange reason, and it feels like I should. Because this is important. I guess I needed that. Some days are harder than others. Well, I'm here whenever you need me. But any other time, I'll make sure that things are the way they usually are. If that's what makes you happy. Thanks. You're the best. No, you are. The two exchange smiles. You know, I'm sorry to bring this up all of a sudden, but have you considered talking to a professional? Thank you! This is an important thing. Sayori nods. It's scary. It's already so hard to tell people. Yeah. Well, of course it will always be your choice. But if you're ever looking to find courage for it, I can do my best to help you. Thanks. I think it helps knowing that you would. Sayori suddenly yawns and stretches. Wow, that made me tired. And hungry. Well, I won't make you do any work today if you're not up for it. No, I want to. I mean, I can say that's definitely one thing that makes me happy. Monica smiles. But I might want to get a snack first. All of a sudden, the sound of the door causes the two of them to turn their heads. The door opens halfway, then stops. A face peeks inside. Good timing. A face that seems familiar. Now we get to do the southern exit! Yay! Okay, we go through the mail. This was the one. Leave on next week. Contact Rivi if you need to schedule server time, but I expect my jobs to run for a few days. Since we've collected so much data, how about we arrange a meeting to discuss the results when we return? Thank
Thank you, everyone who worked so hard on the control simulation. I can't imagine how tedious it must have been to so delicately hide Monica's elevated permissions from her without disrupting our connection to the VM. Just to clarify, all recordings labeled side stories are part of the control simulation, right? I've noticed some details of the characters' lives here and there that differ a bit from those in the VM1, even trivial ones. It's part of a butterfly effect. Is it a part of a butterfly effect from some of Monica's more fundamental changes? Or is it just a result of her messing around with the other characters in VM1 as her own experiment or for fun? So if I'm keeping track, we have like 5 different universes in total, with 3 or 4 of them created and then destroyed by Monica, of course. It's funny because I keep wanting to speculate on which one's the real universe, but in reality, they all are. Real as ours is anyways. Yeah, hardy har har, meta meta meta. The club meeting suddenly is interrupted by the sound of the door, causing Monica and Sayori to turn their heads. The door opens halfway, then stops. A face peeks in. A face that seems familiar.
Hi, Yuri.
Sayori's eyes widen, recognizing the girl. She very conspicuously mouths to Monica.
It's her! It's the girl!
It's true. The girl standing in the doorway is none other than the girl Sayori had come across reading alone in a classroom. Thanks to Monica leaving a flyer on her desk, it seems she found her way to the club.
Are you here for the literature club, by any chance? Am I in the wrong place?
No, you're not. This is a literature club. Please come inside. The girl fully steps in the door, but continues standing against the wall, avoiding eye contact. Sayori continues to fail containing her excitement.
It's happening! Oh my gosh!
Thank you so much for coming. Sorry it's a little empty. I'm Monica, and this is Sayori, and we run the literature club, even though it's just us so far. But, what's your name, anyway? What's your name, by the way? I'd like to join your club.
Already?
Wait, really? Are you sure? I should be good enough. Everyone is welcome here. You don't have to be good enough. Oh. Do you want to have a seat? We'd love to get to know you. The girl nods, sliding over to a nearby desk, gently sitting down.
So, what's your name?
Southern accent. Yuri?
I'm Sayori, and this is Monica.
Sayori, nice to meet you. Do you like fantasy?
Like books?
Yuri looks at Monica. Fantasy is cool. Yes, and have you heard of Annabelle Depot? No, but have you heard of Charles D. Lint? He is awesome. But he's urban fantasy, but he's awesome. I love his stuff. I can't say I have. Oh, which, if you couldn't tell, Charles D. Lint is my favorite author. Oh, well, she's my favorite author. I'm on a 5th book, and it's just... Yuri grins and presses her knuckles against her cheeks in joy. You can borrow my books, I won't mind. You're really in for an incredible experience. Monica stammers, completely caught off guard by the way Yuri is taking control of the conversation. She glances sideways at Yuri, silently asking for help.
I'd love to. Sounds like you're really into them, so they must be great.
I'm so happy I found this club. Oh, I'm so stupid. I left all my other books in my locker. I should have brought them. Yuri quickly stands up. I'll be right back. I'll go get them for you.
You probably only need to bring one for now.
Sayori nervously says, noting herself the considerable heftiness of the book that Yuri set down on her desk. You know, in all the years that I had lockers in school, I never actually used them. I carried all my fucking books with me, including the art books that I was using, including the reading books that I was doing, including the school books, so it weighed about 40 pounds, give or take. Okay. I'll go get the first one then. Yuri exits the club room in a flash, leaving Monica and Sayori silently exchanging glances. Oh my god. I wasn't prepared for this. How do I handle someone so intense? I have, like, no experience with fantasy. Well, often the lockers weren't big enough to fit much in them anyways, and, also the luck of it, at least the middle school was relatively small. The first high school I went to, my luck had it that my locker was stuck in a hallway that I would never go down for any of my classes. And they had such a limited amount of time for you to get around the through that school. But it just was like one of those things of, the second high school I went to, I don't think they even had lockers. Basically, they were literally a week before, or they hadn't, they might have assigned it and I didn't know. Literally, the building of it was delayed and all this other problem stuff with rain and weather and stuff. Literally, the week before we went to go, literally the week before class started, we went there to register me. And there still was no working power. As for locker inspections, at my first high school I went to, yeah, they had those. In fact, I can remember a time there was a lockdown because somebody had a gun in theirs. Well, reportedly had a gun in it, and apparently the person, okay, I've heard the rest of this through the grapevine because nobody was arrested and nothing went wrong. It was when the security officers came by to check everybody. He had the actual gun on him, but he managed to hand it off to his friend who had already been searched by the security officers. So nobody actually found him with the gun. Anyways, I have, like, no experience with fantasy, except maybe stuff that I read when I was a kid. That's probably like a joke compared to what she's into.
I'm sure it's fine. In fact, I think it's neat that we have different people in here or into different types of kinds of literature. It'll be fun to learn from each other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but what if this is her only interest? Doesn't it kind of seem like that? I mean, she has an interest in knives and cutting herself. I would love that, man.
Monica, don't you think you should be more optimistic? You have a new club member. There shouldn't be room for anything but happy. I'm excited to get to know her more, aren't you?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for being so hasty. I just got really anxious all of a sudden. It's because you're afraid.
It's because you're afraid of not being able to take the lead.
What the heck? It's kind of scary how you can point things out like that, Sayori.
I just like learning what makes people happy or sad.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? You'd probably be great at helping Yuri feel comfortable here. We had knife instances, we had gun incidents. Well, that was the only gun incidents that I knew of, but we've had both ones we had knife incidences, and we had crazy girls who, in choir class, I was there because this is how I know. One of the girls said something sarcastic to another of the girls, and the girl grabbed that other girl's neck and slammed her head repeatedly into the risers. Anyways, maybe you could take a break from helping me with the administrative stuff and just focus on spending time with her.
Yay! That's exactly what I want to do. Besides,
Sayori lowers her voice,
I'm probably gonna need all the time I can get.
Oh, tell me about it. She taps her finger against a dauntingly chunky book. Yuri left sitting on the desk. Right afterwards, the door opens to reveal Yuri's return. I'm back! Her breath is slightly heavy, which, combined with her short time gone, indicates she may have ran at least part of the way. She makes her way over to the Sayori and sets the book down on her desk. Just as Sayori feared, the book Yuri brought for her is just about equal in size to the one already on Yuri's desk. Well, there's probably a few things you should know before getting started on it. There are some things that are more explained in other books that take place in the same universe, so going over those would be good to keep you from getting confused at the start. This is like somebody trying to show me, Warhammer lore. Or there's a book, I think Mists, that's kind of based on the game, or was the game based on it? Mist? Good, those books had a lot of footnotes, and also Dune. I never actually finished Dune. I didn't finish the movie. Well, the original movie. I haven't seen the new movie stuff. But it's old high fantasy kind of. We have footnotes, we have all the fun stuff, and, you know, appendices. Sayori nervously interjects. Well, I was thinking maybe today we could just get to know each other a little bit more. You know, I think, like, if we're going to be reading things together, then I would like that. From across the room, Monica smiles and nods at Sayori while Yuri isn't looking. Oh, okay. Yuri sits down and then looks at her book, then glances around the room, showing no indication she has anything more to add. So, what made you decide to you wanted to join the club? Well, I like reading, so I was immediately interested. I had no idea that someone was starting a literature club, but that's my fault, since I haven't been paying attention to any of the club recruitment advertisements. I only found out because Yuri glanced over to Monica. Monica? Monica came into my classroom and put the flyer on my desk. Suddenly, Yuri's face darkens and she shakes her head at herself. I was so stupid, I got too nervous and couldn't even look up, so she just walked out. It took me several days just to come here because I was afraid Monica told everyone how inconsiderate I was, but I decided it was probably irrational. This level of overthinking? Yeah, that's some of the voices in my head. Wait. No, that was totally my fault. I felt so bad about interrupting you that I just, walked out. I was actually really hoping that you would come by. Yuri exhales in relief. Exhales. I always seem to interpret things as the worst possible scenario. Shut up, other voice in my mind. Well, I was really nervous to come here for some other reasons too, such as there being too many people. I mean, do you see all the people in this room? They're invisible, they're staring at you. Does that make you uncomfortable? Not that I mind that much, but I have a really hard time to meet a large number of new people at once. Mood. So it's actually amazing that it's just the two of you. I definitely came at the right time. Yes, it is exhausting. And basically, you have to figure out how to ground yourself and figure out at what points that they're worse and what points that they're better, in the sense of what level of stress will cause it to, for me, more or less to appear. And then at what, when it first starts appearing, and then at what point it's gotten to the extreme point where I'm not sleeping because of it. And try and calm whatever's causing me the stress, or try and calm myself any way I can to bring it back to a general okay level.
Oh, that makes me happy.
Wow, we're teaching people about how to do mental health.
I'm so proud of you for working up the courage to come.
Yuri smiles warmly to herself. I never really had the privilege of sharing my interests with others before. So hard to find others who are in the same things as I am, except online. Just do what I do, not do it. Yeah, I know, right? Say, I am not a licensed psychiatrist. I am not a licensed therapist. This is what I figured out. Well, I've been under the care of both of those, but not currently. But this is what we've kind of worked out for me. That doesn't mean that it will work out for you. Therefore, what? This is a disclaimer. So I thought the literature club would provide a chance for me to do that. And also, I study it on stuff like this online just to see if I can find different tricks and tips for myself, not for you. Disclaimer.
What kind of other things are you into?
Like genres?
I don't know, just anything, even if it's not literature.
Oh, just things you would think are dumb. So, Sayori pauses, a look of concern on her face.
How about I'll tell you about something I'm into, and then you can tell me about something you're into.
I suppose that will be okay.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty into like crafty things, like making cute little collages or decorating things, like cards or jewelry boxes. My room's always cluttered with different random stuff because I keep buying things to make gifts for my friends. But then I put it off till the last minute. So yeah, it's something kind of silly I'm into.
You sound quite creative.
Not that much. It's just you'd be surprised by how much you can do with scissors, glue, and stuff.
So I have to share something that I'm into, right? I'm into now, right? Yes, this is the rules of the engagement of this conversation. Nothing autistic about her that I'm not recognizing. Well, I guess I'm into nature.
I love nature. Monica, I'm gonna start a nature club.
No, you're not. You're stuck here with me now.
I'm not.
Oh, yeah? Well, I hereby appoint you as vice president of the literature club. There, now you're stuck with me.
Hey, don't give me responsibilities. Oh, I'm sorry, Yuri. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I would say, she's low energy when it involves anything outside of literature. So, Yuri is, so it's kind of overwhelming to see the two of them interact, Sayori and Monica. It's fine. Yuri pauses, feeling awkward after having gotten cut off. I like going out into the woods or to the park or just places where you can walk or sit and not have any people around. Peaceful. It's nice to kind of remove myself from everything that matters and let my race and mind operate autonomously for a while.
When do you like to do that?
Just depends on my mood. After school, on the weekends, whenever I feel I need it, the dark of night.
Wow,
I feel like I would never have the time to do something like that. You know you can come over here, Monica, instead of sitting at the other side of the room. I find we have a lot more time than we think we do, if you don't let it slip through your fingers. The three continue the conversation, led primarily by Sayori, but with Monica chiming in every now and then as well. Therefore, stop sitting away from us. Get over here. Monica had intended to leave it to Sayori and focus on her own work, but she found it difficult not to join in. Therefore, move. Before they knew it, the end of the day was upon them once more.
Oh, looks like we should be wrapping up for today.
So, are you two going to be starting on that book the next club meeting?
That's the plan.
I'm so excited. Sayori beams and Yuri collects her things. Once packed, Yuri wordlessly waves to Sayori and Monica with a gentle smile. Well, she's low energy around other people, but the way that it was described when she was talking about literature and really interested in the well, her interests in literature, she was very high energy. So that seems to be the one thing that she actually puts energy in. Because she ran up to her locker and back, apparently.
Bye!
Yuri exits. Sayori enthusiastically returns her farewell. Once again, Sayori and Monica are left in the club room. Sayori, you're a lifesaver.
I didn't do anything. I just talked. So, besides, it really lifted my mood. It feels nice when I can put my energy towards other people like that. She was really excited to be included, you know? It makes me happy.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind that she'll have a great time here, with you engaging her. How are you feeling about starting the book with her next meeting?
I'm kind of scared, but I think she'll be happy as long as I'm trying my best.
I think you'll do great. After the surprise of a new member, it seems like everyone has their spirits lifted with something new to look forward to. Another school day ends. Swallowing her anxiety, Yuri makes her way to the club room, expecting to be the last one to arrive. As she opens the door, she's surprised to find only Sayori in the club room.
It's club time again! Monica went to the computer lab, so it's just us today. Is that okay?
Yuri silently nods, unable to make eye contact. I'm sorry about yesterday.
Huh?
Sayori tilts her head, unsure what Yuri's talking about. Always disclaimer, I don't sound... Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, no, I can understand that. Well, I mean, the way I got overly excited to share my books and how you had to stop me so we could talk first. I kid you not. I have been so excited about something, to share something, that I forgot to let other people talk as well. So there are bits and pieces of each of these characters that just fit me so well, but I think that some of these are very autistic traits, so. And usually I have to come up to them afterwards, and usually the next day or whatever, and basically apologize. Or usually an hour later or something like that. It was so inconsiderate of me. I got too excited and forgot to think about everyone else in the club, so...
Yuri, you didn't do anything wrong. I thought it was cute how excited you were.
It was adorable. Well, still, I think I changed my mind about the book. We don't have to read it.
Huh? Why?
Because I know you were just humoring me anyway. In retrospective, it's rather obvious that nobody was truly interested. Excuse me.
But if you like it so much, then it must be worth sharing.
No, say, just gonna say, I'm gonna stand on this hill of my mistakes and never back down. I've already decided I'll join the club, so you don't have to try so hard to entice me.
That's not what I was doing.
There, I'm able to keep your... Of course, now that we're out of your storyline, I mean, main storyline, like, you can keep her accent, I mean, her voice thing fine, but now, ugh. Moment of uncomfortable silence stretches between the two of them. You know, I know they say it's toxic masculinity, but some of it also can be just... women can have it too, and it's just toxic id. The proper way that Sigmund Freud set it up. Everybody says ego, but it's id. Yay for nerdiness.
Well, the thing is, we don't even have any club activities yet. I mean, Monica and I have just been working on the recruitment stuff mostly. So it just sounds like something fun that we could do together. Reading your books.
Nobody likes to really admit that they're wrong. So, it's just...
You know, like as a club activity. Would that be okay, right?
Why am I being so resistant to this anyway? Because the voice inside your head, and I know this voice well. is thinking that, well, you already mentioned it humoring you. Second of all, this is a sign of weakness in the sense that you're opening yourself up to her. And by sharing, and if she doesn't like it, you'll feel like it reflects onto you. Therefore, that's the reason why you're being resistant, Yuri. I mean, autocorrect does some fucking stupid stuff. It's exactly what I wanted in the first place, and you're being so nice about it. I really don't know what's wrong with me. I'm sorry for being like this.
You don't have to apologize. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help you feel more comfortable here.
Tea. I am a tea goddess in the sense that I love tea. We need to bring tea. Sayori pulls her desk up against Yuri's and sits next to her. The book in question is already on Yuri's desk. Peering over, Sayori reads the cover of the book.
Dusk Bell. Part of one of the Everlast saga. Aha! It's Dusk Bell by Annabelle.
That's cheesy. I just realized. But you figured out a different name, Annabelle, for your group. Okay.
Sorry, I'm ready now.
Oh, right. I should probably get some paper and, you know, charts. Get you a PowerPoint. Actually, no, get you a wiki in case... Some of these new high fantasy kind of things, like when I was trying to understand. For a friend, understand Warhammer lore. I literally lived on the wiki page for it, because anytime like for the book, anytime some character I did not recognize the name of, or something word combination of whatever they called it, didn't understand, I would literally pull up the Wikipedia page so I could get more information about it. But apparently this is the age, well, not only that, is since it's a stimulated world, I don't think they would simulate the internet completely in that sense of being so open.
Wait, how come you need paper?
Oh, it's useful to draw things out sometimes, like maps, timelines, family trees, or just for taking notes. When I read The Hobbit in the 3rd grade, I didn't give a damn about that kind of stuff. I just wanted the story. Didn't care about whether I could remember all the dwarves' names, which I still can't. I didn't care about any of the genealogy of that kind of stuff. I was there for the story. So sometimes, unless you were really, like, when I started writing fanfic with Lord of the Rings was when I actually got out maps, timelines, family trees. Not when I'm just reading it for fun.
Notes?
No, that's just me. And no, I haven't published any of my fanfics because I am a gooper. Yes, that's the exact reason. Not because I want to publish my own books. And fan fiction writers are looked down upon, therefore I'm not going to publish anything. I mean, put anything on the internet that people can point at and go, yeah, this is your work, isn't it? Because I could put it into this program that says that that's your algorithm by which you write. Therefore, it's the same thing, and you wrote smut. Anyways,
I mean... yes, it's an effective strategy.
Exactly. I'm sure it would be especially helpful for somebody new to the genre. Sayori's joke flew completely over Yuri's head. but thinking about it, she decides it's probably for the best that it did. Well, I'm not used to having company through this, but I'll try and make it as accessible as possible.
I trust you. You're like super smart.
Oh, please. Yuri tries to dismiss the compliment, but she can't hide her smile and light blush. You can't generalize intelligence, that is correct. I'm only smart in the things I have a lot of experience with and or interest. Contrarily, I'm awful at anything involving real people. Also true with me. Okay, partially true. And that wasn't without practice and overly paying attention. That should be evident enough for the 2 days I've spent here so far. So, in my eyes, it's everyone else who comes off as smart. Especially you. That's called charisma.
No!
Sayori rubs her shoulders against Yuri's.
You're such a sweetheart when you're not being shy.
Anyway, would you like to get started?
Okay.
After the minor division between the two of them get back on track with their planned club activity. Yuri begins to guide Sayori through the basics of the fantasy world her story takes place in. You know, I know Yuri is very, very interested in this story stuff. Well, in this story, since it's a full series or sagas or whatever. But a good writer paces them out to some degree. That where you don't have to understand the magic system immediately, you don't have to understand the politics of how the world works immediately. It's doled out to you slowly, except in the Dune books, which... sorry, I'm ragging on the Dune books. Actually, it was more the Mist books, if I remember correctly. But it's slowly dished out at you. Rather than, here's a pile, have fun. So the fact that Yuri is starting off doing that means that she is limiting the fun that Sayori gets from discovering the world it is. The more of it she details, the races, factions, history, and elements of of magic, the more questions Sayori seems to have. But despite Sayori's expectation, Yuri eloquently guides her through it in a way that it's fun to follow along. It becomes evident that the world-building aspect of the story, not just the story itself, is the one that Yuri finds her passion in leaning towards.
How do people come up with this stuff?
Painfully. I mean, not coming from somebody who's a writer trying to create a world building and all this other stuff.
It's like the exact opposite of the kind of writing I do.
What kind of writing?
Oh, like poetry and stuff. The things I write are just putting down the feelings that come to my head, you know? This is like, there must be so much planning and hard work.
Trust me, you don't want to see my fireworks. Not my fireworks, my campfire document just for some of my books. Ah, you're in the poetry. I think there's an appendix that includes some of the kingdom's written works, like poetry and folk songs.
No way!
Yuri giggles, filling Sayori's heart with happiness when she realizes it's the first time she heard Yuri laugh. It means Yuri must be having fun. I don't know. I have this tendency that when I'm nervous... I have a tendency when I'm really, really nervous to start giggling out of nowhere. And it's actually not uncommon, believe it or not. Like when the first high school I was a part of was drama. I was in the drama magnet. But when for one of the performances, because you're supposed to put on a yearly performance and all this other stuff of all the people, and of course freshmen don't get that kind of privilege of actually being on stage as all the upperclassmen. But in one of the scenes, the actor on stage basically, how can I describe it? there's a level of crazy and all this other stuff. And I guess it wasn't crazy as much as striking fear into the audience, where a couple of girls started giggling in the background. Well, not that loudly, but I was sitting near the director, and he made, because directors sit in the show every time, every performance, and they write down notes on how to improve each performance, still, even though it's an open performance. And he made the comment that he was being, under his breath, that he was being too, the actor on stage was frightening the girls and was being too extreme. As soon as he heard the girls behind him giggle. So it can be a fear response. But it's not a fear response here, but I'm just overtly analyzing things. Anyway, I think we can get started reading now if you're ready. Say, I'm having fun actually going into some of this stuff.
Okay, but I can't read very fast.
Oh, that's fine. I'm very patient. Patience is something I pride myself in.
I see.
I want to get into One Piece, but then I look at how many, you know, episodes there are in manga, and I just feel like well, I can understand that. At least one of the nice things of it, if you're unlike saying in most scholastic environments, if it's a true stage with the stage lights on you, you're lucky if you can see the first row of the people watching you. So that kind of nervous of, oh, the people, I can see the people watching me. But sometimes the underlying unconscious thing of there are people watching me can also cause problems. Hey, that's for the book.
I'm just kidding. But I'm kind of glad you're patient because I need that sometimes.
A lot of times. Dory flips through the first few pages of the book, getting past the table of contents.
Okay, chapter 1.
The room becomes silent as the two of them begin to read. Oh, you don't have a prologue in that? Sorry, I'm teasing with some of those older books. The silence only lasts for a moment before Sayori speaks up again.
What does vindicated mean?
I love you, Sayori. Well, in this context, it essentially means that he was proven innocent. Well, tomorrow we're gonna start on a game that's kind of spooky, Twin Peaks. Yeah, Yuri's gonna have it. She should have a thesaurus next to her. Tomorrow is a game that there's two games that helped inspire doing this channel about showing off cool indie games. And I played one of them the last, like, for the 300 follower thing. But tomorrow, is going to be Kathy Rain's A New Detective is Born, but it's like Twin Peaks kind of feeling. It's creepy and all this other stuff, and it's I absolutely love it. But it's not jump scare spooky. It's the director's cut, which means that some of this I haven't seen before. Go hamster and greener grass awaits. Okay. I'll look into those. But Kathy Rain, like I say, it's Twin Peaks kind of thing, but I guess for newer people, you know, younger people, even though I've only seen like 5 episodes of the original Twin Peaks, or no, not even that much, maybe 4. It's kind of like Stranger Things. Before Stranger Things came out. It's a point-and-click adventure that's horror and very surreal. And then When Alan Wake 2 comes out, we'll start playing that, but I think it's on the 27th. Let me make sure. Yep, the 27th is when it comes out, and we have that, so that's probably what we're going to be playing then for spooky games towards the end of the... I figured as much with the name. Amanda, the adventure horror game. Well, one of the reasons why I fell in love with Kathy Rain was the story is really good. Go, go. Anyways. We keep being distracted, aren't we? Well, in this... Oh, we already read that.
It's okay to ask questions. It's okay to ask questions, right?
Of course. Sari turns the page.
Are these footnotes?
Yes. Mm-hmm. A lot of the dialogue has cultural references that require explanation to be understood. See, at that point... It's cutting in and out? Huh? No, please. I don't have enough money to buy another mic. Okay. Is that better? Okay. All right, let's go. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. Okay, come on. That's better, isn't it? Come on. Stupid computer. All right. I don't have the money for that. I've been literally a week in the hospital, 2 surgeries, and no money. No money whatsoever. This is... So... Anyways. Why is it making so loud? I'm messing with the voice meter. Okay. I haven't even looked at the bill, but I'm betting it's a lovely amount. Absolutely lovely amount. In fact, last time I went to the emergency room about 3-4 years ago, they did a few tests on me and it was $10K for the emergency room. So yes, I don't have money for shit. And like I said, being a week in the hospital and 2 surgeries, I don't want to look at my bill right now. Yay for American healthcare, especially since I have no insurance. Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. A lot of dialogue has cultural references that require explanation to be understood. That sounds like Warhammer. Yay for the American healthcare system. The two continue reading? Yeah. Yuri's relaxed expression remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Sayori's expression grows tense as she tries to make her way through the dense text. Up until now, their expressions have been reversed, with Sayori easily navigating social situations and Yuri struggling in them. But the tables have turned. Well, one of the things that got me more through the Mist books was if I couldn't use context clues to give me ideas of what the cultural things might have meant, I just glossed them the fuck over. The tables have turned.
Wait, are they talking about the past right now or the present?
Where?
Right here.
They're talking about the past. These paragraphs are describing a flashback that Barnes is having.
But they didn't tell me that.
It's implied from the context. General statement. This kind of actually reminds me of fanfics that kind of do that. If you can't make it its own paragraph and make it obvious that it is a flashback, one of the easiest ways you can make it look like it's a flashback is to make it italics. Because that tells you it's something different from the general normal text that you're reading. Sayori rubs her temples. The two of them continue, with Sayori asking fewer questions. She begins to understand the value in notes, as she finds herself referring to them somewhat often, and even adding to them. But her reduction in question comes not from her getting used to the reading, but rather her fearing that she'll come across as stupid. I know that feeling well. At last, Sayori reaches the end of the chapter. I think we can stop here for now.
Okay.
Sayori takes a deep breath and closes what little book she's gotten through so far. So, what's your thoughts up to this far? Me without reading it. It's a horrible author who wants to show off their world without understanding how to bring a reader into it. Therefore, it creates a certain amount of what's the term? Oh, gatekeeping. Sorry, I know that's mean, but... And that an editor should have sat down and told this person that maybe you can add those things on later on in the book, or at least make better context clues, and also all other stuff. Come through the understanding that who is reading your book is dumb as fuck, and go from there. I'm not saying that rude as the reader that is reading it. It's just assume that they A, are new to this, and B, are not used to said type of book. And also don't speak down to them at the same time. There's a lot of complications. Sayori tries to find words.
Am I doing well so far?
Huh? I'm not sure I understand.
Oh, I don't know. When it takes me so long to read and understand things, it makes me feel really dumb. I really like how into it you get. It makes me want to keep going and keep doing my best so I can see what the way you do.
The relaxation on Yuri's expression fades. See. Yuri quietly gathers her things.
We can continue tomorrow, right?
Yuri pauses, then shakes her head. We can do something else tomorrow.
But...
I'm sorry.
Wait, sorry for what? I don't understand.
I'm sorry. I don't want to do this anymore. That's all. I'm sorry I made you. Yuri leaves.
You weren't making me.
Sawyer is left alone with her words.
How did this happen? We were having fun just a second ago. It's my fault. I said something stupid and hurt her. I should have just told her that I enjoyed it. Monica trusted me with this. The only thing I'm good at, and I still messed it up. If she doesn't want to come back.
Bound in guilt, Sayori stares blankly at her desk, spread with notes. The book sits next to them.
She wasn't coming back. She wouldn't have left the book here. She just forgot to take it with her. This is horrible. Is it really because she thought I wasn't enjoying our time together?
Yeah, I know, right?
Or maybe she wasn't enjoying our time together because I'm not good enough? Probably let her down so much by having trouble following along. Yeah, I'm sure if I was smarter, she would have been having so much fun. I need to do better for her.
I know, right? How toxic.
An assignment to do today.
Begin side story now. For the first time, Sayori is the first to enter the club room. Anxiety courses through her relentlessly. Will Yuri show up? Sitting at the desk, she stamps her feet in an attempt to calm down. I mean, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, they are. I do plan on finishing them tonight, though.
Why am I letting this affect me so? I'm doing everything I can to make Yuri happy. But my best wasn't good enough. It was still my best.
Sayori? I know this won't mean anything when you say it, especially if it's your best. It's your best. You shouldn't regret it. And I say that as though I don't do the same fucking thing.
I'm letting everyone down. I'm always just a disappointment.
Sayori continues to wrestle with herself, deprecating thoughts. Every tiny noise causes her to lift her head in anticipation of Yuri's arrival. Minutes pass, and nobody enters the club room. Not Yuri or Monica. Gosh, I'm so late. Why did I offer to help those other students with their work? Such a pushover sometimes. It's gonna leave such a bad impression on the new members like Yuri if I'm not the first one there. Monica rounds the corner and approaching the club room. And as she does so, Yuri? Yuri jumps at the sound of Monica's voice. She's sitting outside the club room, against the wall next to the door. And there, she quickly closes the book she was reading and stands up.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry I'm late. You didn't have to wait outside for me. The door to the club room is open. It's not...
Yuri stammers, unable to explain herself. She peers inside the club room through the window and looks away.
Actually... I was just wondering if I could help you today instead.
Huh? Me? With publicity stuff?
Yes.
Monica is utterly confused. Why is Yuri asking this all of a sudden when she was so eager to spend time with Sayori before? Did they not get along after all? Monica looks into the club room herself to see Sayori sitting alone inside.
Okay, it's kind of a simple job, but I'll be happy for you to tag along.
Me too. Monica was worried, but she finds it difficult to insert herself into whatever conflict that may have arisen. It is a little ironic, she realizes, that she could be so conflict avoidant after having been in the debate club.
Okay, let's take a walk together. I have to make copies of this new flyer and go around to the bulletin boards and replace the old ones with the new ones.
Yuri nods and the two set off. The two walk in silence. Without Sayori, Monica finds it quite difficult to strike up a conversation.
So, how's everything been going?
Fun. That's good. Neither of them follow up with anything more. Monica tenses up at the stinted conversation. How the heck does Sayori do it?
I'm sorry I didn't see you yesterday. I went straight to the computer lab to work on the flyers. Hmm? So, told me. What did you two end up doing yesterday?
I mean, not only that, is Twitter exists. Hey, say, you think debate club is hard? Twitter exists.
Just some reading. Oh, I'm glad. It's really starting to feel more like a literature club now. Yeah. It's kind of funny. I felt so intimidated at first when I heard about the kind of reading you were into. But you know, it's kind of stupid of me, because I'm just intimidated by things I'm not good at. And it's silly to assume that everyone who comes to the club will have the same interests as me. It's so cool that you were able to get Sayori into it. It's like the club is working. I'm really happy about that.
Can you stab the knife any deeper, Monica?
She's not into it. Huh? She's not into it. And I feel stupid for forcing her into it.
Onto her. Yuri falls silent again, as if she started her thought but can't figure out how to continue it.
Did something happen?
Yuri sighs.
No, it's just me.
Yuri pauses.
I'm thinking.
A moment passes in silence, then Yuri shakes her head.
I shouldn't be complaining to you all of a sudden.
Don't be silly. I wouldn't think you're complaining. I just want to make sure you feel welcome. And if it's important to that, then you can tell me anything.
Well, I do feel welcome. Too welcome, I guess. Not an issue with the club. It's just an issue with me. So, I feel wrong to inconvenience you with it.
Monica pauses and thinks.
Well,
what if we put it this way? It's my job as president to understand the needs of the club members, right? You're gonna have all kinds of people joining this club. Hopefully, anyways. Learning about the diverse needs and interests of everyone will help me come up with club activities that everyone can be happy with.
That everyone can be happy with? Not just only some people?
Of course! I need to be looking out for everyone. Otherwise, what kind of club would it be?
I see.
Yuri looks a little more relaxed. It signals Monica that switching from a sympathetic approach to a pragmatic one was a good choice. Each individual truly does have their own needs.
Okay.
Done with that. Oh, she takes a deep breath.
I'm a really weird and awkward person. I've accepted that about myself. I just don't know how to, I guess, connect with other people. How is it so easy for everyone else? How do you just make conversation about any arbitrary topic? I can talk for hours about the things I'm into, unfortunately, so much that I don't know when to stop. For anything else, I just have no idea what to say.
As an autistic person, I literally have scripts in my mind. And I wing it from there. Usually the winging it causes a lot more problems than the scripts in my mind, but I mean, people won't react the way my scripts in my mind will react, so...
So I understand that about myself. I'm just not good with people. I can't help it. So it feels like whenever I'm confronted with a new social situation, I'm either ignored or made fun of or taken pity on. I hate when they take pity on you for this. And Sayori falls into that third category.
What? Hold on. You're saying that Sayori is taking pity on you? Yuri nods.
I just want to be treated like a normal person. If you don't like me or you don't connect with my interests, then just tell me. I can accept that and move on. Sayori is too nice to me. I'm so stupid for not realizing she would just go along with it whatever I pushed her into.
Nobody deserves to put themselves through that kind of discomfort just because they pity some weirdo who doesn't know how to make friends. It's the worst feeling. I hate it. Yuri's sharp words cut through the tense air. Somewhere in the middle of the conversation, the two stopped short in the hallway. Holy fuck that I can't say this. Prioritizing the conversation over their original task. Monica looks at Yuri. Yuri only looks down with her fists clenched. I think you should tell her that. I could never say that to someone's face. It's pathetic. Sayori is different. Making people happy is the most important thing to her. I'm sure that's all she's trying to do. So, if you're able to explain to her what makes you happy, then she'll do anything to make it happen. That's the problem. What kind of friendship has one person always trying to cater to the other person's weird needs? It's a give or take. I'm sorry. I'm making myself sound so... No. I think I'm starting to understand. Monica hesitates to finish her thought aloud. It's something that Sayori would have been able to say better. Sayori is someone who will give anyone however much kindness they need in order to smile. But Yuri has difficulty accepting kindness. I know, right? I wonder how that feels. Must be driving Sayori to be even more assertive in her kindness, further exacerbating the matter. Neither person is to blame, but it's an issue that can't be solved without them understanding each other better. Sayori wants to be your friend. I promise that. It's okay for different people to have different needs. I mean, Sayori, she has her own needs too. But good friends work together and can be what they need for each other. You just have to have good communication and talk about it. Any relationship needs good communication. I don't have good communication. Yuri stops and shakes her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. My head is just... It's so resistant to everything. I'm pushing such a kind person away from me because of it. Yuri pauses to think. I'm so tired of this circle I'm so tired of this circle I'm created for myself. I think I'm so afraid of people pushing me away that I push them away first. How thoughtless and immature of me. Yuri takes a deep breath and exhales. I didn't mean for this to turn into a whole venting session. But I understand now that I just need to communicate with her. You're totally fine. It's for the club, remember? You're just helping me make the club a better place for everyone. Yeah. Yuri falls silent again. She looks like she wants to say something. This kind of critical thinking is something I'm really bad at. You know, about people. So, thank you. Anytime. Monica smiles at Yuri. For just a moment, Yuri finds it in herself to meet Monica's gaze, returning a shy smile of her own. Yuri and Monica finish replacing the old flyers with the new ones. More accurately, Monica did the work while Yuri followed along. But as the club room once again draws near, so does Yuri's confrontation. I can't do this. Yes, you can. It'll be great. Yuri sighs and shakes her head. I'm never gonna feel confident enough. I just have to do it. I don't do it now. I never will. Yuri starts towards the door but turns to face Monica. You're not just gonna wait outside, are you? I can take a walk. Want me to go get you a coffee or something? Where in this school? Actually, I prefer tea. I'd like to make my own though, so please don't worry about it. Although I suppose that's one downside of reading here in the club rather than at home. I don't get to drink tea while reading. Sorry, I guess that has nothing to do with this. Hmm. You know, now that you mention it, I bet we could get permission to keep stuff for the tea in the club room. You can use, like, an electric kettle to heat up the water, right? Would that really be possible? I'll look into it. I think it would be great. Yuri smiles and nods at the thought. Well, I'll be back in a bit. Good luck. Monica waves at Yuri, then turns around and departs down the hallway as Yuri's smile fades once more. The moment of daydreaming about tea isn't enough to save her from the anxiety of the moment, anxiety of the task that lies before her, but it must be done. Taking one more deep breath, Yuri timidly opens the club room door. Just want to call it the classroom door. Fuck it.
Yuri! Wait. Hold on. I'm not done yet.
Yuri shuffles a bunch of papers around. Yuri stammers, her words suddenly caught in her throat. At that moment, she realizes how Sayori has been spending her afternoon.
I wasn't expecting you to come today. I was really hoping to make it all the way through the next chapter first. But I got most of the way through it. And look!
Sayori holds up a sheet of paper. It's a page of notes, beautifully produced with the indentations, categories, and even color coding. As Yuri sees it, her expression shifts from anxiety to despair.
I was afraid you were getting disappointed in me, so I've been trying really hard.
Stop. Yuri presses her fists against her forehead. Please stop. I can't take this.
Yuri?
Sayori's voice quivers in shock after having received the exact opposite response she was expecting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sayori looks away in guilt.
Did I say something wrong? I don't understand. If I did something wrong, please tell me.
Yuri shakes her head. No, it's me. I keep putting myself in these situations where people are afraid to treat me normally. I don't like this kind of reading. It's okay. Please, just tell me. I don't need to be treated differently. Just 'cause I'm weird.
But I don't treat you differently. I just want my friends to be happy. So I thought that if we did something together that you really liked.
I don't want your pity. Why did I do that? Yuri sinks to her knees. Her voice squeaks. I'm sorry. Tears of guilt and self-loathing begin to stream down her face. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Why is it so hard just to articulate your thoughts? I don't know. Let me ask myself on that. No answer. Say, my thoughts are running around. Why do you end up pushing everyone away from you? Yuri's mind pounds with internal accusations as she shuts her eyes, unable to face Sayori or the rest of the world. She should leave, just escape from here, before Monica sees her like this, and before Sayori tells Monica what she did. But before Yuri can put any strength into her legs, she feels a warm pair of arms gently wrap around her from behind. And give her the Heimlich maneuver.
It's okay.
Sayori whispers in a soothing voice. That doesn't sound.
It's okay. Okay. It's okay.
Overcome by despair, Yuri finds herself unable to protest or pull away from Sayori's kind gesture. Yuri sniffles, breathing heavily through a clenched throat, trying with all of her willpower to control herself.
I understand. I understand that the things you're feeling in your head are different from the things you're trying to say. But that must be what you're feeling right now. Promise. I understand that. So I'll give you as much time as you need. When you're ready, just tell me your feelings, and we'll talk about them together. Okay?
Yuri sniffles again and nods her head. She gives herself a minute to compose her thoughts, then speaks while steadying her voice. I think I've gotten so used to people being weirded out by me. It Feels like anyone who's nice to me doing it out of pity. Horrible with people. It makes me not want to believe that someone can let me try again. It makes me not want to believe that someone can actually like me for who I am. Yuri pauses, but Sayori doesn't interrupt. Rather, she waits for Yuri to continue. Got so excited when I joined the literature club. Thought that it was finally my chance to make friends through my interests. Hello! You left her hanging, hardy har har. How are you doing? Thanks for the follow, I appreciate. Because my interests are the only thing I know how to talk about. All I have going for me. But then, whenever I catch myself getting overly obsessed in front of other people, feels like I'm making a fool of myself. How you doing? Yes, I gave Yuri a southern accent. I hate myself for it. Ultimately, I just want to be treated like a normal person. But how am I supposed to expect that when I can't behave like one? I just want to learn how to get along with people and stop ruining things for myself. That's all. Yuri finishes her thoughts, feeling more steady after having gotten them out. Sayori, who can feel Yuri's breath rise and fall beneath her arms, realizes that as well.
Thank you for helping me understand you a little better. You know, you were so great at helping me while we were reading. So I'll help you with the things that you need too.
But I feel like it would just be frustrating for you with how much patience I require sometimes.
That sounds kind of familiar. Couldn't stop worrying about that when you're... I couldn't stop worrying about that while we were reading. I was so afraid that you would get frustrated with me.
But I would never do that. I did my best to reassure you by mentioning how I have a lot of patience.
Yeah, I know. But my irrational fears just won't be quiet sometimes. Sure, it's the same for you, right?
Yeah, irrational fears.
Well, you know, there's no way that you could frustrate me, because I already like you as the person you are. I know you said you have a hard time believing that. I promise it's true. You don't have to be a social person for people to like you. Think. You're really considerate in your own way, you know? Worrying so much about people's feelings. We're all kind of weird. It's a literature club. It's the best part that we're all different and have different interests. Like, about the book. I'm reading it because I want to. I promise. That's what I really want. It's a bit of a struggle. But try not to mistake it for me not enjoying it. I mean, we could never discover new things if we didn't try them first, right? I want to learn the reasons that you love it so much. And in the end, if it's not for me, then I can say that. But I'll be glad that I tried it and learned more about you. Plus, you're like super duper smart, and I want that to rub off on me. Yuri fights back a smile at that comment. Already, the heavy atmosphere surrounding her seems to have evaporated through the caress of Sayori's arms. Your hair's so pretty. I've always wanted long hair. I was awful at taking care of it, so I cut it off.
Yuri's tension relaxes. For once, she feels just okay, just listening rather than worrying so much about saying the right thing. Sayori, sensing Yuri's comfort, lets her rest. It must be so difficult for her to feel relaxed around other people. But if the literature club can make it happen, then there's something she deserves. Then it's something that she deserves to experience. Well then, based on my understanding of your feelings, I suppose I wouldn't mind if we continue reading.
That's what I wanted to hear.
But we can stop at any time. If you truly don't like it, please be honest about it. I won't be offended.
Of course. I'm not gonna judge anything this early on, though. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, and, it's not good to touch people without their consent first.
Oh no, I'm sorry! I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable!
Oh, no, you didn't. I mean, I suppose it was kind of nice. I was just saying.
I'm back! Monica's back! I haven't seen you, like, at all recently.
Sayori trots over to Monica. She whispers loudly.
Can I hug you?
Sure, Sayori. Sayori wraps her arms around Monica. Oh yeah, Yuri? It might be good to know. Sayori can be kind of a hug monster. I think she figured that out.
Hey, don't call me a monster. Artemis is a monster. If he inherits the kingdom, it could spell disaster.
Yuri laughs. Monica perplexedly looks between the two of them, then smiles. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying your reading so far. It's like our first real activity as Literature Club. About that. Well, you've been so patient with exploring my interests. I think that it would be inconsiderate of me not to return the favor to you and learn about the things that you like.
Yes! Yes! Do you like poetry?
Oh no. Yuri smiles. Respect. Yep. Been several weeks since the club has officially started. I need to remember what I did for Natsuki. Because I'm already easily one. Due to their initial setbacks, the three club members so far, Monica, Sayori, and Yuri, with their powers have increased their collective bond within the club. Sayori has partaken in some of Yuri's high fantasy literature, and all of three of them, led by Sayori, have taken an interest in poetry. On a day like any other, the three find themselves suddenly interrupted by the classroom door opening. I hate it's clever. In walks a girl none of them have seen before.
Hi. Hi.
Sayori tugs excitedly on Monica's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eyes in her book. Are you here for the literature club?
Yeah.
Hey, that's great. Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of a small club still, but it's really exciting to see new faces.
Yeah.
That sounded more like Natsuka's.
Yeah, come and sit.
Fucking hell, I really should have figured out a different accent.
Yeah, come down and come and sit somewhere. You can sit next to my desk.
Sayori prances over to her desk and presses her palms onto it.
Oh, and Yuri can make you some tea.
Yuri looks up at Sayori in protest for having drawn attention to her. Natsuki silently glances between everyone, then sits down next to Sayori. Monica follows by sitting nearby. The sudden gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing in the corner and making tea doesn't sound so bad after all. Okay, then how about we all introduce ourselves?
Okay.
Well, I'm Monica. I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but I really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. So I started the literature club as a way for people to express themselves through writing, or reading, or whatever other kind of literature.
You know, I figured it was your club. You have that vibe.
I have what vibe?
Oh, you know, like... Never mind. I'm not gonna judge people I just met like that. That's very adult of you. I'm always judging people so hard.
Oh no, you don't, Sayori. Ish does. Yuri's deadpan voice carries across the room. Natsuki giggles.
I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, and I also like poetry. Oh yeah? Very adult-like of you. I'm an adult.
No, you're not. The sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming fills the room.
Oh, that's Yuri.
Sayori lowers her voice.
She's kind of shy, but she's really nice and super smart. She likes big fantasy books and tea, and I love her. Well, I guess that leaves me then. I'm Natsuki. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. And my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry. Ooh, let's get ice cream.
My favorite flavor is probably
cookie dough? Or maybe chocolate.
It's cookie dough.
And Monica's is probably vanilla.
What the heck?
I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate. What's Yuri's favorite?
Natsuki shrugs.
Probably green tea? I'm just joking. I have no idea for Yuri. Still, it's pretty chill here. Do you like to hang out or do you actually do club stuff?
Well, we do club stuff too. It just hasn't been very structured yet, since we only have like 3 members. So we kind of just loosely spend our time doing the stuff we like. But I keep thinking it's about time we started with like some more structured club activities. It's been a while by now since I started the club. So yeah. Well, with that being said, what kind of literature are you into, Natsuki? Anything you'd like the club to get into?
Well, I guess I'm... literature? Well, I like manga.
Manga?
Hey, why do you say it like that?
So, manga.
Wait, that. I want to read manga in the club.
Wait, hold on a second.
Sounds so great. Like after all I've been doing all this,
Yuri returns to the desk with a tray of teacups, which she sets down on an empty desk.
After all the deep and immersive reading I've been doing, I wouldn't mind doing something a little more simple. Manga isn't simple. If you think that, you just don't understand the nuance. I didn't mean simple like that.
Well, anyway, putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature you're interested in?
Well, not really.
In that case, have you considered joining the anime club?
Are you serious? I'm not gonna join the anime club. It's full of weird guys. Come on, is it that big a deal? Manga is literature, right?
So is comic books. I mean, I guess if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically yes.
I get it. Look, I'll do whatever club activities you want. Can I please just join? I won't bother anyone. And if I can just like keep my manga here and hang out after school, I'll do literally whatever you want me to do.
Yo, hey y'all.
Hey y'all.
Thanks for the raid. Let me go ahead and do shoutouts for you. Hey, y'all were playing Boulder's Gate, right? Was it a drinking night for that? Drunk culture, there we go. There we go. I actually stayed focused? What's this nonsense?
That's fine, right?
Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Alcoholic wisdom? Yeah, I know. It makes the world go round. this is one of the controlled worlds that this business has created. That isn't connected to the, well, isn't supposed to be connected to the virtual machine that contains the, well, let me remember. Actually, no, I can't pull it up in the middle of this. One of the emails said, because they gave Monica being able to know that she was in a simulation, and they like created these mini universes, but there was an email about it because it's lore-wise, and we'll get to that after I finish this part of the story.
Oh my god, thank you. You're the best. I have most of it crammed in my locker, so I'm gonna start getting it, okay?
Natsuki stands up.
Need some help? Nah, I got it. I don't want you to see my locker.
Yes, it is.
If you say so, but there's no way it's worse than mine. I hope we never find out then.
Natsuki exits the club room, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping her tea. I'm such a pushover.
Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems like a lot of fun.
Maybe, but I mean, she has like no actual interest in literature, you know. Monica! Manga is literature and so is comic books. And that's normally fine. But she said she would participate in club activities like it's some kind of obligation. Her tea is getting cold.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not related.
Well, I think everyone deserves a chance. Especially if we can bring her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll take a liking to literature.
Are you sure you just don't want to read her manga, Sayori? Hey, who do you think I am? Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have any opinion, Yuri? Not particular. She said she wasn't going to bother anyone. That includes me, so...
That mean I bother you?
No, you're a pleasure to be around.
I was just wishing for a compliment.
No.
But still, I really think that we should give her a chance.
Yeah, alright. But I really am gonna start enforcing club activities. I'm willing to cooperate. Suddenly the three of them hear a thump against the door.
What was that?
Sayori stands up and walks over to the door and then opens it.
Thank you.
Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga. Natsuki grunts and wobbles inside before slowly bending over and dropping the stack onto the floor as gently as she can. That's quite a collection. Sayori giggles in excitement. While catching her breath, Natsuki replies,
There's still one more box. I can put them away myself. I know how to organize them.
Monica anxiously glances between Sayori and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Yes, because it is literature. Maybe what she needs is to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. It seems like things are finally going to start getting more serious. Super seal. At the next club meeting, Monica is the first to arrive. But ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed. Why am I so nervous? Monica paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Natsuki said she wasn't going to bother anyone. Why does it feel like the atmosphere's changed so much? While Monica thinks, the club door opens, revealing Natsuki carrying a box. Fake smiles all around! Monica forces a smile as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Natsuki forces one in return.
Need help? Nah, I got it.
Monica awkwardly tries to start some kind of conversation, but fails. Curious, she peeks into the closet where Natsuki is stashing all of her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with bright colors of cute-looking artwork. You know, the top shelf is pretty empty. Maybe we could keep it up there?
Can't reach up there. That would be so inconvenient.
Yeah, but... Monica sighs. The teachers are going to ask what all this manga is doing in here, and I have to tell them it's for the literature club.
So?
Monica backs off and slumps onto a desk. With this kind of tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulated over the past few weeks is being sucked right out of the room.
Good afternoon.
Sayori spins into the club room.
Oh, I see someone's in a good mood. Yeah, because I have this.
Sayori brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic.
Found some money, and I got a cookie. Oh, that's so pretty.
As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye.
Which one should I start with?
Well, you can start by giving... Wrong accent.
Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie. No way! Saved up all my luck to find that money. If you want entry into my kingdom, you need to pay the tax, peasant. Boo.
Defeated, Sayori unwraps her cookie and breaks off a piece for Natsuki. Then Yuri silently walks into the club room. Monica glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns with a quick nod of understanding. You mean the person who doesn't understand socially stuff?
Well, everyone's here now.
Despite the club only having one more person than before, it somehow feels twice as lively. Okay, so I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see which ones we want to do first. We have 4 members now, so it would be great if we found some stuff to do as a group. Does that sound good to everyone? I agree. Okay, so I have some ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too.
Well, I've been having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can give each person a day to share their favorite kind of literature with everyone else.
Well, maybe. Something tells me that. Monica glances at Yuri and Natsuki, who both appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interests. Maybe we can try and come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally. You know, like we all vote on a book to read or something like that. I think we should all collectively try to expand our interests, rather than just stick to things that we're familiar with.
Why does it feel like I'm being targeted here?
On a side note, one of the... You know how anime video rooms in cons usually don't always have a lot of people in them. Or at least people actively go to them to see anime that they aren't already interested in. And one of the cons I volunteered for once got their video anime room to get more people in that would get interested in it, because it would be suggested by someone, a con goer, and they'd stand up and tell them tell the crowd what interested them in that anime and why people should watch it. And there were always a lot more people in the anime watch areas because of that. So what I'm implying with this is the original idea of sharing other people's, allowing them to share what they're interested in, like a day thing, can actually work very well.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't make it any okay for you to ignore everyone else's preferences. Like Sayori's suggestion. Why am I doing the th? Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but... Monika's voice trails off. Although she let Natsuki join the club, Monica finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monica have to yield to Natsuki's opinion on anything? That's not how you're supposed to look at it. Natsuki, are you sure that you don't have any other literature interests? Literature interests? Wouldn't it be literary interests you could share with the club? Swear, I don't mind if you keep your manga here, but I just... Natsuki cuts Monica off by suddenly standing up.
Well, it's obvious I'm not wanted here, so I'm just gonna leave.
I really would have appreciated you being more upfront about it. Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want. Natsuki shoots Monica a quick glare before walking straight out of the room. Celia runs after her, leaving Monica and Yuri. For the second time today, Monica slumps down into a desk. Why am I such a jerk? No, she's a jerk. She's making me feel this way. Monica looks up at Yuri, seeking affirmation. Yuri looks away. Probably just went around looking for the smallest club she could find so she doesn't have to participate. How does she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri? Excuse me, wrong accent. I'm not good at these things. Monica sighs. Me neither. I just have no idea what to do. Don't want to hurt anyone. Feel like it's not wrong to enforce the club vision. You know, like, people should join because they want to express their passion for literature, or at least develop it. So maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all. I think you're being unreasonable. Monica sits in silence, afraid to accept her tentative conclusion. Yuri looks tense, but she doesn't seem to want to add anything. Sorry. You can go back to reading. I know this doesn't concern you. It does. It does? How? Well, I just can't comfortably read in an atmosphere where the peace has been disturbed. Oh, great. Ruining the whole club, then. That's not an accurate conclusion to make. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of voicing my frustration. I guess guilt. Like my frustration wants to blame her, but my guilt wants to blame me. Why is it the hardest to be rational during times when you need it the most? Because that's what emotions do. I don't think you're being irrational. I think Nitsuki is. She has no authority to walk in here and make demands at the club. Your club? Something as ridiculous as manga has no place here. The fact that you're even storing it for her should make her completely indebted to you. Well, I know, well, you're right, but I don't know. Isn't it kind of harsh to say things like it's ridiculous and has no place here? Do you not feel the same way? You've been doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it. So I assumed you felt the same way about it. It's not true. Well, recalling her confrontations with Nitsuki, a realization starts to set in. You may be right. I mean, if it was anything besides manga, would I really be acting like this? I mean, in comics you might be. Maybe I've just been convincing myself that it has nothing to do with the manga. I'm really upset that I would let myself do that. With a sigh, Monica walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the colorful shelves that don't look completely colorful right now.
It's just...
This really wasn't what I had in mind for a club about literature. Shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Monica starts defending her position once again. It's a complicated issue that Monica has failed to consider before now. Where is the line even drawn at what's considered literature? Oh, finally you reached that point. Lost in thought, she reaches into one of the larger box sets and pulls out a volume, inspecting it for no particular reason. The cover features 4 girls striking cute and exaggerated poses, all dressed in short skirts. Yeah, I mean, amused by the absurdity of the cover, Monica opens the book. Alright. Mail. Character discrepancy. Oh, let me go back. Side stories. So I'm keeping track. We have like 5 different universes in total, with 3 or 4 of them created then destroyed by Monica. Funny because I keep wanting to speculate on which one's the real universe. Yeah, but yeah. For you to get that while we're here. Alright. Computer. What are you doing? Computer. Computer. Doing that. Alright. And then we got the mail of the character discrepancy. Having run the control simulation for a while, it's evident that a certain character is missing from any mention or appearance. This makes me speculate that Monica's meddling is less clumsy than we think, because she would have had to manufacture this character herself as a way of forcing interactions between her and the user. Could that be why the character has such limited and dissonant personality traits? Or am I reading too much into this? I'll open an issue to start tracking info and observing on the anomaly of this character appearing. It's the guy who shows up out of nowhere. You know, Sayori's friend.
This sucks. Why is Monica such a jerk? She should be grateful that I even joined your stupid club. It's not like she can find any members. Monica's really nice. She cares so much about everyone in the club being happy. Yeah, right. Well, she usually does. Maybe that's when she's not busy being so judgmental. So what if I'm in the manga? Why can't just one person accept that instead of being so condescending about it? I accept it. I think it's cute. Oh, come on. Oh, wrong voice. Oh, come on. That's condescending too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you. Natsuki sighs. I know. Thanks. It just really sucks. You want me to talk to Monica? I don't know. Like it's gonna change your opinion of me. Like, even if you were to convince her to back off, that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm actually welcome in the club. Should just find another club. Wait, you don't have to do that. You can figure this out, please? I mean, I'm the vice president. Or at least I think I am. And I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and to be happy. So I want to make it that happen. For you. So, I was wondering, what was the reason that you decided to join the literature club? Well... Natsuki hesitates. It's kind of dumb. Oh, don't say that. There's no such thing as a dumb reason when everyone is welcome. I wasn't welcome. You were to me. So... just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monica. I promise. Natsuki sighs. I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. I can't enjoy any of the stuff I'm into without people making snooty comments about it. Not that I care what anyone else thinks, of course not. But you know, the signs for the literature club said that you could be yourself or whatever. So I decided it was at least worth the shot. That was a lie, apparently. Natsuki just dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall. Oh, I like writing too. Really? How come you didn't say that to Monica? Because she was being so judgmental that I didn't even want to tell her something she wanted to hear. She didn't deserve that kind of satisfaction. And if she knew I was into writing, then she would just be like everyone else and try and push me away from manga in favor of the more mature thing. I mean, hentai manga does exist. There are entire sites of it. I wouldn't know. The two of them remain silent for a while. Sayori, understanding that it's least out of the question for Natsuki to return to the club room for today at least. But Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club, just like everyone else. It's part of the club vision for her to be welcome. You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. That's supposed to be what the club is for. So, I'm gonna do everything I can to fix this. I promise.
It's lunchtime the next day. The cafeteria and hallways are bustling with students rushing in to meet with their friends and making the most of their limited break time. Where could she be? Among them is Monica, who always eats lunch in their classroom, but she has some additional business today. Fearing Natsuki would avoid coming to the club, Monica decided to try and find her during lunch so that she could make amends. After searching for an extensive time, Monica finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helps her stand out from the crowd. My gosh. Suddenly feeling awkward, Monica is afraid to get closer. Natsuki is with some friends whom Monica doesn't recognize, but they're all energetically chatting with each other. It would be really tactless just to interrupt them.
Oh yeah?
Did you end up joining that literature club or whatever?
Huh? Of course I joined. Why wouldn't I?
I told you she would join. Come on. You know she only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap about the anime club.
I told you. I never even wanted to join that stupid club.
Oh, sure. Well, you had to give her some credit for at least making an effort to finally grow past that shit. Trash. True. Well, congratulations on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're proud of you.
Shut up and let me do my thing.
I'm just joking. You know we love you. Yeah, once the literature club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones to buy your book. If she's famous, you wouldn't be the first ones buying the book. What? You're gonna buy her smutty fanfiction?
Well, obviously.
I want a signed copy. We aren't gonna 50 Shades this shit where it's, where we're gonna shave off the... what's the term? Shave off the barcode or whatever. Bill code. When you delete the original fanfic that you have... you know, alternate universe everything, so it's just enough difference from the fanfic, from the property that the fanfic was based on, so that you could say it's your own unique work. 50 Shades of Grey is that's the entire thing, because that was a Twilight fanfic. That and City of Bones was a Harry Potter fanfic. You know, I think City of Bones was it.
Well, obviously, I want a signed copy. That was like years ago. Don't you think I've grown out of it by now?
You were writing study fanfiction when you were in middle school? I mean, good job, but... Good job. Let's see. Usually it's older people that write smutty fanfiction. There's no outgrowing that. You just seem to grow into it.
I told you I was joking. Besides, it's a good reminder of how far you've come since then.
I'm gonna punch both of your friends.
Not to mention you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about it.
Yeah, sure. These aren't friends.
You grew up so fast. It brings a tear to my eye.
Natsuki slightly glances in Monica's direction, prompting Monica to quickly turn away and distance herself. What the heck? That was horrible. Should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be so conflict avoidant? Not that I deserve to say anything. I'm hardly better than them after the way I treated her. I'm so... not doing anything right. After school ends, Monica distractedly makes her way to the classroom. Ugh. She finds Yuri already inside, eyes on a book as usual. Monica picks the desk and slumps into it. Something she seems to be doing rather often lately. Yuri, You don't think I can be club president? I suck at handling anything that doesn't go, like, exactly my way. Yuri looks up from her book. It's like the literature club is a place where you can get to express yourself. Unless it's in a way that I don't like. At it myself. I'm especially mad that I didn't have the self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. Sorry, I really shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. There's just, like, a lot on my mind. No? I enjoy listening. Really? Why? Yuri shrugs. It just makes me feel nice. Oh. Oh, well, okay. I guess I'll just continue then. Yuri nods. Yeah, well, Natsuki has a kind of blunt attitude, you know? It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously. I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. I saw her friends talking to her in the hallway during lunch. They were just so mean to her. Telling her to grow up and stuff like that. That the literature club would help her grow out of her manga. It just made me so mad. Like, just let her enjoy it. It makes her happy. Why are you trying to take that away from her? And when I had that thought, it was like I came to the realization that I was kind of doing the same thing. Just in a roundabout way. I should have made her feel good about being passionate about something. Just dismissed it. No. I was actually trying to avoid acknowledging it at all. I even did that with you, Yuri, when you first joined the club. You did? Yeah, I remember. Fantasy isn't really my thing, so I was kind of trying to dismiss it. But then Sayori jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have reflected on that. I didn't, because I just let Sayori handle it instead. And now, I'm repeating the same mistake. Except I really hurt somebody this time. Monica shakes her head. I'm so tired of being afraid of things I'm not comfortable with. So stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it will bring to Natsuki if I let her share her passion a little. So angry that her friends were treating her like that. I'm gonna get them back for it. Get them back? Yeah. I'll get them back by making sure that this literature club is... This is the literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one that they want. Suddenly Sayori bursts through the door, making Monica and Yuri jump. With a rare stern face, she marches over to Monica's desk and sits down next to her. I'm having an intervention. I can do that because I'm vice president. Is this about Natsuki? Yes. Yeah, I know. I messed up. I'm super sorry. Super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it. Really? I was so dismissive of her passions that she felt threatened. And probably just unwelcome. Literally... I'm back to messing up words. Easy words. Literally the opposite of what the literature club is supposed to be. I really need to make it up to her. Oh. Yay! I did it! Thanks for the intervention, Sayori. I'm glad we're on the same page. Friendship wins again! So how are you gonna make it up to her? I have a plan. Sayori, do you know if Natsuki is coming to the club meeting today? I don't think she is. I see. Monica was afraid of that, not because of her plan, but because she's facing the consequences of the damage that she inadvertently caused. But the only way to do the right thing is to face it head on. It's so easy to duck away from the conflict and wait for it to blow over, like most humans do. But that's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them is to face them and admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, but the wrongdoing of disrespecting Natsuki's feelings. Okay. Do you think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow?
I can do that.
Okay. Awesome. Yuri, you don't have to worry about anything, but thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener. Why am I now not learning how to speak? Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile. Well, I guess for today, it's going to be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm going to step out for a bit. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm just gonna read with Yuri. Hey, is this one of Natsuki's books? How come it's out here?
Sayori picks up a manga that was resting on an adjacent desk. Oh, that... Natsuki probably left it out by accident.
But I thought she hasn't been coming to the club.
Actually, Monika's been... Okay, Yuri, I'm sure it was just someone else who was using this classroom then. Okay? Monika smiles at them both. Then with a wave, she exits the club room. Really shouldn't have left that out. If Sayori catches on, she'll definitely tell Natsuki, and that would get really awkward. Now, I wonder if there's a keyboard that I can borrow from the music room.
Who's this?
The time for the next club meeting has already arrived. Monika and Yuri are the first to arrive. I'm so worried. Do you think Sayori is going to be able to bring Natsuki? Yes. How do you know? Well, she's Sayori. You know, you're right. Time slowly passes. Monika sits, then stands up to pace around, then sits again. Yuri's eyes don't move from her book. And then the door finally opens. Sayori marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki shuffles inside, nervously looking around the room.
We're here!
Welcome back. Monika, the club president, stands up and greets them with a smile. So Sayori picks a desk and takes a seat. Natsuki sits closely next to her. Looking back and forth between the club members, Monika is struck with a nostalgic feeling. She would stand at the front of the club room just like this, struggling to picture just what may eventually be sitting before her. But imagination was never enough to predict just how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with her own struggles, her own reasons for seeking the vision that Monika had, admittedly, so vaguely advertised. Seeking trust, understanding, respect. What new lessons will the future hold for the literature club? Realizing she's getting ahead of herself, Monika takes a deep breath and returns to the present. Okay, everyone. The literature club is starting. We have an activity planned for today. Monika turns around to face the chalkboard. On it, she writes manga in big letters. Today, we're going to learn from an expert about a unique form of literature, manga.
Oh, come on. Isn't this kind of forced?
I know you don't actually want to do this, so just... Monika shakes her head. Natsuki, this is the hardest part. After making it this far, it would be so easy just to smile and move on. That's not enough. Not this time. I'm sorry. It was wrong of me not to take you seriously when you were kind enough to show interest in my club. I thought about it and realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you. I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passions with us. So, can I make it up to you?
Well, thanks, but I know you're only doing this because Sayori told you to. Wait, that's not true. Monika planned this all by herself. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her.
I was a witness to that as well. This is the Literature Club. Literature Club is a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We all have our own interests and our differences. It's my vision to let us freely express that. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. So I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. I think that you deserve to share that joy as much as everyone else does. Is that okay? Natsuki looks away and hesitates. But it's really dumb. The stuff I'm into. Monica smiles. He kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, looking her straight in the eye. If you like it, then it's not dumb. Oh, except for me! Yori, you're not dumb either. What the heck? You guys are so weird. Fine, I'll show you some of my manga. Only because you admitted it's literature after all. Natsuki stands up. Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but I actually need writing too. I'm kind of a pro. But I didn't want you to like me just for that. Wow, really? Really did have you all wrong, Natsuki. Yeah, whatever. Today's not about that anyway, right? It's about manga, so I hope you're... What was that? It's about manga, so I hope you're ready. A week has passed since Natsuki returned to the literature club. Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each member has received a day in the spotlight to share all their favorite kinds of literature with each other. As another meeting draws to a close, Monica approaches Natsuki on the way out. Natsuki, are you in a hurry home? Natsuki, are you in a hurry home or anything? Me? Not particularly. Why? Back with Snacky. Oh, there was just something that I wanted to show you if you had a few minutes. Sure, what is it? It's not here. Can you follow me to the music room? Music room? Why? Well, you'll see. Snacky, snack, snack. You know, I was thinking back. When the club was just me and Sayori, we would talk about how we envisioned the club to turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place where people could express themselves. She said something strange to me. She said that I was trying to make a club that I needed myself, more than anyone. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that. Because you really taught me a lot about myself, like things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit. Oh, come on. You can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just, like, brought a bunch of manga, and then I got fussy when I didn't have my way. It's really stupid of me to make such a big deal out of it. No. Honestly. Excuse me. No, I honestly needed it. If you didn't express that you were hurt, I never would have realized that I did something wrong. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and respected. It's just really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, like, I really shouldn't care about what other people think in the first place. But when you're just criticized by everyone around you for being a certain way, it can get really hard just to brush it off. It makes me start to feel like I'm the problem. Like I'm not doing enough to please everyone else. Am I being too entitled if I just want people to like me without me having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself? I don't think I am. I just wish that sometimes people would try and appreciate me for who I actually am. As Monica listens, she recalls vividly how Natsuki's friends were treating her and how naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that, refusing to change for others? I only wish that I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. You're so honest with yourself. I'm like always trying to come off as perfect for other people. Anytime there's like a hint of contention, I just crumble. But it's thanks to you that I really started thinking about this stuff. You really inspired me to start working on it. But, well, like I said, I didn't even do anything. You were just being yourself. That's all you needed to do. Also, there's something else. Huh? Monica takes a breath. The thing is, I might have read a little bit of your manga. What? You? What the heck? Why did you tell me? Sorry, I think I just felt like kind of embarrassed to admit it after I gave you such a hard time about it. I can't believe you, of all people, were reading manga behind my back. It's so funny. There was a smutty fanfic reference. You'll have to watch the VOD for it. Yeah, well, I just flipped through one of them out of curiosity. But I ended up reading a whole bunch of it. But I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right?
You were reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste. Just one volume.
And I kind of just picked it out randomly.
Well, you have good intuition then. You have to tell me all your favorite parts.
Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate. Because the character isn't just in a literature club. She also plays piano. Don't call me out like that. I mean, don't call Netsuki out like that. It's just weird, because I've always wanted to learn piano. She was like the perfect person I always wished I was, if I just did what I wanted, instead of always second-guessing myself. Monica walks over to the piano and sits down. I always feel like I should only share the absolute best parts of myself. The parts that will impress people or make them like me more. But after you joined the club, I really realized how self-destructive that mentality is. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. And I just felt like I wanted to show you this, because if it wasn't for you, I never would have started playing. Actually, I think the credit for that one goes to the Parfait Girls, not me. No. Well, maybe it's true that the Parfait Girls put the thought in my head, but it was still you who inspired me to keep practicing every day.
Every day?
Because, you know, you just make me feel like if I wanted to do something, I could just do it. I mean, I still haven't been practicing for very long. And I'm really not any good at it yet. Like, at all. But I wrote a song for the club. Worked really, really hard on it. And it doesn't have any words or anything, but yeah. You hear it? Not showing up. Yeah. Dum, 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 dum. Need to run use the restroom. I know, right? All that cute stuff.
That's all. It was so good.
It was?
Yeah, are you kidding? You're already like a pro.
Not even close.
Does the song have a name? You said it was about the club, so...
Yeah. It's called My Song, Your Note. Because everyone brings something so unique to the club. Completely different from how I first imagined it, I think. But I was like such a selfish perfectionist. It shouldn't be about me. It should be about everyone. And it's all of you who help shaped the club into what it is. I would never change that.
Well, I think that's really thoughtful and kind of flattering. I kind of feel like I don't deserve this much validation. I wasn't exactly very patient either when I first joined the club. It makes me feel like I should apologize too. I think I was just really fed up with a lot of things, and I got frustrated after not getting my way in the club. Oh, yeah. I really didn't mean to take it out on you. I was being really immature. If you get my stubborn butt to apologize, I guess you're doing something right. It's fine. I'm past it too. I think we're already even. But it's really sweet. Ugh. But it's really sweet that you were thinking about it. It takes a lot of maturity to reflect on that kind of thing. Well, I wonder who I got it from. Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, we're even as long as you let me keep my manga in the club room. You did admit it was a form of literature. You totally can't take that back now. You got me. Closet's all yours. I'll tell you what. I'll bring in a little something for the club tomorrow. I want to do something nice in return. What kind of little something? Oh, you'll see. But I don't think you'll be disappointed. The next club meeting ended up being a particularly tasty one. Alright, let's see if there's any mail. Now that you're back, these are emails. But one of the things that... Okay, thank you everyone who worked so hard on the control simulation. I can't imagine how tedious it must have been to so delicately hide Monica's elevated permissions from her without disrupting our connection to the virtual machine. Just to clarify, all the recordings labeled side stories are part of the controlled simulation, right? I'm noticing some details of the characters' lives here and there that differ a little bit from those in the virtual machine one. Even trivial ones. Is this a part of the butterfly effect from some of Monica's more fundamental changes, or is it a result of her just messing around with the other characters in Virtual Machine 1 as her own experiment, or for fun? So if I'm keeping track, we have what, like 5 different universes in total, with 3 or 4 of them created and then destroyed by Monica, of course. It's funny because I keep wanting to speculate on which one's the real universe, but in reality they all are. As real as ours, anyway. And then there was the character discrepancy. Having run the control simulation for a while, it's evident that a certain character is missing from any mention or appearance. This makes me speculate that Monica's meddling is less clumsy than we think, because she would have to had manufactured this character herself as a way of forcing interaction between her and the user. Could it be why that character has such limited and dissonant personality traits? Or am I reading into this too much? I'll open an issue to start tracking information and observations on the anomaly of this character appearing, which I suspect has to do more with yeah, no, she's talking about Carla. No, she's talking about the player character, or they. I don't know. It's Lib. I don't know if it's, was it Lib, boy, or what gender? Hitsuki!
While Netsuki is messing with the orientation of her manga and the closet shelves, Sayori approaches from behind and pulls her into an embrace.
What? Hi.
Hi. Literature Club has been in full swing since Netsuki joined. Including her, the club is now comprised of 4 members. Sayori, Netsuki, Yuri, and just Monica. Each club member has received a day in the spotlight to share all their favorite kinds of literature with each other. Netsuki was first and shared her passion for manga. Then Sayori shared her love for poetry, as well as how she goes about writing it herself. Monica, who has multiple literary interests, decided to focus her day on short stories. And finally, Yuri managed to demonstrate her obsession with fantasy with a little help and an encouragement from Sayori. After the week was spent on their presentations, Monica decided to give the club members this week to freely explore each other's literary interests. Sayori, having spent most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasy books, is rather excited to begin her journey onto Natsuki's manga collection.
I want to read with you today. Please, tell me which one I should pick. Well, depends on what kind of stuff you like. I mean, there's romance, drama, comedy, mystery, and I like all those things.
Sayori reaches out and pulls a random book from the shelf and inspects the cover.
Shouldn't this girl be wearing more clothes?
No, that is the simple answer. You know, I was joking about the hentai thing. Kind of. Or was I?
You wouldn't like that one.
In a panic, Natsuki snatches the book from Sayori's hand and replaces it on the shelf in a much less conspicuous location.
Okay, well, if you really have no preference, then let's start with something that's easy to get into, Parfait Girls. A lot of these don't start to get really good until like a few volumes in. I wouldn't ask someone to make that kind of commitment unless they're already really into manga. I could handle it. At least I did it with Yuri's books, at least. Well, I'm more considerate than that. Though I'm kind of impressed by your attention span if you put that much effort into our books. No, I have the attention span of a donut. I love my friends. I can do anything if it's for them. Well, okay then. Let's pick you something that even donuts can read. Parfait Girls? I didn't say I was a donut. I said I had the attention span of a donut.
Ich bin Berliner. Okay, I have to make a history understanding of that. When JFK Jr. came to Germany, to Berlin, and did a speech, he said, Ich bin Berliner. No, I mean, ich bin... What I said earlier. And he didn't do the German correctly, or at least people joke that he didn't do the German correctly, because Berliner is also a type of donut. And what the aspiring speech was supposed to say is, I am a Berliner, because, you know, the Berlin Wall and all this other stuff. And there's a joke that he said it just right, wrong enough so that it meant, I am a donut rather than I am a Berliner.
Oh, you're just trying to call me sweet. You're so cute. No? How did you get to that conclusion? Don't call me that. A donut? Cute. Oh, how come? Don't like it. I don't need a reason.
Natsuki yanks a book from the shelf and closes the closet doors. I know what she can read. Berserk. That was a joke.
If someone asks you to stop, then you just need to stop. People need to realize that. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Nah, sorry, it wasn't you.
Natsuki shakes her head while pulling a second chair over to her desk.
Talking about something else. I didn't mean to get all angry all of a sudden.
Natsuki averts her gaze and mumbles.
You're like, well, a nice person, so I wasn't talking about you. I still learned a valuable lesson.
Sayori speaks softly as well, feeling shy after receiving the unexpected compliment.
Well, anyway, here's the book, so just start it whenever you feel like it. What's it about?
So it's a rom-com.
Well, it's like a comedy, and there's romance too, obviously.
Sayori looks at the title. It's called Love is Another Word for Luck. I think the stars would have an argument with you.
It's about a girl who keeps accidentally running into the same guys. And
wrong voice.
it's about a girl who keeps accidentally running into the same guys, and then you find out like,
Is it a love triangle? Or is it a harem?
well, you should just read it.
I want to go with harem.
You have to tell me what you think. I can already guess you're gonna who you're gonna ship yourself with. It'd be so funny if I'm right.
Yep.
I don't get it.
Never mind. Let's not worry about that yet.
Just make sure you tell me what you think.
Yeah, I was about to say, Sayori is new to this.
Oh, okay. I'll start then. Hey, maybe tomorrow we can do poetry too. Yeah, I guess. But don't you want to finish this first? Yeah, but we can do both. I mean, unless you don't like poetry, then I won't make you or anything. No, it's just... Oh, never mind. We can worry about that tomorrow.
After the club meeting ends and Natsuki and Yuri leave, Monica strikes up a conversation with Sayori. I see you got Natsuki to share some of her manga with you.
I really want to become better friends with her. She's so enthusiastic and expressive. Could just listen to her talk. She's so good. I'm not sure if she meant I can't say that to her, or if I can't say it all.
Say what?
Nothing. I am a woman of respect. And Natsuki is a woman of cute. Oh, I said it. What's so bad about that? I don't know. But you know, there's one thing I'm kind of worried about. Sometimes I'm afraid that Natsuki actually doesn't like me very much.
Oh, that's ridiculous. How come you feel that way?
Well, I mean, just little signs. Like how she only says hi to me after I say hi first. And it feels like she only gets excited to talk to me when it's about manga and other stuff she likes. She just seems dismissive a lot. She was like that when I brought up poetry.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like you. She's probably just shy, you know?
Maybe. My stupid head is just making me worry for no reason. It likes to do that.
It's okay. Try not to worry so much. Everything will be great. But you can always talk to me of any concerns you have. I'm here to help.
You're the best.
Sayori gives Monica a quick hug.
Well, I'm gonna keep trying because I love her and I want to get closer to her.
You got this. After the next club meeting starts, Sayori is the last one as usual. Trotting into the room, she sees Natsuki sitting alone by the closet, reading what must be manga. Without hesitation, Sayori pulls up a chair and plops herself down right next to Natsuki.
Hello there.
Hi.
What you read? Can I read it with you?
Natsuki pulls the book away from Sayori.
Can't just start in the middle. There are spoilers.
Besides, what about the one I gave you yesterday?
Sorry, I was just curious.
Well, anyway, I've been waiting forever for this volume to come out. It just came out yesterday, so...
Oh, that's exciting. Well, I'll let you read it then.
Can I sit next to you, though?
Sure.
Sayori props herself down next to Natsuki and then pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Natsuki reads in silence, save for the periodic flutter of a page being released from beneath her thumb. From Sayori's side, only the light tapping noises of her pen meeting paper can be heard. Time passes. Sayori's paper is filled with scribbles and margins are lined with stick figures. Natsuki lets out a deep sigh and closes her book.
Did you finish?
No, but it's a good stopping point. My head is swimming. I need a break. Natsuki stretches her arms. Are you bored?
No, I was writing.
Oh, I saw all the stick figures and thought you were just bored.
I just draw those when I'm thinking or waiting for inspiration. I made friends with them all.
One's sad because she thinks that the night sky is pretty, but she can't look up at the stars in public without everyone thinking she's a weirdo. And this one has problems with his back, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with him. What the heck? You're the weirdo. Want to read the poem I'm working on? Sure, I guess. Sayori slides the paper over to Natsuki. As Natsuki reads through the poem, she furrows her eyebrows. She slides the paper back to Sayori. Don't you ever feel weird just sharing all your thoughts and feelings like that? I mean, your poems are, like, really emotional. Is that bad? Well, no. It's just an observation. I think people can get closer to each other if they find ways of expressing their feelings. Well... Itsuki begins to protest, but she can't find a good way of putting her thoughts into words. Doesn't that depend more on the kinds of friends you have? I don't know. To each their own, but I've never met anyone I'd feel comfortable sharing my poems with. Not that it's you, it's just how I am, so... You write poems? Never told me that. I just thought you wrote all over the kind of stuff like smut. Yeah, that too, but... You should... I mean, would you ever want to share? Like I said, I don't do that. But... Can we talk about something else? I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It just makes me uncomfortable. I can't help it. Still, I'm sorry. It's fine. Well, let's move on to something that makes us both happy. Should I continue the book you gave me? Since I didn't get very far yet? Sure. Over the next few days, Sayori begins each club meeting by approaching Natsuki with unwavering enthusiasm. It's Natsuki! Natsuki! Hi, Natsuki! At the end of one club meeting, Monica, who has been rather invested in Sayori's friendship mission, starts an innocuous conversation with Natsuki while she packs up. Cool that you've been finding time to spend with Sayori. She was pretty excited for the chance to read manga with you. Yeah. I'm sure you've been enjoying the chance to share it, too, right? Yeah, mostly. Huh? Natsuki glances over her shoulder, but doesn't reply further. What's on your mind? Nothing. Don't talk about people behind their backs. Natsuki falls silent, but she just fidgets instead of getting back to what she was doing, as though she wants to say more. It's okay to share your feelings. That's different from talking about someone behind their backs. I guess. I just hate when people talk about me behind my back, so I'm better than to do it to others. Monica shares a bright smile. You're really considerate. Thanks, I guess, but it still doesn't feel like it. You can trust me. Natsuki stands in silence for a moment, still fidgeting. You just feel smothered sometimes. I'm not used to being with someone like all over me right after we meet. I mean, it's fun to hang out with her, but I just have no control over the pace. I can't just meet someone and instantly become best friends with them and like share everything about myself. That's not how it works. I want to chill out sometimes. Oh, I didn't realize that was happening. It's fine. Why would you have? I know. I just feel bad about it. I know Sayori. So I should have realized. Monica navigates through her tinge of guilt, which has surfaced mainly due to her being the one who previously encouraged Sayori's behavior. Despite not knowing the situation, Monica can't help but feel a little responsible. You want me to talk to her about it? No, I wouldn't like that. Well, I could, I don't know, like divert her to another club activity for you or something. No way, that would be so underhanded and mean. Sorry, I didn't think that one through. Besides, just because I complained about it doesn't mean I'm asking for somebody to solve my problems for me. True. I'm sorry. I guess I just instinctively wanted to try and solve problems, even if I haven't been invited to. It's fine. I would talk to Sayori about it. It would make things really weird between us. I feel it would make her just constantly afraid that she's bothering me. Don't know how just to keep things natural. Well, I think if you do a good job expressing all your feelings, she would totally understand. Sayori really wants to be the best she can be for other people. I think she would actually be happy that you wanted to improve your friendship with her. Maybe? It just feels so dumb talking to someone about how to be friends with them. I mean, those relationships. Just weird and not cool. Just because you have been living on pop culture references of how relationships works, that isn't how relationships work. You have to talk. Monica shrugs. It's a literature club. Then she mumbles through a stifled laugh. It's not the cool club. Hey! Sorry, that just tickled me for some reason. Look, know that you're kind of in a tough spot. It's hard for you to really express yourself. But you've really demonstrated to me that you're great at self-reflection and critical thinking, even if it doesn't feel like it to you. I think that's the most important part of being able to navigate through these things. So I believe you'll find the right thing to do. Well, Natsuki instinctively starts to reject the compliment, but she can't find any excuse to do so. Thanks. Natsuki gathers her things and then she finishes her thought in a mumble. I'm so glad I joined the club, even if it's weird sometimes. Monica smiles, but Natsuki turns her back and walks away before waiting for a reply. It was an unusual way for Natsuki to express her appreciation, but Monica knew what she meant. It made Monica feel like everything was really going to be okay. Any new mail? Yes, new mail. I've lost her. Oh my god. Okay, who's responsible for creating a Twitter account for Monica? I think it's hilarious, but for God's sakes, don't tell Paula. It would get 404 in a microsecond. Are you just relaying her tweets manually, or did you code some kind of pass-through layer to automate it? Based on the contents of the tweets, e.g. not screaming for help, I assume they're coming from the control simulation? Nah. There is an actual Monica account that's run by, I think, Dave. Or Dave. Dan or Dave? Dan. Yes, lunchtime! Saria, who usually buys her lunch, is making her way to the cafeteria like any other day. Clamor and bustle of the students is drowned by Sayori's impeccable skill of zoning out. However, her imagination is momentarily interrupted by a glimpse of a familiar pink-haired girl. Hey, that's Natsuki! Never run into the other club members around the school. Natsuki! Sayori waves on her stands on her tiptoes and waves. Natsuki, who's busy walking and chatting with her friends, doesn't notice Sayori at first. Then she glances over in Sayori's direction. Sayori waves enthusiastically. Exclamation point. Following her friends, Natsuki quickly ducks around the corner. Hey! She definitely saw me. Monica is the first to arrive in the club meeting, then Natsuki. Sayori, having glanced through the window to see Natsuki already inside, is unable to work up enough courage to enter. Natsuki's been so distant with me. I was stupid to think she ever wanted to be friends. She only got excited because she got to share her manga. Aside from that, she doesn't even like me. Go home today. Sorry, but do you plan on going inside? No. Why? I'm sulking. Oh? Well, I'm sorry for bothering you. Excuse me. No, don't leave me! I'll stay here then. I don't want to go in. I'm afraid of bothering Natsuki. Saw her at lunch today, so I waved and called out to her, but instead of saying hi, she just ran away from me. Really? Not bad.
Hey! Sorry. I'm sorry, it was a joke.
It just sounded like something stupid I would do from anxiety.
From anxiety?
Well, I just don't like attention being drawn to myself.
Oh. Well, that makes sense based on the person you are. And Natsuki isn't shy like that at all. I thought we were friends. But it feels like every day she's trying to distance herself more instead of getting closer. Makes me feel like she was only spending time with me during the club because I was reading manga, but she doesn't actually want to be friends with me.
Well, I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here. Was she in the middle of anything when you approached her?
No, she was just walking with her friends.
With her friends? Yuri pauses for a moment. How do I put this? Say, Ari, you're very fond of your friends, right? You always want to be spending time with them.
Of course! I don't think there's anything more important to me. I mean, the best part of my days are with my friends. Besides that, I really hate being alone. So,
you hate being alone? Sayori nods. We are very different people. I cherish my time alone. Wouldn't trade it for anything. So, I think... Well, if I was trying to have alone time and it was being threatened with an interruption, then it just would not make me very happy.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with Natsuki. She was already with her friends, not trying to be alone or anything.
No, I think it's similar. Well, we're all friends in the club, but we have our own lives outside the club as well. If you think about it, making new friends isn't some casual occurrence that happens on a daily basis. Friendship is an invitation to intertwine your lives together. But the capacity at which each person is ready to do that might be different. There are friends who just like to have fun together, and others who like to talk every day and share every detail of their lives with each other. I think when establishing a friendship, it's important to consider the comfort level of the other person. I mean, we don't really know much about Natsuki's life outside the club. It could be that she simply needs to make friends at her own pace, rather than jump headfirst into a new commitment.
But does that mean I really was bothering her? Just really wanted to be good friends with her, so I treated her like one. Was I actually hurting her?
I don't know. I'm sorry. My insight was really only based on what I understand about my own needs. And Natsuki and I are completely different, so...
Was I so selfish? Even if all that is true, then it still means I hurt her. I think I messed up. Yuri, with you, I think I was really careful to understand your needs when I was becoming friends with you. But I wasn't careful at all with Natsuki because she already seemed really social. Just took control of everything instead of looking for the right balance. Now I hurt her. She doesn't want to talk to me. Could I let myself do this?
Sorry. I think that... Well, there was one time when you told me something about the way I saw things in my head being different from reality. It's easy to automatically jump to the worst case scenario, but I think it's more likely that Natsuki doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards you. So I think if we were to realistically consider the situation and how it would cause someone to feel... I'm bad at this. I'm sorry. You're a lot better than me at things like comforting and reassuring people.
Suddenly, Sayori gives Yuri a gentle hug. You're the best, Yuri. Sorry for burdening you with this. You're trying so hard for me. You're such a sweetheart.
I just... It's not a burden. I enjoy listening to others. And my friends deserve happiness.
Sayori beams. Well, I think I'm going to give Natsuki some space. She should do what she wants. And if she does still want to be friends, then I'll learn her needs and I'll match her boundaries. Yeah, I'm sure that's what's best. Wish I didn't feel so awful and guilty. It makes me feel desperate, like I need to make it up to her for trying to make her happy. That's not what she needs. Just have to tell myself that. But I guess it means I still need to grow. Really want to grow as a person. If it's to be better for my friends, I want that. That's very mature of you, Sayori. I'm mature. Sayori hops up and down on her toes. So, does that mean you'll be going home after all? Sayori shakes her head. I need to be here to show that I respect her space. I'll just spend time in the club by myself today. Yuri nods in understanding. You can go in first. Okay. You're blocking the door. Oh. Sayori steps aside. By the way, before Yuri enters the club room, Sayori interjects. You said that you and Natsuki are completely different. I really don't think that's true. I think you're actually really similar in a lot of ways. Yuri smiles and shakes her head. Sayori, that's absurd. You're very silly sometimes. Yuri turns and enters the club room. After a moment, Sayori follows. The club room is quiet. When Sayori walks in, Natsuki glances in her direction. Sayori smiles and gives Natsuki a quick wave before sitting down across the room. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. Sayori decides it's best to continue the manga she was reading, so she pulls it out. However, it looks like Natsuki isn't reading today. She has a sheet of paper in front of her and is tapping a pen against her desk, staring at it. Oh? We are writing today? Monica speaks in a quiet voice, unwilling to disturb the peace of the club room. She kneels down at Natsuki's desk. Hey! Natsuki pulls the sheet closer to her and covers it with her arms. Sorry, I didn't mean to peek. Whatever. I just wanted to see how everything was going. It's fine, Natsuki replies dismissively. She glances over at Sayori, who's focused on her manga. Focused on her Monica. Focused on her manga. Monica follows Natsuki's gaze. I think she's mad at me. How come? I'm busy right now. Ask me later. Monica falls silent. Natsuki looks back down at her paper. Yeah. She inches her hand away from the top margin, allowing Monica to see. It says, to Sayori. Understanding, Monica smiles. She places a hand on Natsuki's shoulder and whispers softly, I'm proud of you. Natsuki looks away, but it makes no emotion to remove Monica's hand. Monica gives Natsuki's shoulder a quick squeeze before standing back up and pulling away. The end of the club meeting passes. Yuri has already departed, so has Monica after checking on Sayori and Natsuki to ensure they wouldn't stay too late. Sayori was determined to finish her manga volume before heading out, since the end was approaching. However, with Natsuki also staying late for an unknown reason, a silent tension hangs in the air. After finishing the volume, Sayori brings it to the closet and puts it away. She slides it back onto the shelf while Natsuki watches. Then Natsuki gets up and pulls it back out in order to return it to its proper location. Sorry, I didn't know where it was supposed to go. It's fine. The two fall silent again, avoiding eye contact. They both look like they're about to say something, but neither can break the silence. A moment passes. Well, I'll be on my way. See you tomorrow. Sayori turns away to hide her pained expression, then walks away from the closet. If there was any proof Natsuki no longer wanted to be friends, this was it. Defeated, Sayori carries herself out of the club room. Once in the hallway, Sayori takes a deep breath and hits her palms against her cheeks to clear her head a little.
No, wrong voice. Suddenly, Netsuki's stammering voice calls out from behind.
Netsuki?
Startled, Sayori turns back around to face Netsuki. Netsuki fidgets and anxiously continues with a shaky voice.
I have a lot of things to say. Me too. You go first.
Netsuki bites her lip and can't stay still.
Well, first of all,
she cuts herself short, struggling to continue. Trying to force the words out, she stamps her foot and hops up and down a little. I'm sorry for the thing I did at lunch. I'm sorry for just being kind of mean lately. It's really hard for me to I'm not good with things that make me uncomfortable. Most people aren't. Especially when it comes to, like feelings and stuff. So, face burning, Netsuki clams up again. Instead of continuing, she simply holds up a sheet of paper for Sayori to take. The best place in the world. Love my bedroom. It's full of bright colors and soft things. The sunlight shines in and makes everything sparkle. It's the best place in the world. It has all my treasures, all my books, my collections, my memories. All my dreams were born in this room. It's the best place in the world. It has all my secrets, all my failures, my fears, my feelings. Sometimes it feels so fragile that the door will break at the slightest touch. It's still the best place in the world. But when someone knocks, I get scared. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. Please don't break. Please don't come in. I'm not ready. It's my best place in the world. The knocking won't stop. I block the door with furniture. An eye peeks through the keyhole, and I panic. I'm trapped in the best place in the world. I'm not ready to share my favorite place. I need to clean my secrets and make my bed to hide my nightmares. I need to touch them to put them away, to see them again. I have so much to do, and I'm scared. And I'm not ready. It's still my favorite place. I still want to share it. However long it takes, if you wait patiently, I'll eventually open the door, and I'll show you the best place in the world.
It's a poem, but I thought...
Well, I sucked it up so I could work some things out with you. Just be happy about it. Please. Sayori smiles deeply from the bottom of her heart.
I'm happier than I could express. I feel so awful, but I'm so happy that you would do this for me. I actually realized before the club meeting today that I made a mistake. I got so caught up in the chance to get closer to you that I forgot to think about what you wanted. And that we probably have different ways we like to make friends. About, the friendship stuff? I mean, it's okay. I understand. So you don't have to force yourself to talk about it. Your poem did a good job. So don't force yourself if you're not ready yet. Okay?
Netsuki nods. You don't have to feel like you did anything wrong. It was my fault. I'm sorry. I wasn't mad at you today or anything like that. I actually felt really guilty and wanted to give you space. I was thinking it's silly that I just approached you all the time and that I should just let you approach me when you want to. Just whatever makes you comfortable. I'll respect that from now on. Friendship should always start with those things. The right balance. Netsuki nods again. One thing about that. Well, I don't want to have to approach you all the time either. I just want it to be balanced, like you said. Sayori nods. I understand. We'll make sure of that together then. Well, anyway, now that the two of them have found common ground, Netsuki finds it easier to speak more freely again. I'm not gonna be sharing my poems all the time now or anything like that. Of course you aren't. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to do once in a while. Only the best ones. So you better like them, because otherwise I might change my mind. I like anything you do, Netsuki.
I was just saying. More importantly, I had to tell you about my new boyfriend. Huh? Oh, from the manga. Wait, I need to guess who it is. You definitely won't be able to guess.
She's shipping. She learned to ship.
Oh my god, we had so much to talk about. Darn, I should have told you to save the last 2 chapters so I could see your reaction to the big reveal. Oh, you wanted to enjoy it with me? It's so cute.
Oh, shush. 2 more. Well, I mean, 2 more part 1 and 2s. I mean, part 1s wouldn't, you know, fuck it. Am I bothering you?
Huh? No.
Okay, just checking. It's hard to tell since you always look so into it when you're reading. Makes me scared to interrupt. Well, it's within my expectations to be interrupted when I read here. It's mainly when I'm by myself I don't like it.
That makes sense.
I guess if you're here in the first place, then you're more ready to socialize, even if it takes a little bit of prodding. It's not so bad to be social if I let others do the work, so it can be healthy to put myself in a social environment every now and then. Also difficult when I don't know anyone, or there are too many people, or everyone's being too silly for me to keep up with. Yuri glances around the room at Sayori and Natsuki. Sayori has her head cocked back and her mouth open, trying to catch pieces of a cookie that Natsuki is lobbing into the air, but the pieces keep bouncing off of her face and hitting on the floor. Maybe I should say something? No need. I just ran out of cookie. What a waste. They've really become good friends, haven't they? I'm happy. Sayori seems particularly good. Wrong accent. Sayori seems particularly good at making that happen. But the two of them are both on the energetic side, so I suppose it works out well. Yeah, come to think of it, you and I haven't had much chances to talk one-on-one, have we? Though, that may partially be my fault, since I'm supposed to be the one engaging the club members. Not at all. I've probably formed a habit of drawing minimal attention to myself. The responsibility is equally on me. Or at least to display some openness to engagement. Well, what about during the times like lunch? Oh, that's Monica. Well, what about the times like lunch? Do you meet up with friends? I'll just read. Oh. But I like it that way. Feels nice to be carried off again after a morning of classes. Do you always read fantasy? Oh, not always. I suppose it's all I've read recently, but only because I'm in the middle of this series. There are still 2 more books after this one. I guess those long books suit you well, since you spend so much time reading. Well, fantasy may be my favorite, but after that, I'm more or less indiscriminate to the genres. I'll read anything with depth and maturity. How about smut fanfiction?
Oh yeah?
Even like romances? Well, there are a lot of books that have elements of romance in them.
Oh, come on, Yuri. You know what I mean.
You did say maturity. You said maturity in it. Monica lowers her voice. It's a guilty pleasure of mine, so I won't tell anyone if you do too. Monica reads smut. Maybe more when I was in middle school. Bullshit. You don't say you do not. Say. Just because I found smut on fanfiction.net in middle school doesn't mean that I didn't start getting really into them until high school. So, shush. I mean, I was really lonely and people were mean to me a lot. And this was before fanfiction.net banned mature, you know, well, 18 plus stuff. So, the way you got around it, the key to this was there were certain labels you put on your fanfic. I mean, you'd still put it as rated R or whatever the highest maturity thing was, but you'd have like something called lemon or lime or some other like combination of, yeah, let's say, yeah, so that it secretly, people, well, it's a secret that everybody knows kind of thing. That if the fanfiction had lemons on it, usually that could apply to girl on boy. Limes sometimes refer to boy on boy and or girl on girl. Anyways, back in the old time of the internet when fanfiction that you know got rid of 18 plus, but they brought it back. So I just kind of felt like, oh, please don't make me think about the past. Being really lonely. Look, I'm really lonely and I still read smut. Yuri, sorry, I'm looking at this. And people are still mean to me. Was it? I mean, Knives Over the Mild stuff? It might have been that. It was so long ago. Please don't make me think about the past. Sorry, I just got super curious. You know, we should totally pick out a romance novel to read. That would be so much fun. I will stab if it's 50 Shades of Grey because that's not a romance novel. That's a... I have no words to describe what kind of novel that is, but there is no romance in it and it's very much Stockholm-y. I haven't read it myself either, but there was a book person that did an analysis of it. They gave a... Before they did the analysis, did a brief rundown of it. And... Dear... Oh my fucking god. What's a good romance novel? I mean, I couldn't help but think of, the girls at the florist shop, including the female owner, would read harem books at the store. I'm trying to think of... That's a good romance. My mind keeps jumping to, the Harp of the Harp of the Grey Rose by, Charles de Lint. But it's more fantasy than it is romance, if I'm remembering. No, wait, I know which one that they should read. Oh my god, I have to pull it up. Let me see. I have to remember it because it... Sorry. I know this is a distraction, and I know this is making it longer than it should be. Find it. Try to find it! It was, let me see if I can find it. God damn it. Thief of Time, I think is what it is. I repeat, I have to find this. Not it. It's not Thief of Time. I'm so sorry, y'all. I am absolutely... Where am I? No, that's a good debate on that one. Pyramids. Is it pyramids? Yeah, it's Pyramids. It's by Terry Pratchett, and it's a Discworld book. Where is it? Where is she? Yeah, no, it is Thief of Time. Yes, Thief of Time is it. Okay, sorry. I am so sorry on that. It's Thief of Time, Terry Pratchett, Discworld. I was wrong about the Pyramids one. It's the Thief of Time. It took me a bit for my mind to remember. And the thing is, it doesn't have much romance in it, but it's still fun. Yeah, that's my choice of a romance novel. Absolutely not. Really? Even if it was just between us? Asking someone who has no shame, like Natsuki. Ouch. Sorry, I swear I didn't mean that. Well, I guess it was my fault for pressing you. I'm like that for things in my past too. You know, things I feel too embarrassed to re-experience. There's nothing wrong with growing out of things. It happens to everyone. For instance, Natsuki's interest in manga reminds me quite a bit of how intense I used to be about my own interests. It makes me think that she'll likely grow out of it too. I haven't grown out of my smut phase, Yuri. Hey, were you talking about me? No, we were just... Oh, we were just talking about how our interests have changed over the years. When did you get into manga, Natsuki? Like a couple of years ago, I guess. I was already sort of into it before that, but it wasn't really going hard until then. Oh yeah? What was it that inspired you to get more into it? I don't know. I guess, let me think. It was after I discovered a series I really liked. Yeah, I was just like really fed up with a lot of things, and I got super into this one series that I really related to. I guess I had an edgy phase where I just hated everyone around me and wanted to be by myself. Hey, kind of like Yuri. Monica. Sorry. That's completely wrong. So, it's still cool that you both really found your thing. Almost like opposites. But it sounds like they helped you a lot through hard times. You know it. Wow, what the heck? Is that book even bigger than the last one you were reading? It's technically slightly longer, but not by much. How high do you think it would go if you stacked up the whole series? Natsuki estimates by holding her hand up high above her head, sizing up an imaginary stack. I should get one of those mangas that's like 50 volumes so long that I could say I've read more than you. Get One Piece. Not that I have the money for that. Please, that would hardly count when your books only have a few words per page. You know, I was just joking. I never actually read books like yours. It's too boring for me. Yuri shoots a glare at Natsuki. It's not boring. Chill, I said for me, not for you. I didn't have my own opinion. I just think it's too convoluted. Sayori, are those from the floor? Gross! So wash your hands before touching any of my books. My hands aren't dirty. Just do it. The oils are there even if you can't see them. Fine. Sayori trots out the door and Natsuki follows. Yuri, you look a little upset. What kind of nerve does she have to call my hobby born? Well, she did correct herself. Hardly. She was so condescending. Don't mind if she thinks it's not for her. I already understand it's not for everyone. She knows well how these things mean to me. So how about just leaving me alone instead of needlessly telling me the things you hate about it? I'm sorry, Yuri. You may be right. This won't be the last time people have strong feelings about what they like and don't like. Especially in a literature club. So I figured out how to mediate discussions to keep them positive and constructive. Oh, so not like Twitter and Reddit. For the record, I've always been impressed by the level of creativity in your books, and also your ability to get through them so quickly. Thank you. Okay, well, this is something that I'll have to think about and revisit. I'm sure I can help Natsuki find some common ground with you. Common ground isn't necessary. I just wish to be respected. That then. Either way, I'll do my best. I'm skeptical when it comes to Natsuki. I trust you, Monica, but I'm skeptical. Okay, everyone. We have a special club meeting today. As you know, the Literature Club is a place where we get to share things that we're really passionate about. But that also means we should be mindful of how we respond to each other's feelings. I think we have a chance to turn our differences into positive energy for each other. Aren't you being a little dramatic about this? This is important to me. Oh, sorry. I just feel like I'm being accused of something. No, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm sorry if it came off as that. But our conversation yesterday made me reflect the power of language. And I thought it would be a good topic for the Literature Club. Don't you think? I'm sure we're going to have differences in opinion a lot. So I need to make sure that we're prepared to keep a positive atmosphere in the club. If you say so. Sure. Cool thing about language is that it gives us a lot of different ways to express the same idea or emotion. We have a lot of control over how we want other people to feel when receiving our thought. This goes for poetry, narratives, casual conversations, basically anything. For example, Sayori, what's your favorite food? I'll have to organize them by category. Should I start with snacks or do you mean full meals? Should I include breakfast? Oh, jeez. Okay. How about your favorite food? How about your favorite fruit?
That's easy. Cherries.
Really? I always thought cherries tasted nasty.
What? Cherries are delicious.
Whoa, that's a pretty strong reaction.
Well, I just don't understand how someone could think that cherries are nasty.
How does that make you feel?
I don't know. Sad?
Defensive, maybe?
Yeah, I got defensive.
See, the reason why you had such a strong reaction wasn't just because I don't like cherries. It's because you felt like your opinion was under attack. That's weird, right? Something like taste is completely subjective. But when I say something like, I think cherries taste nasty, I'm using objective language. I'm challenging Sayori's reality that cherries are delicious with my own, which is that cherries are nasty.
Wait, hold on. How is that objective when you said it was only your own opinion?
It has to do with the way our brains interpret words. You're talking about the reality of the cherries, not your feelings about them. Like, Sayori. Let's rewind for a second and pretend I didn't tell you that I think cherries are nasty.
Good.
But what if instead of that I said, like, I've tried cherries and they're not for me. It's not the kind of flavor I enjoy.
Well, that's fine.
As long as you don't call them nasty. Nasty is a nasty word. Okay, so cherries was kind of a weird example, but I think it gets the point across. This time around, instead of talking about the cherries, I just talked about my feelings, and Sayori didn't get defensive. So instead of clashing with each other, it's like we received an invitation to talk about our differences. Yuri, you don't need to take notes. I'm not gonna quiz you or something. I know that. I was just... Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. You can do whatever you like. But does anyone have any thoughts so far?
Yeah, I feel like I shouldn't have to put all my language through a filter just to protect someone's feelings.
Well, you don't have to. The choice is yours on how you want to come across to other people. I'm only suggesting it as a tool to help you turn your differences into a positive experience rather than an argument. Right, Sayori?
Whatever you say, cherry hater.
Oh, come on. Sayori, I actually like cherries. I was just using that to help demonstrate.
What the heck? I've been duped.
I'm sorry, Sayori. I'll make it up to you later. How about a cherry sundae?
You're welcome to dupe me anytime, my beloved president.
Buying your people's loyalty? How deplorable.
Oh, like you would turn down a free sundae, Yuri. You were certainly a fan of those cupcakes I brought in the other week.
I was reading and not keeping track of them. Oh, well, that's enough. We're getting off topic. So now that we have the gist of it, how about we try it with something more relevant to the club? Like manga, right? Let's try and have a productive discussion about our differences in opinion. Yuri, do you want to start? Well, I'd rather not know. Oh, how come? Well, because I don't see how anything productive can come from that. It's just gonna start a fight. No, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here to moderate. I used to be a part of the debate club. Let's just have a calm, rational discussion. I don't think it's good. Okay. First of all, pulling someone up to this kind of thing out of nowhere, especially with two different people who have a certain amount of ego to them, means it's basically getting rid of the fight or flight response by just pulling them into a fight. Even if you say that you're going to moderate, without warning, it once again is not giving them a choice on how on the confrontation.
Yeah, give me a little credit. I'm not a child. You don't have to coddle my feelings. I always think it's more respectable just to speak your mind.
Respectable? Oh no. Oh no. Yuri's expression changes at that word. As Monica recalls, being respected was the crux of the matter for Yuri. Well, the point of the exercise isn't exactly like fun. I have nothing against anyone personally. You're entitled to enjoy whatever it is you like. I just prefer more depth and nuance in my written material. I look for stories that are imaginative and sophisticated beyond the surface level. There are a lot of mangas that wrote those things.
Oh, well, that's just a misunderstanding then. I thought you were gonna say that manga's for children or something. Like I don't hear enough of that.
There are plenty of deep manga. Berserk. Nobody's gonna get me to read that. Thank you, I have enough trauma. I'm not clueless about manga. I've read my own fair share when I was younger. When you were younger.
What? Are you serious?
How come you never told me? Because I'm past that point in my life, and I prefer not to revisit it. I prefer more mature things now. There are mature manga. Flow's optional.
Excuse me? Okay, hold on. Can I jump in here?
Let's try and keep things subjective. Because if you imply that manga is immature, then aren't you implying that someone is immature for being into it?
Well, maybe it's immature to judge people for having different tastes than you.
Natsuki.
Nobody isn't immature. I read Natsuki's manga and Yuri's fantasy, and I love both of them in their own way.
Okay. Great that you like it, but I still find it boring. Boring isn't subjective. Okay, it bores me. That's subjective.
But,
I mean, the thing about... This is ridiculous. You see why I don't want to participate in this? I knew it was just gonna make people upset. I'm not upset. Like I said, I don't care what other people think. I always got the impression that you secretly looked down upon me, so I'm glad my suspicions were confirmed. That's not true at all. You're making assumptions. Can't blame me for getting defensive when nobody has the least bit of respect for the things that I'm into. Sayori is over here screaming. The only thing I look down upon is when people make fun of me for just being myself and trying to mind my own business.
What? Have you looked in the mirror? Tell me again about respect after calling all my interests immature.
You can't.
Please stop. Please. I don't mean the things you're saying right now. Let's just be friends.
No, they definitely mean it. They need to work it out themselves. I didn't mean for this to happen. Well, it did. So please don't invite yourself to try and solve other people's problems next time. Okay? Yuri's piercing words sent the classroom into a choked silence as she gathers her things. She leaves.
Holy crap. I've never heard her sound like that before. She must be so pissed.
Well, you weren't nice either, so... I
was just saying. How did this happen?
This is my fault. Yuri wasn't wrong. I shouldn't have tried to moderate conflicts when I know how bad I am at dealing with conflicts. To be fair, nobody's taught these children how to properly argue their points. And that's a general statement for everybody in the world, in at least America. Where it becomes a personal attacks versus actual substance. It's really stupid a thing for me to do.
It's nobody's fault, and it wasn't stupid. Everyone in this club is a nice person.
Nobody would have expected this. Actually, passionate people can end up doing this.
I'm guessing we're sensitive about the things we really love.
Most people are. Honestly, she kind of brought it upon herself. Like I said, I don't care if you're not in the manga, but if you actually look down on other people for it, that's kind of the point I was trying to make in the first place. Not about sugarcoating things. It's just about recognizing and understanding our differences. Okay, but the thing is about that, Yuri actually looks down on me. It has nothing to do with her word choice or anything like that. So I see what you're trying to do, but I really think the problem is her. Not like the way we talk to each other, right? I mean,
Yuri isn't like that. She's a lot sweeter than you give her credit for.
I'm sure she'll be reflecting on this. I actually think everyone should. No, what she is going to dig her heels in the ground because that's exactly the fuck I would do. I mean, I don't relate to any of these characters. It'll be fine. I'll figure something out. I'm just like saying that instinctively. I'm just setting myself up to cause more problems. This wasn't your fault, Monica. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. Too late, she's beating herself up over it. Ask me, it's good that the truth finally came out, because I can just move on now.
But
Fine, I promise. Let's just get our minds off this, okay? In fact, it's a good opportunity to read some manga without having to worry about feeding Yuri's superiority complex. You know, don't be mean. I'll talk or read manga or whatever you want. But please don't be mean to my friends, okay? Sorry. I'm just bitter. Everything will be okay. I mean, I don't have the answers, but I at least know that we're all good people. Don't want to hurt each other. This will be a learning experience. Monica says that, but her uneasiness is given away by how much she has to force the reassuring tone in her voice. This is bound to happen eventually. Natsuki and Yuri have always engaged with each other the least out of anyone for this reason, and Sayori and Natsuki proceeded to distract themselves with manga. Monica sighs to herself, unable to shake her worried thoughts. Will the club really have to just come to terms with the fact that some members will be incompatible with each other? I mean, as the club gets bigger, that is always a possibility. Monica desperately doesn't want to admit that, and she knows Sayori doesn't either. But for once, a solution doesn't seem to be in sight. I'm gonna have to use the restroom. Okay, cool. Nubis. Yeah. Alright, reflection. A new day arrives. Sayori arrives at the club room earlier than usual. That is, not late. As she enters, it appears to be empty still. So she sits down at a desk and pulls out a sheet of paper, primed to jolt down her thoughts. Sayori made a habit of scribbling her thoughts and feelings onto paper whenever possible, as it tends to serve as her best inspiration for poetry.
my heart feels vacant because a ship sailed away. Yo! Hey! Itsuki!
Itsuki pokes her head out from behind the closet door.
Sorry. Didn't mean to scare you.
But it would have been a lot more awkward if I didn't say anything. I doubt you'd want me to listen in on your poetry thing.
Yeah. Thanks for realizing that.
should I let you finish that up then?
Oh no, it wasn't. I mean, I just do it whenever it's convenient. You're not interrupting. Where's Monica, by the way?
Oh,
She's out in the hallway.
huh? Why?
Well, just in case she runs into Yuri. Sometimes Yuri is too nervous to come in to the club room by herself.
Oh. Geez, does Yuri really let things bother her for that long?
She can't control her feelings. For some people, it's really hard to cope when you've got get a bad thought in your head. Maybe you can distract yourself for a little while, but as soon as it's just you and your thoughts again, it comes back.
Just wanted us to have a normal club meeting. It's a lot easier to pretend like it never happened if we just ignore it and move on. That's not very, mature. I don't want to be bothered by this. It's so stupid. Her opinion of me doesn't matter anyways. Yes, it sounds like it totally doesn't matter. Besides, it makes me feel really guilty, and I hate that too.
Okay to have feelings. It doesn't make you weak. Let's figure this out together.
Fine. Only because you're good at this stuff. It's a work in progress.
Let's try and come up with a happy scene. Maybe that will help us understand where your bad feelings are coming from.
Well, I was happy about the way things were before we had to have that conversation yesterday.
What part of that conversation made you upset? Was it Yuri being mean about the manga?
Maybe. I doubt it, though. Because my friends and other people make fun of manga all the time, but I just brush it off and ignore them. But something about it really got to me this time. I hate that I'm letting that happen.
Is it because it came from Yuri?
No, what would that matter? I mean, well, maybe. I hate that she thinks she's so much better than me just because she likes to pretend to be all sophisticated.
Yeah, that's what it is.
At least other people decide that they don't like me or manga or whatever. But Yuri acts like she's too good even when given the chance.
I'm sorry. Everyone deserves a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Would you give Yuri's books a chance?
Huh? After this, obviously not.
What about before this?
Well, I would until I got bored, which wouldn't take very long. Yeah, I would say with the books that she was trying to get Sayori to read, there's a certain amount of, I don't know, young adult novels starting with, because that's high fantasy, which is adult novels, but not in the sexual way. I mean, just in the comprehension level. If you actually keep an open mind, then it's not hard to realize that a story can be deep and meaningful without it being needlessly complicated. Yes!
I see. But, you know, I like Yuri's books.
Yeah, but you like manga more, right? Sayori shakes her head.
I like them both. I like them in different ways, but I like them both. I mean, the manga? It's really honest and fun and easy to just let go with it. And the fantasy has a lot to interpret and uncover. It's really rewarding to have some good quiet time together with it. The most important thing is that both of them, well, that both manga and fantasy are true to themselves. So I love them both. And I think there's room for both of them in the same club together. And I just feel like maybe they have more in common than you would think.
How do you get along with everyone so well? We just get into fights with people.
Like,
first, it was with Monica when I was new to the club. Then it was you. And now it's Yuri. And I'm always like, oh, that person is being such a jerk. And if they just realized that, then we could at least get along. But nobody else has this problem. Just keep running away from the reality that everyone's just a jerk to me because nobody likes me. I don't know why. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hate it. Netsuki. Sayori puts a comforting hand on Netsuki's shoulder. You're a wonderful person, and you deserve to be loved as much as anyone else. Everyone has different ways they like to communicate, you know? And sometimes that makes it harder for us to understand each other. I think that sometimes we get lucky and we make friends who are really good at the same kind of communication. And it feels like you magically connect with them. Other times, even if both people are really nice, it's easy for them to misunderstand each other or get the communication wrong. Something that Yuri struggles a lot with. Cat! Ow. It can be really hard. And nothing like ruining a important scene. One of the cats was in my lap. And the other cat didn't like that. It can be really hard. It takes a lot of, like, reflection and self-awareness. And vulnerability. I'm bad at that one. Vulnerability. Always have to be the strongest. What do you mean? Tell me about that part of you. It's nothing like they aren't therapists at that age, can? Well... it sounds stupid, but I'm really used to people being mean to me. Understand that feeling? Like, my friends, and I guess my dad. Like, when I don't get good grades, or even stupid things like if my room isn't clean. What am I gonna do? Cry about it? If I let myself get upset, then it's just letting them win. I'm better than that. Better than all of them. So things always have to be everyone else's fault. It feels like if something goes wrong, and there's even a tiny hint it might have been my fault, then just get really angry and find ways to blame everything else instead. Do you see yourself better than Yuri? If I said that, I would just sound really full of myself. No. Our thoughts and our feelings are two different things. Even if we don't like our feelings, we have to understand them if we want to learn more about ourselves. Part of vulnerability, you know? Accepting that we have feelings that we don't like. I hate that. Feelings make me a bad person. Because my feelings just want to tell me that I'm so much better than her. That she's a judgmental know-it-all who's stuck in her edgy phase, and I'm just way above that garbage. I'm terrible for feeling that way. You're not terrible. You are not your feelings. You are not your feelings. Say that to yourself. Out loud. Fine. I am not my feelings. The way that I like to picture it is those feelings are like your roommate. You live in the same house. You gotta see each other every day. And even if you can ignore each other most of the time, you're gonna run into each other every now and then. And then it's gonna make you feel like poop. So the other option is to get to know each other. You can communicate and learn from each other. And maybe even help each other change for the better. Does that help you understand? How do you know so much about this stuff? I just have a roommate that can be really hard to get along with. Depression. Depression? You're like the happiest person I know.
I am not my feelings.
I want to be a good person like you.
Oh, you little sweetheart. We're all good people. You and Yuri and Monica. I think Yuri will eventually learn that about you.
Natsuki remains silent, feeling a little overwhelmed. Despite Sayori's kind reassurance, a complicated mixture of pain and sadness seems to fill her, as though flowing from a wound inside her. Is it a result of her vulnerability? No. It wasn't as though she was inflicted a wound after becoming vulnerable. It was as though she had began to rediscover an old wound, and that cannot simply be bandaged and be left alone any longer. Yuri! What are you doing all the way over here? I was looking for you. Please don't yell at me. Oh, I'm not gonna yell at you. I just wanted to say I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. It was unfair for me to put everyone on the spot like that. See? Next time, I won't just try and jump in and solve everyone's problems. Yes, it's a bad habit of mine. You're not mad at me. I thought you were the one mad at me. I was so awful yesterday. Yuri curls up and recalls the details of the argument. I can't even have a normal conversation without saying something wrong and making everyone upset. Hold on, that's not what happened at all. Let's talk about this, okay? Yuri pauses for a second, then manages a nod. Monica takes a seat next to her on the staircase. I'm having a lot of negative thought patterns, and I can't get away from them. What kind of negative thought patterns? Like everyone hates me. Especially Natsuki. Oh, that's terrible. I don't think Natsuki hates you. How do you know? Well, because Monica thinks back to the time that she herself found herself in an altercation with Natsuki, and how a display of maturity from Monica was enough for Natsuki to reevaluate her own feelings as well. I think Natsuki is naturally defensive. I think she acts mean when she feels the need to protect herself. But, you know, really not a bad person. In fact, I think she can be really thoughtful and considerate. She just... well, I guess the way that it works is that she wants to receive some degree of kindness first before she feels comfortable returning it. Oh, but that means the burden's on me. I don't know how to say things that make people like me. Every time I open my mouth, I just... Yuri shakes her head at herself and tugs on her hair. Okay, Yuri. You don't need to beat yourself up. I think anyone would like you if they had the chance to get to know you. Well, unfortunately, the opposite is true. That's why I'm not talkative anymore in the first place. Because everyone used to think I was weird and talked about me behind my back. That's just what happens when I draw attention to myself. Natsuki even said she found it more respectable when people speak their mind. So I did, and then she hated me anyway. That was enough to confirm my fears. But Sayori and I like you. We've gotten to know you a lot by now, right? Yuri doesn't seem to have a response. Hey, what do you think of Natsuki? I don't think about her. That's not what I meant, really. I was just wondering if you had an opinion of her. I do. What is it? Natsuki seems to bring out the worst in me, and I feel really ashamed of it. I like to think myself as a fairly sophisticated person. So for someone just to Treat me like I'm inferior despite my tastes? Just the worst kind of insult coming from someone like her. It makes me think bad things about her. But everyone else seems to like her, so the only explanation is that it's me who's doing something wrong. And my feelings about her are wrong. And I'm wrong to get upset over something so childish and inconsequential. No, Yuri. Feelings are never wrong. Well, they're not right. That's the thing. Feelings are never right or wrong, you know? They're just a state of being that we don't always have control over. But that doesn't mean that they have to control us. I feel like something I learned around when I first started the club. We can hate ourselves for feeling a certain way about things. Or we can, you know, just acknowledge that they exist and try to understand them better. I could never be mad at you for just feeling a certain way. It's about how you handle them. And I think working through feelings is a great opportunity for teamwork. Yuri wears a dejected expression. You make it sound so easy. So mature. And so good with people. Be like just a child in comparison. Oh, Yuri. Far from perfect. These are learned skills. They didn't come to me naturally either. It's really hard to, like, reflect on yourself and separate your feelings from your thoughts. I want to be a good person. Well, I think it takes a good person to get this far. That's not good enough. I want to be able to communicate it to her. Communicate what? How I feel. How it makes me feel frustrated and upset when she's so negative and dismissive of things that mean so much to me. And how it reminds me of me. Because I know what it's like to feel misunderstood and angry at everyone. I know that telling yourself you're better than everyone else is just a defense mechanism. We're just people. Fragile and unstable. I'm just tired of that getting in the way. I can't stand it when the peace is disturbed like this. Yeah, you can't focus on your reading when the peace is disturbed, right? Because the literature club should be happy for everyone. Monica looks at Yuri in adoration. I feel like Sayori must be rubbing off on me, because I really want to hug you right now. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I mean, well, if you wanted to, then I wouldn't really mind, so... Monica pulls Yuri into a short embrace. You're so gentle. I love when you communicate your feelings. I feel lucky to get to see that side of you. Sure Netsuki will too. I'm gonna write her a letter. Oh, a letter? What a great idea. Just because I'm not good at talking, especially under pressure. I always let my feelings get the best of me. I forget to say all the important things, and say the things I don't mean. Well, I think a letter will be wonderful. Such a nice way to communicate. Yuri's face hardens with determination. People don't naturally gravitate towards me like they do you and Sayori. My personality just isn't suited for that. I wouldn't want it to be. But something I've learned is that friendships don't always just magically appear out of thin air. For instance, I never would have seen myself making friends with someone like Sayori. We're opposites. We're opposite in a lot of ways. I'm friends with her because she puts so much effort into understanding me, so we can get along. Sorry, my voice is... Ugh, we still have a bit to go. I think it was the same with you. You both gave me a lot of time and patience. And I wonder if she feels the same way. Netsuki? Yuri nods. I always thought that if I wanted to make more friends, I had to be someone that I'm not. That there's some type of person or magical formula I had to follow in order to make someone like me. And that's just like me to think that. Always so occupied with myself that I fail to understand other people. Yuri shakes her head. Friendship happens when you think about the other person. When you offer time and effort to understand them, and respect them, and trust that. And trust that they also want to be a good person. That's what I learned through my observations in the literature club. Observations? Monica is caught by surprise. Yuri has always kept to herself, so much that it's unusual to hear her suddenly talk about the club like this. But Yuri gently smiles to herself. You always let me listen to your thoughts about people. Sayara too. It makes me happy, because I learn a lot of things. So sweet. I had no idea it meant so much to you. Monica never thought much of it, but in the past weeks, Yuri always seemed to be especially attentive when it came to the problems and concerns of others, always wanting to listen and learn more about her friends in the club. It's true, Sayori and Monica are naturally more comfortable with other people, and can be more easily work through situations of conflict. That doesn't make them better people. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses, and the capacity to improve. And the first step towards improving oneself is reflection and self-awareness. It's something that Yuri never gave herself enough credit for, but that Monica can recognize as an incredible trait. That, her confidence in the club is restored. A very shy girl with long, pretty hair is wandering the bustling lunchtime hallways, her fists pressed into a collarbone. When she finds the literature club president's classroom, she stands at the door, glancing all around her before peering inside. Monica is sitting and chatting with a group of unknown friends. Yeah, as expected, this is a bad idea after all. Suddenly, Monica glances towards the door, making the girl panic and duck out of sight. Before she can gain composure and decide for sure to leave, the classroom door gently opens. Yuri, what a surprise to see you during lunch. Yuri squeaks a response. Please help me. What? Is everything okay? Yuri shakes her head. I don't know how to write letters. Thank goodness. I thought there was some kind of emergency. Monica briefly glances over her shoulder at her other friends. Do you want some help? We can go to find an empty classroom or something. Is that okay? I feel bad taking you away from your friends. It's totally fine, I promise. You weren't really doing anything. One sec. Monica trots back to her classroom, says something like, I gotta go, to her friends, and then grabs a pen off her desk before returning to Yuri. Hey, let's go somewhere quiet. Yuri nods and follows Monica as the two of them set off. Oh, how are you today? Huh? Me? Well, yes. Oh, sorry. I just got caught off. Caught off guard. I'm doing well today. Just tired. Never seem to get enough sleep during the week. How come? I don't know. I think I'm just easily distracted. I get really sucked into things and start neglecting the time. Me too. I do that too. Hey, this classroom is empty. Let's go in here. After peering inside, Monica opens a classroom door and the two of them enter. Yuri's moment of relaxation ends. She watches Monica pull... watches as Monica pulls 2 chairs up to the same desk, and then obeys as Monica beckons her to take a seat. She stares down at the empty desk. You nervous? I don't want to do this. We don't have to. We can come up with something else. Yuri shakes her head. My chance to do something good. Need to take the initiative. Gosh, you must be really determined. I know how hard it is to step out of your comfort zone. I'll be sure to encourage you. Yuri pushes through her anxiety and grabs a handful of lined paper from her notebook. Then she picks up her pen. Hey, you're left-handed. That's neat. Yeah. Now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. Monica playfully rubs her shoulder against Yuri's. Sorry, I'm just being silly, I guess. Anyway, how about we start by listing the different things you want to say to her? Yuri thinks. I feel embarrassed all of a sudden. Oh, it's okay. How about some of the things you said to me yesterday? But never mind, I guess I'll try. Yuri thinks for a moment longer, her tension evident. Then she writes the word reflection. This is about my reflection on our behavior. The key question is why we act this way towards each other, but have been able to separately be friends with Sayori and Monica. That's me. Yes, it is. So, Yuri thinks, I've been able to befriend the 2 of you because you've taken the time to understand my needs and respect my interests. Same goes for Netsuki, too. We started off as pretty hostile to each other before, because I was so worried about getting what I wanted, but she just wanted to be respected more than anything else. Once I stopped making it all about me, she was able to do the same. I want to do that too. What kinds of things do you want to do for her? I want to do the same things for her that I'd like to receive. I like it when people respond positively to the things I talk about and not just brush me off. I like it when my feelings are taken seriously. And I like it when you and Sayori trust that I want to be a good person, even when I'm not doing a good job at it. Let's write those things down. Okay. Yuri writes some things down. I think the most important thing is to remember here is that Tsuki is feeling vulnerable. So we should make sure that the letter puts her first. It's hard when you're feeling hurt, but it never helps just to tell someone all the things they're doing wrong. I think first you have to make sure that they know that you're ready to respect them and listen to them and admit the things that you feel you could do better. And finally, you ask what you can do in return. How does that sound for the structure? It could be 3 paragraphs, 1 for each of the points. I like that. My thoughts are so disorganized. I had no idea how to come up with any kind of structure. You're so amazing at these things. Oh, stop. You've done so much more than I have, you know? Spent so much time reflecting and being open-minded. That's the hardest thing for anyone to do. All I'm doing is helping you put it on a piece of paper. I think you're the amazing one. Monica gives Yuri's hand a quick squeeze, but she lets go. Caught by surprise when Yuri curls her fingers to hook Monica's hand in place. For a while they sit like that in silence, save for the occasional scratching of Yuri's pen against the paper. Yesterday, you told me something that I've been thinking a lot about. What's that? The thing about excuse me, the thing about how feelings aren't right or wrong, and they're just a state of being we need to come to terms with. Made me think about how a person's behavior isn't always just how they decide to be. It's also made up of their past experiences and their insecurities. I think that helps me see other people as actual people, rather than as insignificant side characters who are out to get me somehow. Is that how you feel about Nitsuki? Yuri nods. But in reality, everyone is always trying their best. Everyone wants to be happy. Monica peers over at Yuri's paper, but to her surprise, Yuri pulls it in closer, partially covering it with her arm. How do I know this wasn't a left-handed person that's writing this in the sense of this scene? Especially since they're using, pens. It would have smudged everything. This is coming from another left-handed person. So, I have to be able to read it to help you out, It's okay. My thoughts are a lot more organized now, after being able to talk to you about it. Now that I'm actually put into paper, I realize I'd prefer others not to read it. Yuri laughs softly to herself, a rare expression. Kinda glad to hear that, actually. I somehow keep finding ways to butt into this whole thing. I've done enough damage. It's also been so wonderful talking about this. I mean, I always thought you were really smart, but... Yuri smiles. I will always be terrible at these things. People are just so... incomprehensible to me. I'll never get the hang of being one. But wrong voice. But listening to you so much has really helped me make sense of some things. So just don't call it damage, please. Monica gives Yuri a gentle smile. I can't believe I came to this club looking for fantasy geeks, and all I got was real friends who valued me. Is that a joke? Of course it is. I still can't tell with you. Sorry. No, I love it. Please, never change. As you wish. Yuri glances at the clock. We're almost out of time. Will you be able to finish? For the end of the day, probably. But I don't want to come to the club the same day that Natsuki reads it. I'm too shy. I can give it to her instead if you like. Yuri nods. As long as you promise not to read it. Of course, I promise. Thank you. Yuri exhales and the two stand up. I'll message you when it's ready. Monica nods. Good luck. I'm here if you need me. Yuri returns a nod and the two depart. More mail. Staying focused on our goals. As a reminder to help guide our data collection, any analysis performed should be focused on answering some of these main questions. How does granting elevated access to the VM affect a person's emotional state? How does granting elevated access to the VM affect a person's values and goals? How does someone effectively navigate and experiment with their ability to change the contents of their VM? How is elevated access being weaponized? What actions and values most contribute to the destruction of the universe? Most importantly, how might your observations apply to our own universe? Bonus. How can we present this to upper management as an operation that benefits the company? Unrelated note. Whoever changed the color scheme of the desktop to pink, could you please change it back? It's unprofessional and it runs the risk of drawing eyes. 2 more to go. It's only been 1 day since Yuri's Give me a second while I scream into the void. Mind is that. All right, sounds good. Okay, so the laptop's being slow. That's the reason why I was worried. Night, hon. Thanks for the raid. It's only been 1 day since Yuri's and I still fucked it up. Letter was delivered to Natsuki with Monika's help. Because Yuri chose not to attend the club meeting that day, she and Natsuki haven't faced each other since. Although it's only lunchtime, Yuri finds herself anxiously counting the hours until she'll need to face the outcome of her efforts, whether good or bad. And because the passing by of students was making her feel even more anxious, Yuri picked out the most secluded spot she could find to spend her lunch. Because this scare... Many mumbling mice making merry music in the moonlight, mighty nice. Seashells by the seashore. This is going well. Because this staircase is under maintenance, no student would have any reason for coming here. Such a relaxing feeling to have a moment of solitude in the middle of a frantic school day. Oh, hi, Natsuki.
Eep! Eep! What are you doing here?
Just... Yuri grips her book with enough force to wrinkle the pages beneath the pressure of her thumbs. Well, what are you doing here?
I just came to get a drink from the vending machines. The other is out of the drink I like.
Yuri notices Natsuki fidgeting with a few coins between her fingers. She nods, avoiding eye contact. Natsuki, also looking away, shuffles over to the vending machine. So quiet that every one of her movements seemed to reverberate through the entire stairwell. After far too long, she finally receives her beverage, which she then fidgets with in place of the coins. Some kind of iced tea. But instead of leaving right away, Natsuki just stands in place. Glances all around her.
It's like way too quiet back here. It's creepy. I mean, that's not what I mean, really. I mean, it's totally cool that it's your thing or whatever. Like, I can see how it suits you, so... Not because I think you're creepy or anything. I just didn't mean that either. You know, I'm just gonna stop talking. That seems like a good idea.
It's okay. Everything is okay. Yuri finds herself attempting some words of comfort after hearing Natsuki stammer herself into dejection. Seemingly in response, Natsuki approaches the base of the staircase and hesitantly sits herself down next to Yuri.
Well, I can leave if you want.
Yuri shakes her head. Natsuki twists the cap off her drink and takes a sip. Despite receiving Yuri's general permission, Natsuki doesn't say anything more. Yuri continues to read, or at least pretend to. And the two just sit there for a long time. The tension seems to fade a little bit as time passes. Even without any words, this seems to mean at least something, though it's not clear what it may be. Lunch ends more quickly than expected. Natsuki is the first to stand up with her empty drink bottle.
Are you coming today? To the club?
Yuri nods.
I am sorry for being so awkward.
I'm just really bad at talking about this stuff.
Just can't for some reason. I don't know why. I want to. Eventually.
There's no rush. I promise.
Thanks.
It's the next day. Natsuki appears from around the corner and steps up to the vending machine, glancing at Yuri as she does so. Today she seems to be holding some kind of book as well.
Oh, you're here again. Well, I just came here to read this because there aren't any people around here.
Oh, I thought you didn't like how quiet it was.
Well, I
Hey, don't! But there's no people here. I see. Wait, you two again. Natsuki sits down. The mood feels... No, 1 second. The mood feels different today than it did yesterday. After yesterday's lunch and the club meeting that followed, Natsuki and Yuri are beginning to feel more relaxed around each other again. Although Yuri's letter is still lingering in the back of Natsuki's mind, she continues to detour around it. But it's okay that I'm here. Yeah, I don't care. I mostly don't feel like dealing with the crap I get from my friends about it. Hey Panda! How are you doing? Especially since they like... I'll just assume I stopped reading manga after I joined the literature club. Hi! You're streaming tomorrow, right? And 1 second. Cat. I'm doing well. My voice isn't doing as well because it's getting tired of reading with this, but I'm planning on getting this done tonight. Not that I'm trying to hide from them exactly, but I just don't want to come up again now after I've waited so long for this new volume to come out. Literally months at this point. You don't have any other friends who are in the manga? Not unless online friends count. And Sayori, but that's different. That's different because she's not exactly into it. She just likes it, you know what I mean? Yeah, that would be nice. Are you offering? Though the next one I'm doing is for the affiliate anniversary, which is on the 7th. Honestly, the timeline's up. That works. Honestly, you're lucky that the books you're into at least look like books, so you don't have to feel like everyone's constantly judging you by what you're reading. That would be so awful. Especially since I already paid attention so much. Hell, it's a good thing I have a thick skin, I guess. By the way, I would totally recommend finding some friends online if you haven't already. You're like me and have no one to share your hobbies with. Oh, I have online friends. Since middle school, actually. I was especially desperate back then. It's somewhat embarrassing to reminisce about those days. Sometimes I feel like the me from a few years ago would have benefited from a good smack across the face. Same! Except mine tends to be every few years. Well, like you said, few years, so it's more than once. Oh, whatever. We were just stupid kids back then anyway. Some of the fanfics I wrote? Thank God I used a pseudonym. We're gonna keep making smut jokes, aren't we, about this? But I liked it at the time. I got a lot of fulfillment out of it. And plus, I can look back and say that with confidence that I've become a much better person since then. I don't think I would change anything. I wonder if a few years from now, we'll be thinking the same thing about our current selves. Yes! Like I was saying. Probably. That doesn't make you uncomfortable? No, of course not. I don't care what other people think of me, especially someone who doesn't even exist yet. Alright, here. Natsuki raises her hand to her face and forcefully slaps her own cheek. That's me from the future coming to terms with me right now. So, ow, I didn't mean to do it that hard. Yuri doesn't seem to react. But then, to Natsuki's surprise, Yuri shyly looks the other way before lifting her arm and doing the same thing to herself, loudly smacking her cheek. Turns red and stares into her lap, but is unable to hide a smile as though it was a really funny joke. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't know you had it in you. I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I thought it would be funny. Sorry, I keep distracting you. You said you were looking forward to reading, but I keep going on and on about this nonsense. I'll let you get to your reading.
Oh, right. Yeah, guess I'll do that then.
The conversation ends quickly, and Natsuki opens her book. The two silently read for the remainder of the lunch hour. Yeah, excuse me, I have to slap myself because I am smart. But the whole time Yuri feels distracted by a twinge of regret over having abruptly forced the end of their conversation. Okay. You're back.
Yeah, I'm here to lay low again.
Another day has passed. During lunchtime, Natsuki finds herself having wandered into the stairwell once more.
Hey, did you buy that?
Natsuki quickly notices a bottle of iced tea on the staircase where she normally sits. Yuri nods, avoiding eye contact.
What, like for me?
You don't know I was coming here today. What if I didn't show up? Well, I would have to drink it myself, I guess. It was a stupid thing to do. I mean, you could bring it to the club and then give it to her then. Surreptitiously, so the two other members don't realize you did that.
No, it wasn't stupid. I just thought... Never mind.
What I meant to say was thank you. And that's a really nice gesture. It's okay if you don't feel that way.
I do.
It was the other things I didn't mean. I swear, believe me. Yuri pauses, then nods. Talking is hard. Get it wrong a lot too. So I believe you. Natsuki exhales in relief. She then sits down next to Yuri and takes the drink. Knowing Yuri, she was probably overthinking it so much that Natsuki's tepid response filled her with self-doubt.
I'll do something nice for you next time.
Please, don't feel obligated.
I want to. I want to do nice things too.
Talking is hard, I know, right? As both of us say as streamers. Okay, thank you.
You can thank me after I figure out how to do something nice.
I'll do it then, too. Natsuki sighs.
Nothing.
Just reminds me how I haven't been getting along with my friends lately. Is that why you've been coming here?
Well, no, not exactly. I haven't been avoiding them on purpose or anything.
Right.
There are just other things I'd rather be doing during lunch lately.
I like being around them when we're all just having fun, but they also just can't take anything seriously.
So when I'm like, I don't know, feeling serious, then their attitudes just really get on my nerves.
It's only gotten worse since I joined the literature club. How come?
I don't know. I feel like I used to be really good. With just putting up with it, because it would be so stupid to cause drama over a joke I didn't like or something. I just have a hard time doing that lately.
But it's my fault for being overly sensitive. If I have a problem, I'm not going to demand it for everyone to change or demand for everyone around me to change. But yeah, I know. Monica and Sayori really don't agree with that kind of thing. They're not in my position, so it's easier for them to say you should just communicate your feelings or whatever. Not like my friend group does that kind of thing. I would just be making an embarrassment of myself. Alright, none of this has anything to do with you. I don't know why I'm talking about it. It's okay. I like listening. What? Wrong. What? Listening to other people's problems? Yes. That's weird. Sorry. Just like learning about people. You think that's weird? No, that's not weird. I probably just misunderstood, so... I don't know. Does that mean I should keep going? If you like. Okay. Well, I don't know what to talk about now. What are some of the things that you like about your friends? A lot of things. I mean, they're really fun to hang out with, like after school and on the weekends. They really like my baking, and it's fun to complain about school together. I make you laugh a lot, and we have a lot of good memories and inside jokes. Oh, I'm bad at a lot of those things. So, are all those things that important to you? Well, kind of. They're not the things I need to get out of everybody. Everyone in the club is really different from that, but I'm still friends with them too. Well, Sarah really likes her bacon, and she makes you laugh, and she complains a lot. Doesn't mean she's anything like my other friends. Well, unlike them, she's a nice person who cares about your feelings. Excuse me? How about you don't talk that way about my friends that you don't even know anything about? Natsuki stands up. No, wait! Sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't want to say something bad. Please don't leave. Natsuki is... Okay, I'm not gonna spoil for the side stories, but I'll at least tell you for the, No, actually, no, it showed up earlier also. Her dad is abusive. And her friends abuse her, and she tells herself to suck it up and not be thin-skinned about it. And she's like a continuous punching bag for her friend group that she's defending right now. Just general statement. She's just... And yeah. Itsuki sighs and shakes her head. It's fine. As long as you understand that you can't just judge people like that. I'm sorry. Natsuki sits back down. Yes. You can't just compare friends like that. Like, measure who's better than who. Everyone's different. I'm sorry. I just don't like people who want to hurt you. A moment of silence stretches between them. You don't want to hurt me. Just like to tease each other about stupid things. It's fun. I don't like that. Well, that's why I'm friends with them, and you're not. You like it? Just don't worry so much about me. It's not worth it. Alright. I wish I knew how to help with social conflicts. Like how Monica can. She's good at these things. Not really. So I don't always want help. Sometimes it's just stuff I have to deal with myself. But Monica and Sayori never seem to understand. Sometimes all you do is look at them wrong and they're all like, "Oh, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" I just want to mind my own business sometimes and decide myself if I want to talk about things. The only one who understands that is you. So you really shouldn't be so hard on yourself. You're not as bad as you think. Oh, you don't need to reassure me or anything. I mean that. Plus, it makes sense that someone who doesn't talk a lot would make a good listener. Thank you. You're also nice. Really hard for me. Doesn't come naturally at all. So weird because I always thought of myself as someone who would say whatever's on my mind. Yep, but I feel like that only works when I'm annoyed or upset or want to say something mean. Am I like this? I have to answer. I'm just talking to myself. Yuri nods and remains silent. Suki notices her fidgeting with the pages of her book. How come you like reading so much? Well, a lot of reasons. but I just get sucked into it so easily. It's so immersive, like I want to be a part of it. I think there are a lot of things about people in real life that make me uncomfortable and frustrated, especially when it comes to following social conventions and group interactions. I just don't really understand it, and I have no real desire to participate. It's different with books. It feels like I always want to be around the characters. Such a strong emotional connection with them in ways I never felt with real people. So, in that way, it can sometimes feel more real than real life.
Really? Is it that hard on you to be around people? Like all the time?
Fairly often, especially in group settings. When people are making all kinds of conversation and saying jokes and all that, I don't know what to do, and I just disengage.
Oh. It doesn't get lonely?
I don't think so. Yeah, we get funny looks, yeah. I can still enjoy spending time with people one-on-one. And I have online friends too, of course.
You ever wish that you could be friends with the characters in your books
All the fucking time. Oh, Yuri's already answered that. All the time. Sometimes so badly it makes my heart ache.
Yeah, me too.
Really?
A lot. Like, more than anything.
After Natsuki mutters that, the silence fills the stairwell once more. But it's a mutual silence. One full of understanding. Yeah, Freudian slurp. Nah, I'm good with being friends with Legolas for no reason. And there's no character in any Harry Potter ones that I have crushes on, so I can't make a joke on that.
Hey.
Oh, hello. I almost thought you weren't coming today.
Yeah, well,
Lunch is already more than halfway over. Natsuki had typically been meeting Yuri in the stairwell much earlier, since it had been a good way of dodging her friends when she didn't feel like seeing them. Today she's holding a large plastic container in both hands. I ran into my friends, so I hung out with them for a while. Is that so?
Yeah. I was in a good mood today, so I figured I should. I haven't seen them in a while.
Which I had to come up with a good excuse for, but I expected that. Plus, I have way more of these than I know what to do with. So I figured I would share with them too. As she sits down, Natsuki opens the lid of her container. Oh god, my immortal reference. Literally every chapter is probably having sex with Draco. Beating up Harry Potter. You made cupcakes.
You know it. It's been a while at this point, so I figured it was about time again.
You can take one if you want. Yuri takes a cupcake and carefully twirls it between her fingers. It's brown with dark green frosting, immaculately shaped into a floral pattern and topped with some kind of glittery powder. How pretty. I just ate, so I may not be able to finish it. Are they for the club?
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't really think about it, so I just made them.
I just thought that because green is Monica's favorite color, right?
Oh yeah, but that's not really...
Yuri takes a small bite. This is green tea flavored. I love green tea.
Oh, do you? It's just a random idea I wanted to try, so... don't laugh at me.
I'm not. I just feel happy.
Oh, sorry. Usually when Never mind. What I mean is that I'm glad. Sorry for saying dumb things again. Just wanted to do something nice. And this is something I happen to be good at. And I do know that you like them. From past experience. Yuri turns red, recalling the time she treated herself rather generously to Netsuki's cupcakes. Ironically, her mouth is too full of cupcake for her to stammer an excuse, so she just settles for a disapproving look. How'd you get into bacon? Well, I don't know. It kind of just always appealed to me. Well, a few years ago, I read this one manga with a lot of baking, so I got like super into it for a while. Probably making stuff almost every day. But it's something that I always knew I liked anyways. It's like baking is an art, but when you get good at it, it gets more delicious too. I'm struggling to imagine myself putting my heart into something so artistic and know that it would be just eaten afterwards. Yeah, maybe you're too practical for it. I think I prefer to be... the mind out of gutter. I think I prefer to be the one on the receiving end. Well, it's not really mind in the gutter, is I have jokes. That's my other favorite part about it. Something I can do to make make a lot of people happy, like unconditionally. Everyone's always so thankful, and in that moment you get to be like the bringer of joy. I don't know, it just makes me feel valued. Yeah, I guess that. So, you were able to make up with your friends today? Huh? There wasn't really anything to make up with them about. We weren't fighting or anything. You weren't? Maybe I misunderstood. It only turns into a fight if I lose my cool. That's just unnecessary drama. It only makes things worse. So, they're not gonna stop. I mean, it only happens sometimes anyways. It's just the way they are. I'm the only one that ever has a problem with it. It's not worth it. Especially since I have somewhere to go now that I don't feel like hanging out with them. Oh? I see. The cupcake's empty foil wrapper audibly crinkles as Yuri clenches a fist. I'm glad that the situation is resolved. And that you don't have to avoid them anymore. Yeah, me too. And I don't have to bother you during your alone time anymore. I'm sure you have a lot of reading to catch up on. Yeah. I know that cupcakes are basically nothing compared to all the stuff you've done for me. But it's the best I can do. So, you can have the rest of them. Netsuki grabs the box and slides it over to Yuri's feet. Yuri stares at the box. She then shakes her head and slides them back. You should save them for your other friends. But I made them for you. Netsuki's voice whines as she protests. I know. And I like them very much. Exactly as you thought. You succeeded. But I know you care about making other friends happy too. And if this was the way you know how to make that happen, then I'm not gonna take it from you. No, they were for making you happy. You make me happy. You're worth more than cupcakes to some people. That's why they want to spend time with you and be your friend. Without warning, tears pour from Netsuki's eyes. She pulls her knees to her chest and starts sobbing into her arms. That's okay. I'm such a bad person. Yuri stammers, feeling panicked. I didn't mean to say something bad. Netsuki shakes her head and wipes her eyes. You didn't. Netsuki tries to choke back her sobs, but struggles to speak through them. I just really hate myself sometimes. It's so wrong when you say those nice things to me. Like I don't deserve it.
I'm sorry. Oh, I am so difficult. I can't even think of a single thing about myself that somebody would like. I hate myself for bothering you during lunch. Just thought it was my chance to be a good person and like to be nice and do the things you wrote about in that letter. I knew if I tried it in the club, Sayori and Monica would be super annoying and make a huge deal out of it. You know, I think a lot of those negative things about myself. I never feel like a good person. I always scrutinize everything I say, and later I feel like I've said all the wrong things. And I just spend so much time thinking about myself, hating myself. Feel like everyone else must hate me too. So I understand of that through my own experience. And that's why I wanted to write the letter and express my feelings. It pained me to see those things in someone else that I saw in myself. Natsuki sniffles. Yuri rustles through her bag and pulls out some tissues, then hands them to Natsuki. Monica told me that it takes a good person to reflect on these things. The desire to improve yourself makes you a good person. Don't worry so much. So, there are things about you that people would like, so... Like what? Like how you're fun for people to be around. And you're not shy. And you know how to make people laugh. You're very passionate about things. And you know how to take the lead. You care a lot about other people. Just a lot of things. Well, now you're making me feel really embarrassed. Well, you're the one who asked. Don't you think I feel embarrassed? Natsuki tries to hide a smile, then she sighs as it fades away. Every time I come here, I always think it's the last time. And I keep coming back for some reason. Is that bad? It's just really confusing. I mean, my friends and I go way back. So ditching them all the time feels like, I don't know. Feels like what? Natsuki's voice gets quiet. Maybe I'm scared that they'll get mad at me. Really don't know what to do. He pauses. Yuri stares into the distance, tracing her eyes along the patterns of the floor tiles while she thinks to herself. What would you do, hypothetically, if your friends were happy for you instead of mad at you? Happy for what? Happy that your new club is making you happy. Well, that's not a fair hypothetical. Natsuki says that, but with little confidence in her voice. I always told myself that I don't rely on the approval of others to be happy. And I still feel that way, but I'm spending time with people who put me down whenever I don't have their approval. That's probably what's making me feel so confused. Because I'm threatened out of the things that should make me happy. No matter what, it's like I have to be unhappy. Making my head hurt. That must make it really difficult to feel comfortable with yourself. Being made to feel like you're wrong just for being the person you are. It really goes against everything I believe in, doesn't it? Against the person I want to be. Up with it. Fed up with a lot of things. Natsuki presses her palms into her forehead and shakes her head. I know what's best for me, but I keep convincing myself out of it. So much easier to be comfortably unhappy than it is to do something scary. Do what? You know, to end it. With them? Natsuki nods. I didn't think you were actively considering that as an option.
It wasn't until recently. It's just one of those things where, like, it's been a certain way for so long that you just get used to it. Like, so much of you has gone into it. So much that it feels like it's just how your life is. And throwing it away is like throwing away such a big part of your life. Be sick to think about it. Natsuki sighs. It's just really scary. Terrifying. What are you scared of? I don't know. A lot of things. Like being alone. Not having anyone to talk to or hang out with. Not being able to replace what I have with them. I don't want them to hate me. Scared they'll hurt me for going against them. Physically? Not physically, but... Yuri clenches her fists. Natsuki. What? If anyone thinks to cause you harm, I will unleash hell upon them. Natsuki snorts with laughter. Don't laugh at me. Sorry, I was just... like that. That's all. Oh. Well, I meant it. I know you did. Natsuki gives Yuri an endearing look. I needed it. As the conversation laps, Natsuki slides her box of cupcakes over to Yuri. Just take them, okay? Don't want other people to have them anymore. Are you sure? Natsuki nods. I'm sure. Then I will. I will then. I'll enjoy them. Natsuki looks away, but a feeling of warmth spreads through her. She holds on to that feeling, knowing it will give her courage. Ah, you're here first today. And you brought reading material. Natsuki is sitting in her usual spot, this time holding a volume of manga while her lunch sits beside her. Yuri sits down as well and opens her own book. It sucks when a good... Meta much? It sucks when a good series has to come to an end. Such a big part of your life, then one day, there's nothing left. You feel so empty. Unfortunately, I'm about to experience that myself. I'm on the last book of this series. It sucks. But there's also something satisfying about letting a story conclude. I just don't know what I don't know if I'd want it to go on forever. Maybe. There are some things that I wish could. On the other hand, have you ever read something that has overstayed its welcome? Oh, I have a list. Yeah, definitely. I can think of at least one thing I've read that got pretty unbearable like halfway through, and the ending really sucked. So it sucks when something good has to end, but it also sucks when they just keep inventing more plot until you don't like it anymore. We'll be right back. Papa. Shouldn't be so harsh on your diary. I know. Also, shouldn't be so harsh on Five Nights at Freddy's. I guess it sucks either way. Well, that's the nature of all things. They come to an end. The two fall silent. They slowly eat while making their way through their respective reading material.
Except Natsuki doesn't seem to be seems to be touching her food at all. You don't go out during the weekends, right? Excuse me? Like, with friends? At the mall? Or downtown or whatever? I'm not a total shut-in, you know. Oh, my bad for making assumptions. Well, I'm sure I go out less than other people, like you and the others in the club. I don't really meet with friends. And arbitrarily spend time like that. I'm usually meeting with my board game group. Board game group? It doesn't matter, it's just more nerdy stuff. Why do you ask, anyway? I was just curious. Just realized I couldn't picture it, so I was just curious. Yuri looks at Natsuki and realizes she's been shaking. Don't look at me like that. Natsuki pulls her knees to her chest and puts her head down. I can't take this. Did I do something? Yuri gets flustered, her mind racing over what she might have said or done. I did. I ended it. I texted them earlier, telling them. And then I just blocked them because I'm so afraid of their responses. Now it feels like I'm dying inside. Oh. That's... Seasonal rom-com. Yeah, I know, right? I just couldn't figure out a good accent that I could do constantly and jump into quite well. So that we could because if I try and make one of them like a Scottish or an Irish accent or say a British accent, I can't keep up with the fucking accents. Hell, I can't even keep up with what I do, the difference between Monica and Sayori. And so it just makes it easier since the Southern accent is actually my natural accent that only comes out when I feel like releasing it from the dungeon. Sorry. Totally unsure what to do, Yuri can barely find any words of support to offer. Meanwhile, the sound of Natsuki's unusually hard breathing fills the air. Then she speaks again, barely above a whisper. Help me. Sick. I hit my head against things. Please help. I can't take this. You may be having a oh, wrong. You may be having a panic attack. With that realization, Yuri's demeanor suddenly changes. I have experience with this, so I'll help you through it, okay? Natsuki meekly nods through her rapid breathing, head still buried in her knees. Yuri slides herself over to Natsuki and sits on the step behind her. She then puts her hands on Natsuki's shoulders. Can you feel my hands? Natsuki nods. Her shaking becomes much more apparent through Yuri's sense of touch. Yuri keeps her voice low and gentle. You're safe right now. You're in a good and safe place where nothing can hurt you. Natsuki nods once more. Although Yuri is only touching Natsuki's shoulders, she can practically feel her racing pulse through the base of her neck. We'll do a breathing exercise together. All you have to do is listen to my breaths and breathe along with me. Let's breathe in now. Yuri takes a deep, slow breath. Beneath her hands, she feels Natsuki's shoulders rise as Natsuki takes a breath of her own, trying to mimic Yuri's. They exhale together, although Natsuki's breath shakes on the way out. It's good. Let's keep going. Yuri breathes in once more, and Natsuki joins her. They continue like that for a few more cycles, while Yuri closely monitors. Eventually, Yuri feels Natsuki rest more of her weight into Yuri's palms. Let's focus on the physical world. All you have to do is focus on the feeling of your breaths going in and out, and the weight of my hands on your shoulders. You are in a safe and comfortable physical space. Minutes pass in silence. By now, the worst of it is past. Yeah, as much as I kind of do the sexual jokes on this one, another part of me feels absolutely horrible about trying to do it. But yeah, that's not the only thing going in now. By now, the worst of it is past, but Yuri's determined not to move away until Natsuki prompts her to. Meanwhile, Natsuki has lifted her head off her knees, and her breathing has mostly steadied. Then she takes a final deep breath and slowly pulls herself to her feet, causing Yuri to let go. She stretches her arms. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak out. Don't know what my deal is. You don't have to apologize. Yeah, luckily you're here to have fun with it. This must be enormously stressful for you. Is that gonna keep happening? It may. Or it may not. We can take measures to help prevent it in the future. But I think it'll naturally get better over time. Natsuki motions to sit back down again, so Yuri moves over. Yuri turns away to pick up her open book from the dusty floor, which she had hastily set down earlier. She brushes the dust off the cover. I don't think I could have gotten through that alone. You're not alone. Feeling shy again, Yuri speaks into her own lap. From now on, you don't have to do anything alone. As she says that, Yuri tenses up. Don't have to keep it so next. It's rare for her to so openly share her thoughts. Something about Natsuki, of all people, makes it feel so much more natural to do so. Perhaps because, like Yuri, Natsuki is so timid and uncertain of herself. Natsuki does such a good job at hiding it that it's taken a long time for Yuri to finally realize it. And because of that, Yuri is able to deliver the reassurance that she herself would have wanted, demonstrating that you deserve the love of others. If you can accept that for the first time, then perhaps you can begin the tumultuous, hard journey of learning to love yourself. Do you really mean that? You're probably going to regret saying that if you do. So? Because I'm probably going to have a lot of free time during the weekends from now on. So, you're giving me permission to be as annoying as I want and drag you around a lot of places. See. But you already said it. Sorry. But you already said it, so you can't take it back now. Huh. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to accept that responsibility then. I know a good ice cream place. Oh? That means you'll finally figure out my favorite ice cream flavor. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, you don't remember? The first day you came to the club, you guessed everyone's favorite ice cream flavor. But for me, you said you had no idea. Seriously? I don't remember that at all. Oh wait, yes I do. No, oh wait, yes I do. I said it was probably green tea. Yuri shakes her head. That's a good guess, but my favorite is usually... Good guess, but my favorite is usually to get the chocolate and raspberry together. Chocolate and raspberry? How fancy. How was that fancy? I don't know. I feel like I should have a guess at something like that. Well, maybe next time I'll try chocolate and strawberry. Hey, strawberry is my favorite. What a coincidence.
think it helps to have something to look forward to. I still have the sick feeling in my stomach. It's easier now to convince myself that I did the right thing. Is there anything better I could be doing? No. Oh wait, no. That was... No, it was Yuri. Is there anything better I could be doing? Not that I know of. There's nothing that will make this easy for me. And Yuri did more than I thought anyone could. Come to think of it, we never talked about the letter you wrote. But I feel like we're way past that at this point. I don't even know what to talk about. Except that I think it helped me understand my needs a little better. The way I like to be treated. And the kind of friends that I want to have. That's why I wanted to start coming here in the first place. Even though I was so scared of causing more problems. I thought it was a coincidence that you ran into me here initially. Oh, not exactly. What do you mean? Nothing. I may have tracked you down first. With the help of Sayori. That's what you said. I was shy, okay? I wasn't ready to be like... Whatever. You know what I'm gonna say. Well, I guess I'm glad you worked up to the courage. Even if it was in your own way. I can tell you've been making a lot of difficult decisions. Brave. And it will make things better in the long run. I think anyone would be proud of you for that. Anyone? You mean like you? Yes. Like me. You know, I could get used to this. As long as you don't tease me too much. Fine. Just a little then. That's fine. I know how uncertain everything feels for you right now. I really do think that good things are in store. Those are my honest opinions. Thanks. Feels nice to be reassured. The two continue their conversations throughout the remainder of the lunch, but a new feeling hangs in the air, a feeling of a greater certainty in their path forward. In just a few hours, there'll be another literature club meeting where the 4 members will happily spend their time together. Each of them, all with their own special qualities, and something unique that they can deliver to one another. Through friendship and literature, the club members will continue to grow and find new happiness together. The end of each chapter is the start of the next, Yuri thinks to herself. Since she's about to finish her long-running series, it would be best to have a new book lined up. Perhaps this weekend would be a good time to visit the bookstore. Together. Equals! Final one! Hitting the 6th one. Okay, everyone. We're going to be taking a break from the usual activities today. I was thinking, since people are starting to talk about the festival, it's a good time for us to go over the general direction of the club and all that. I think it would help us figure out what to do for the festival, you know? Oh, Sayori and I already came up with a good plan. Really? For the festival? Yeah, so the plan is... The plan is this, okay? You and Yuri collect information ahead of time on which clubs and classes are doing food booths. Then we take a map and plan the most efficient route so that we get the most of them before the lines get too long. Hey, that has nothing to do with the club. Well, you have to let me finish. Alright, fine, go ahead. Right, so basically we get all the food we can, then we come back here and we all eat together. That's all. Wow. I got tricked by the same joke, tricked twice by the same joke. Boo! Don't be a hater. It's not like you can come up with anything better.
Look, even Yuri was thinking about it. No, I wasn't. I would really prefer to do something literature related. We can eat together anytime. The festival is a unique opportunity. Besides, it's been quite a while since we've seen any new interest in the club. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We really need to get a shot at showing people what the literature club is all about. I'll tell you what. We can do both, right? We'll make time for your food mission and still put together a public event.
Oh my god, yes! I was just joking, but that's a really good idea.
Well, I'm glad that's settled. I think the question is how to come up with an event that demonstrates everything you can get out of the literature club.
Well, that's kind of tough, because everyone gets something different out of the club.
Okay, how about this? Let's go around and have each of us talk about what we've gotten out of the club so far. That could really help us figure out what kind of reputation we want to build.
Yeah.
That's too embarrassing.
Oh, but you have so much to talk about.
That's exactly why. And I'm sure Natsuki feels the same way.
Well, maybe.
But he didn't plan on arguing against it or anything. The question is, am I required to join a club? In this hypothetical situation.
I mean, it's the literature club. We talk about that stuff together, right? And the only way to get more comfortable is to suck it up and do it.
Oh, you're not wrong. I'm sorry for being resistant.
It's not good to say suck it up. Excuse me. It's not good to say suck it up because it sounds like their feelings don't matter.
Right, my bad. It's just a habit I need to break.
Well, anyway, who's gonna start? I'll start. I was the first to join after all.
Wouldn't that be me?
No, I want to go first.
Fine. You can start. I don't mind.
Yay! So, gosh, it feels like so long ago. I think I joined because I wanted to have fun sharing poems with people. It seems like it would be a safe way to express myself, you know? Like if it's just a poem, then I can share it without feeling like I'm burdening everyone with my problems. And I thought it would be a really good way to get to know other people, too. So yeah, I was really surprised to walk in, and it was just Monica.
Just Monica.
And she was sleeping.
Don't remind me of that, oh gosh.
Yeah, but it seems like so much fun to help start a new club. Especially since the writing helped me so much. I wanted to see it help other people too. But it ended up being me who was inspired. Because I remember feeling like Monica was just so sweet and mature, and that I could trust her with anything. It made me feel a lot less alone, having someone who knew even the bad things about me. And at that point, I knew the literature club was going to be special for a lot of people.
Yeah, I felt the same way. It really helped give the club a more cohesive vision.
Yeah, and then Yuri joined, but she was so different from us. And Natsuki too. I think for Yuri, it really helped me for me to take the lead before she was able to open up a little. But Natsuki was kind of the opposite. Though she wasn't ready to get really close to someone really quickly. I never really thought about that sort of thing. I feel like I've gotten better at understanding people's needs. It makes me really happy because my friends are just the most important thing to me.
Hi, Sabi. You come at near the very end because we're on the final episode. Oh, bye, Sabi. By the way, Faustus, in visual novel high school, I wouldn't be a part of any club. Kind of like how... No, actually, I was in high school. But I guess art club would be the only one. I guess the art club. Yeah.
It makes me really happy because my friends are just the most important thing to me. When whatever new members we get, I want to help them in those ways too.
Because I'd rather be at home playing video games. And that would be wasting my time at school when I could be at home. I don't know if I would have continued coming to the club if it weren't for you.
Really?
I'm not much of a, believe it or not, I'm not much of a social gamer. Oh right, because it's visual novel. Hi. Probably be dragged into whatever club by a cute girl. Or cute boy, but I mean, I swing either way. I guess art club. I know it wasn't too long ago, but it hurts to think about how about my behavior back then. I was really short-sighted. The only reason why I came was to find other people who were into fantasy. Suppose that was my idea of making friends with people. And I remember feeling uncomfortable because you and I have such different energy. I had such a specific idea of the kind of person I would be friends with. So when Sayori tried so hard to get to know me, I felt like I was just wasting her time. I think I was naive to assume that similar interests were the key component of friendship. Sayori and I were able to be friends because she always thinks about the needs of other people. And that's something I never knew how to do, or even thought to do. But I stayed in the club, and thanks to that, I started trying as hard as I could to understand people better.
You really went above and beyond when it came to that. I was just super impressed.
Well, I always hated that I didn't know how to behave like a person who is easily liked by others, like the two of you can. And because of that, I spent so much time thinking about my own behavior and all the wrong things I said. But the whole time, I should have been thinking about other people instead, not just myself. Once I started doing that, I was able to make friends with everyone else. Oh, also, I discovered that sometimes I'm a better communicator when I take time to write rather than speak. It's so strange the way that things turned out. It's so far different from anything I ever would have expected. By the way, with serious things that I need to talk about, yes, I do better writing kind of like that than I do talking. Yeah, no, I'm not. I like a lot of single player games. And I'm not much of a... Dota interest. I don't have interest in Fortnite, Hearthstone, Fall Guys. So straight. Oh yeah, no, but I'm happy. I suppose we don't always know what we really need.
Oh my gosh, you're so cute that I'm gonna throw up.
Okay, please don't do that, Sayori. Besides, I'm not cute. I'm adorable. Besides, I'm not cute.
Hey, isn't that my line?
Oh, well, for me, it's actually true, so.
What are you saying?
Nothing. I finished my part, so someone else can take their turn.
My heart!
Sayori, take some deep breaths. Okay, fine. I'll go.
Yuri, I can't believe you were complaining about doing this and still went before me. What a show off.
Yeah, I don't like Smash Brothers and all this other stuff. I did play MMOs for a while, and still technically am with Genshin. I was just following up on Sarah. It was the easiest way to get it over with.
Besides, you left out the most important thing you'll get out of this club.
I did?
Yeah, a regular supply of your favorite cupcakes. Oh no, I forgot that too. I am a traitor to the Cupcake Queen. Neither of you are forgiven. Looks like only Monica will be getting cupcakes next time. No!
I can't eat that many cupcakes.
Yeah, true. Only Yuri can.
Hey!
Well, anyways, I'm just putting off talking. It's kind of hard to talk about this stuff. But I guess when it comes down to it, it's just... I'm in a much better place mentally than I was when I first joined. And that's because everyone helped me realize that I had some really toxic friendships going on outside the club. It was honestly really painful to go through. Having to cut them out, it still hurts to think about. I'm sorry, Netsuki. Fine. I knew it was for the best. I was right. I guess for me, it's all about feelings. I was only ever ridiculed for having feelings, so I thought the right thing to do was just ignore them. It took me a really long time to realize that it's not really how things are supposed to work. And I guess that's thanks to everyone who took time to respect my feelings. Even when I was being, like, the biggest jerk. Really sorry for being such a jerk, everyone. I was really the worst. Netsuki's voice chokes a little. I love you, Netsuki. I hate that I was like that. Everyone does so much for me, and I could never do anything in return.
That's not true. Netsuki, not a lot more than you think. This club really wouldn't have been the same without you. I mean that. Remember how judgmental I was when you first showed up? It was like I couldn't accept anything other than my own idea of what literature club was supposed to be. Apparently that was more important to me than the opportunity to bring you some happiness. You really taught me that anything that makes someone happy is worthy of respect. You even inspired me to start playing piano. That's something that means a whole lot to me. So there's no need to put yourself down.
Okay.
Yatsuki wipes her eyes. Yeah, I've never actually been to an escape room. Yeah, I'm not much of a competitive person when it comes to games. Though mind you, next Wednesday I'll be playing with Haru, Monster Hunter Rise. Or at least showing him the ropes.
Helped me a lot too. It's so much fun to have you around.
I'll be using my character, which... Yeah, the food does... I've played it before. I'll be using my own character, most likely, because it's a lance. And lances are the worst weapon anyways. So whatever weapon he chooses will still be better than my lance. And yeah, no, I've played a lot of Monster Hunter. I haven't played the Monster Hunter Rise expansion pack, though.
You helped me become a better person. Having a problem doesn't make you needy or inconvenient. It means that there's something that needs to be better for you. And you always deserve that.
I agree. But no, I love Monster Hunter, and Haru hasn't played it before. No, I love Monster Hunter too. I haven't played it in a while. But yeah, it's Monster Hunter Rise, so. Which reminds me, I need to send him a video of different weapons. Seeing us have the same struggles and made me a better person as well. I wouldn't want to change anything about our time here. I don't think any of us would.
I'm sorry I got all dramatic again. What I wanted to say, so Monica can go now. There's no need to apologize. It was something I wanted to talk about anyway, because it made a big difference for me. I was always such a strict perfectionist who never took enough time to believe in the best of other people. And everyone kept proving me wrong, and I made the mistake multiple times thinking that my way was the best for everyone. Or thinking I needed to solve other people's problems. I think being a leader means that you have to acknowledge that you're not perfect. And the best thing you can do is help guide people rather than do everything for them. But yeah, no, that'll be starting on Wednesday, hopefully. So, and do it every Wednesday. So. We're all good people. We're all equals. I think that's the most important thing I've gotten out of this club. Realizing what that really means. Hey, Ori, what are you doing? I just thought that we should be writing some of these things down. Things about the club that are valuable to us. Yeah, I changed the voice on that one. With a piece of chalk in her hand, Sayori writes the words, trust, on the chalkboard. This is because you showed me that. I could trust you with everything about me. Not just my good side. Suddenly, Yuri takes a piece of chalk as well. She writes, understanding. I owe a lot of gratitude to everyone who took the time to understand me, even though it was so difficult for me to express myself. In that case, Monica takes a piece of chalk as well and writes the word respect. I always thought that I was a respectful person, but it took the club for me to realize that there was more to that than I thought. And I'm a better person because of it. I have another one! Sayori writes balance. Sometimes people want different things out of a friendship, or they need time before they're ready to become close. So it's important to keep things balanced between you and the other person. That reminds me, Yuri writes reflection. I've always been a reflective person, but most of it has been nothing more than hating myself for all the things I thought I did wrong. Once I started reflecting on other people. I have to do the accent. Once I started reflecting on other people, and not just myself, a lot of things changed for me. So I think that's the most important one for me. That's great. We have a whole list of things now. Suddenly, everyone turns to look at Netsuki. Well, everyone took all the chalk. Don't look at me like that. Jeez. You could have asked. Monica hands her a piece of chalk. Hands her piece of chalk to Netsuki. Then Netsuki sighs and writes self-love. Don't know how far I've gotten with it yet, but it feels like things are at least on the right track. So, there's my contribution. Together, everyone stares at the words on the board. Wasn't this club supposed to be about literature? It is. We still do a lot of... It is. I don't know where I'm going with that accent. It is. It is. We still do a lot of literature. Friendship and literature. Yeah, you're right. Friendship and literature. Netsuki and Yuri gently nod as well. Hey, let's all take a picture together. We don't have one yet, right? Hey, you're right. Make sure you send it to me after. Oh, wait, can I brush my hair first or something? Oh, you're fine. You already have the best hair out of all of us. Everyone get together. I can't fit you all in. Okay. Hey, everyone ready? And click. I'm really glad we talked about this stuff. It's easy to forget how far we've come with only 4 members. Yeah, I've had so many happy thoughts right now. I'm getting some really good inspiration for a poem. You know, I feel the same way. I kind of want to get some writing done. Me too. I think I would like that as well. Everyone's looking at me again. I'll do it too, but not like... But... I'll do it too, but I might not like sharing it.
That's okay. 4 members of the literature club disperse and return to their desks, each equipping themselves with a pen. Natsuki and Yuri give each other a quick glance, then start writing immediately. Sayori stretches and then does the same. Monica is left tapping her pen against the paper, unsure where to start. Just move your hand, Monica mouths to herself. Right the way into your heart. Her mind full of thoughts, memories, and inspiration, Monica navigates past her mental barriers and begins to write. Doesn't matter what, it's just something that's new. There we go. The face hit. Tomorrow will be Kathy Rain, which is, I've mentioned before, is one of the other indie games that I want to share that help inspire me to create this channel to share indie games. It will be the director's cut, which means there'll be things in there I don't know what. Anyways, I really like the side stories in this. Anyways. What are you doing, computer? All right, let's see. Thanks on that. I really love the game. I do. How many people on right now? Sorry, I was looking through. Any new emails, by the way? If I... you mean the fulfillment ending? That's for the main game. This is the side stories. And yes, I did get that the last time around. Thank you, dear player, for enjoying our story of friendship and literature. Actually, all the endings of Doki Doki Literature Club, not the side stories, it is a bunch of fourth wall breaking. Here's the picture. Yep, mail. Okay. Ethics. Simply put, it's not our job to arbitrarily decide upon some code of ethics just because we're the first ones to do this, to our knowledge. That's the government's job to figure it out, long after we've made enough headway for it to no longer apply to us. It's fundamentally flawed to apply ethical reasoning to this anymore. Anyway, because humans' codes of ethics is based on nothing more than our knowledge and understanding of life forms similar to ourselves. We don't have ethics for killing bacteria or plants, only for the creatures that we convincingly project our emotion on to. The humans in our virtual machines operate completely differently from us on a fundamental level. Therefore, cannot be taken any more seriously than a machine that's programmed to print "I feel sad." We're engineers, not philosophers. But yet, basically, okay, I've read this a few times before, but basically, side stories is a control simulation part of it. Where the games, the full original game is where the company hid Monica's elevated permissions from her within the virtual machine. And the side stories where Monica doesn't have that elevated permissions. So it plays out more like what we saw. Anyways. All right. Trying to find if I want to. Do you have any suggestions, Fox? Someone had. Okay. It used to be called Blah Bunny. Okay. Late. Of all among the air I had, I spent it in good company. And oh, the harm I've ever done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't recall. So fills me the parting glass. Good night and joy be to you all. This was Ishnai Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night, whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. If you are watching this on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and comment. Let's go. Their raid settings will not allow me to raid them. Just sorry. That's what it says on here. Unless you can convince them to let me. Oh, she's playing Fatal Frame. Okay. If she will let me. Yes, the answer is yes. All right, y'all. Laters.